Chapter 30, Regret and Rage. Izumi. I stare up at the now familiar ceiling, thinking back on how I ended up here. The verbal abuse. The physical abuse. How me ignoring Izuku at home led to me not realizing that our parents were also ignoring him. All the regrets I have. No. I started having regrets about what I was doing a long time ago. Before Bakugo's suicide baited him. Before I would wrap his injuries and bring him home after finding him passed out somewhere, apologizing all the while even knowing it would happen again. Before middle school. Before he met Shoko. I've had regrets ever since I stopped acting like his sister. I just buried them under the flimsy justification that it wouldn't be nearly as bad as what would happen if he tried to become a hero. I always held the shovel that would have let me dig them up, to stop and act like the sister I should have been. But I let someone else hold onto it too. Bakugo's hands were on the shovel. He didn't try to take my hands off of it, he didn't even hold it tightly. But the fact that he was there, the fact that I would have to pull away from him to let myself realize just how badly I wanted to stop. I think that I was scared. I whisper. What scared you? She asks gently. I swallow. That I'd lose the only friend I had. Even if I had stopped, I don't think that Bakugo would have. He might have even started doing worse to him. I let out a self-deprecating snort at the thought. Not that things didn't end in the worst possible way. She holds out a tissue to me, and I use it to dry some of the tears that have leaked out. And you didn't think that your brother would have forgiven you? It's not a question, but I nod all the same. Things had gotten bad. Even though you helped me come clean with the detective about everything we did to him, I don't think they really understand. Even my parents, when I told them about him covering up the scars we gave him, they just told me that it's okay. I accept another tissue and hold both of them against my eyes as the tears won't stop. They acted like it wasn't my fault. Like I wasn't one of the biggest reasons he jumped. Like he wouldn't have blamed me. Would he? I choke out a laugh as the tissues are overwhelmed, a stream of tears now flowing steadily past them. That's the worst part. He wasn't the type of person to hate others. No matter what we did to him, he'd never look angry. Just sad. Anytime I saw him when he wasn't with Shoko he was sad. I'm the reason he was always sad. My breathing starts to come in quick bursts, the now familiar signs of me starting to hyperventilate being curbed when my therapist places her hand on my own. A calm feeling flows up my arm and to my chest, slowly returning my breathing to normal. I swallow back the bile that wanted to come out, something that the trash can next to me can attest is also something that's become familiar. Thank you. I whisper. Of course, Izumi. I'm here so you can come to terms with everything and heal. It's a bit hard to do that with the smell of vomit though, which is why I'm glad you agreed to allow my quirk to be used in our sessions. I don't look at her, still just staring at the ceiling, but I can hear the smile in her slightly joking tone. Her quirk, calming touch, does exactly what it's named for. When she touches someone, she can send them feelings of calmness. It's not strong though, so if other feelings are strong enough it can be fought off. Hence the kin. I take a deep breath, letting it out slowly as I recenter myself. Okay. I can continue. I swallow. I don't think he would have hated me. At least, not until that day. But he also never would have given up on his dream. I would know. A small sardonic smile appears, one that disappears as I continue. But when things got to be too much for him. When the hero he admired the most told him his dream was unattainable. The brother I knew wasn't capable of hating anybody. But the one who jumped? I think that he deserved to stop holding himself back, to let himself hate the people who put him there. I finally look away from the ceiling, meeting my therapist's hazel eyes with my blue ones. So yes, I think that he would have blamed me. He would have blamed all of us. And I'm glad he did. None of them are casting blame, even though we all deserve it. So the thought of him blaming us from wherever he ended up makes me happy. He doesn't need to hold himself back anymore. She's silent, casting a quick glance at the clock to gauge the time. She's not wondering how much longer I'm here, or rather, she is, but not in the way most people would. She's not thinking of when she can go home, but which of my issues she can address in the time we have left. She has a hero's heart, always wanting to help. Just like Izuku. She sighs, seeing that we're just about out of time for the day. Still though, she's kind enough to send me off with some last bit of advice as I stand. You are trying to change for the better. You are making progress. I think that he'd be proud of how far you've come from who you were when you first walked in here. I smile sadly as I drop the tissues in the trash can. As I pull my jacket from the rack next to the door, I whisper, too bad he isn't here to say that himself. I'm gone before she can respond, not that I want her to. I deserve to feel like this, I deserve to suffer just like he did. But I'm a coward, I think, as I make my way to the place I'm doing my community service at. If I wasn't, then I'd be making sure I feel the same things he felt every day for years. Thoughts of how I should have been better, of how he deserved better than someone like me swirl in my head, and before I know it, I'm at Trash Beach. It's the nickname everybody gave it since it basically became a landfill. But I've definitely made some progress. I look on at the section of the beach I've managed to get clean with some pride, my mood lifting just a bit. I'm glad that Dad managed to get this place to count for my community service. Once it's clean, it's going to be beautiful. Speaking of Dad, I can see him in his normal form over by the dock. I send him a wave which he returns. He sits on his chair as he watches me clean, shouting suggestions while he does. Things have changed since that day. And it only got worse when I helped bring everything to light. The house is a lot quieter, and our meals that were once filled with lively conversation are now eaten in silence. Mom tries to get us talking while we eat, but it rarely lasts long. Honestly, while what happened clearly affected Dad and me, it feels like she hasn't been affected at all. I hate it. The Kugu is another person who hasn't changed, though his situation has, from the way his mom tells it when she comes over. Apparently Masaru isn't letting either him or Auntie curse in the house anymore, though he hasn't been able to do anything for either of their shouting. He set up a couple of swear jars for any time either Bakugu or Auntie mess up, and he thinks that he'll have enough to go on a personal vacation soon. As for my own relationship with Bakugu, well, there isn't one. Not anymore. After I came clean about how bad things were, he got mad and shouted about how I was selling him out and looking down on him. After that we haven't really interacted anymore. And I think that's for the best. I was lonely for a while, but have managed to make a couple of friends at my new school that have helped me to realize what a toxic person he is. Speaking of, Aldera has been closed down, with Principal Nizu helping to get most of the students enrolled in other schools as quickly as possible. Well, for the ones that didn't get arrested at least. When everybody was investigated, it was revealed that some of them had actually committed crimes beyond what they were doing at school to Izuku. So they got sent to youth detention centers. Most of the teachers were arrested as well due to encouraging and sometimes participating in Izuku's abuse, as well as allowing the students unrestricted use of their quirks. The few who were found to have done their best to oppose and change the school were found jobs elsewhere, to which they were incredibly grateful for. Shoko vanished, and I haven't heard anything regarding how she's doing. It's only expected though, it's not like she would have any reason to reach out to us. She has every right to hate us, and it's not like we were friends anyways. I only hope that she won't do anything that she'll regret. I know just how much it eats away at you. The rest of the day passes like that, with me cleaning the beach both physically, and with my quirk. Dad told me that he got permission for me to use it so I wouldn't get in trouble, which I appreciate. It turns out that cleaning this place is great training, and I'm confident that when the time comes I'll be more than ready for the UA entrance exam. I just hope that Bakugo is making progress with his own therapy so that I can actually take it. You don't deserve it. You aren't a hero, and you shouldn't pretend that you are. I know. Why are you even trying? You'll just end up hurting someone the same way you hurt your brother. No. I won't make the same mistake. Ah, someone's in denial. Remember the nicknames you two had for each other. Stop it. Zuzu and Zizi. The future hero duo of Midoriya. Shut up. But that didn't happen, now did it? The nickname stopped after he was diagnosed as quirkless. The dream is dead. Hey. How about Yunkara for your new fake hero name? Dream Killer, Dream Killer. Shut up. I crush a dilapidated washing machine into a crumpled ball, using the sound of screeching metal to try and drown out the voice. Because that's what you are. Your entire family killed his dreams, so he decided that he might as well follow. It's all your fault. I know. I whisper. I work the rest of the day in silence, finally getting my mood back to normal by the time the sun begins to set. I've long gone past the time required for my community service this week, but I need to do something to show that I can be helpful. Something to prove to myself that I can be a hero. Normally Dad would take the both of us home for dinner now, but he holds up a hand to stop me from heading to the car. Curious, I watch him take a deep breath. You know that I'm really All Might, and you know about my injury, but you don't know the whole truth. You don't know about my quirk. I breathe in sharply, my eyes going wide. Even after he revealed himself as All Might, and a month later Mom told me the truth about her quirk and being cufflink. But even then, Dad never talked about his quirk, always seeming sad whenever it was brought up. My quirk's name is One for All, and it's special among all other quirks. I hold back the urge to roll my eyes. No two quirks are exactly the same, so of course it's special. All quirks are special. But when he continues, I feel as if someone poured a pool's worth of cold water on me. I shiver, I freeze, my entire body stiffens in shock. My quirk can be passed down to someone else, outside of them simply being born with it. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. I say nothing, my mind racing. My thoughts jumbled into a ball with nothing making sense. Only for them all to crumble at his next words. I want you to inherit my quirk. He says as he goes into his All Might form and plucks a hair from his head. Eat this, and the power of the number one hero will be yours. I don't reach out for it. I don't move at all, my face shadowed as I stare at the ground. After 5 minutes, he clears his throat and prompts me with the hand still holding it, wanting me to take it. Finally, I move. My hands clench into fists, I wrap them in my telekinetic power, a new trick I've managed to do to reinforce my body and swing upwards. My fist buries itself in my father's gut, going deeper than it should due to him missing some of his internal organs. But I'm too pissed to think about that. As he drops to his knees, reverting to his normal form with an expulsion of blood, I growl at him, my eyes literally glowing with rage. You've had a quirk that can be passed on this entire time. And you didn't think to give it to your quirkless son. Or even mention that it's a fucking option. He struggles to his feet, one arm across his stomach as he tries to stammer out a reply. I talk over the pathetic attempts at justifying himself. Do you not realize how much you could have prevented if we had known? He wouldn't have been bullied. I wouldn't have bullied him. He could have been a hero. Why the hell would you not tell us this? He swallows, clearing the blood dribbling down his chin with his sleeve. I didn't want him to end up like me. You've seen my injury. I didn't want to have to see him suffer the same way. My mind latches onto the first thing he said, and a horrifying feeling washes through me. Dad, you said that your power can be given away. My words are a whisper as I take a step forward, and he takes a step back. Was your quirk given to you by someone else? Another step forward, another step back. Were you quirkless? A final step has him bumping into the stairs of the pier and falling backwards onto them, one hand held up as if to ward me off. Why yes, I was, but that's not important now. I regret not giving him one for all before, but I've seen how hard you're working to be someone he could have been proud of. That's why I want you to have it now. To be the hero he would have wanted you to be. I stumble backwards, as if his words were a physical blow. Tears pour from my eyes as my breathing becomes erratic. I scramble through my jacket's pockets, pulling two things that I always have on me now. The first is a bottle of my prescribed pills, of which I take one and swallow. The second is a paper bag that I hold to my mouth, watching as it rapidly inflates and deflates. The pill, plus the bag helps me to calm down without too much time passing, only 10 minutes, and I pocket them again as I look at my father, who's standing in front of me with his hands raised as if unsure of what to do. My glare has him flinching back, and I scowl as I turn around, deciding to walk home. Before I do though, I leave the most honest words I can say behind. You could have helped him achieve his dream at any point in our lives. You chose not to. You were the same, and you decided that he wasn't good enough because he didn't have a quirk. I don't know who it was that passed one for all down to you, but they made a mistake. Chapter 31, Disappointment. All Might. I sit on the couch at home and sigh as I look down at the table in front of me, my daughter's words ringing through my head. They made a mistake. I sigh again, looking towards a shelf holding family pictures. Except that there are only a few that have Izuku in them after he turned 4, and none from the past 7 years, at least. She's right. Nana would be disappointed in me. I look back at the table, or rather, what's resting on it. A bottle of whiskey and a miniature shot glass. Really, it's more of a joke item than something meant to be used. Drinking any kind of alcohol in any content is a bad idea, is putting it lightly. A normal-sized cup of the stuff would kill me. But at this size? Well, it's only a gamble on whether or not I end up feeling intense pain. Normally not something to risk just to have it coat my tongue. But sometimes, the risk is worth it. Luckily for me, my wife has been doing night patrols the past few weeks, so she's not here to get rid of the American favorite. I've had the bottle for years now. I'd originally gotten it back when my son was 4 to drink as a celebration for passing on one for all when he came of age. But, with one last sigh, I feel even trying to refer to this thing as a cup is a joke. It doesn't even fit enough to fill the cap of the bottle. Still though, it's enough to get a taste of it. It's the next best thing to actually drinking it. So after resealing the bottle and putting it back in its hiding spot, I down it. I let the taste of it fill me, enjoying the long-forgotten burn as it rolls across my tongue. One that's gone all too soon as it's absorbed due to how dry it is. Still though, it manages to ease the tension in my shoulders by just a hair. And since the taste itself will linger, I'll be able to fall asleep feeling as if I'd actually drunk some. Maybe even have a dream about being able to actually do that. I am not having a dream where I'm able to drink whiskey without dying. Instead, I stand in front of 7 stone thrones on top of which sit 7 people. Each of who has some kind of disappointed or angry expression on their faces. But what hurts the most is that I recognize one of them. My teacher. My mentor. The person who believed in me to carry on her legacy. Nana Shimura. Her face is shadowed by her hair, but the abject disappointment and twist of her lips tells me all that I need to know. Whatever I'm doing here, wherever here is, it's not good. The first to speak is the person in the center, a skinny man with mop-like, scraggly white hair. Toshinori Yagi. Also known as All Might. The symbol of peace. You had the chance to pass on one for all to a worthy successor. One who, like you, desperately wanted to help people with all their heart. Even if they had no quirk of their own. But instead, you told them to give up. That they didn't have enough power to accomplish their dream. A man with a large scar across the center of his face scowls at me. Though I'm taken off guard by his resemblance to young Bakugu, I try to defend myself, but it's like I can't open my mouth, can't move. A man whose jacket covers the lower half of his face is the next to speak. We can all see through your eyes, so we can see all that which you see. Even if you don't realize you're seeing it. I gulp, knowing what that means. They've seen how Izuku was treated his whole life, including the neglect. You acknowledged the growth your daughter has gone through, and attempted to name her your successor. Though her past actions are reprehensible, we were willing to accept it. A man with pale blonde hair and 2 straight scars stretching down his face over one eye and past his lips speaks, and I'm happy that they approved of my choice, only to be engulfed in self-admonishment as he continues. But once again, due to your own actions, we've been denied one who deserves the power to induce change. Even if she would not have survived it, she could have done great things before she perished. My head shoots up at that, concern outweighing my other negative emotions. She wouldn't have survived. What do you mean? I try to say the words, but am unable to. Still, they seem to understand, and my master is the one to answer, her voice heavy with regret. Toshinori no. Yagi. My heart breaks hearing her reject calling me my name as she always had. A sign that our deep bond that developed as more than teacher and student is gone. There was a reason I chose you as my successor. More than your heart, it was a test. A test. What kind of test could inheriting one for all be? You see, fourth, she gestures to the man with 2 scars, did not fall to all for one. He did not engage him in battle at all. Instead, he hid himself in the wilderness and relentlessly trained the quirk in the hopes that his own successor would have the power to defeat him. Training that resulted in his death. The bald man with a pair of goggles on his head speaks. See, the quirk got too powerful. His body couldn't contain all of it. So it kept struggling to keep it in check, but one day it couldn't keep up. One for all killed him. Which is where you came in, Yagi. After finding out what happened to Fourth, I investigated. It led me to an unexpected conclusion. Anyone with a quirk who inherits one for all will die an early death as their body tries to contain more than twice the power it was meant to handle. She raises her head, and I can finally see the anger in her eyes as tears roll down her cheeks. I thought that you, a quirkless boy with a heart of gold, would be able to not only survive, but surpass all of the previous users. I thought that you could bring an end to all for one. I was right, but also wrong. She takes a breath as the anger intensifies. You've lived longer than any of us, and your power is more than what any of the previous users could summon as well. You critically wounded all for one to the extent that he hasn't made any noticeable moves in years. My eyes widen. Wounded? No. I crushed his head. He should be dead. Seeing my panic, the first speaks again. One for all and all for one are connected. Should my brother have died, we would know. But our battle is not over. Nana, seemingly losing patience, jumps to her feet with a sharp movement. And you decided to reject the perfect successor. He was quirkless, which means he wouldn't have been killed by the quirk. He had a heart of gold, even after what he'd experienced. If it had been anyone else, I wouldn't be surprised if they turned to villainy. Hell, I might have supported that choice. She takes a deep breath before letting it out slowly, her next words barely above a whisper. But he also had you. You who could have raised him so that he would have full knowledge of the quirk. So that he could improve himself for the longest time. Who could have been the best of us. But instead, her tone goes cold, her words sharp barbs that dig into my skin. Instead, you grew arrogant. You began to believe that you and the quirk were one and the same. You didn't want to give it up, don't deny it. She shouts, apparently able to tell how I wanted to object. Another breath. It is your actions that drove your son to his decision, which has dissuaded your daughter from accepting this power. She turns away, leaving the circle of light. Her words echo from the darkness as everything fades away, hammering into my mind as true sleep engulfs me. You desired to hold this power for as long as possible. So keep it you will. Should you encounter someone new who we deem worthy of inheriting one for all, you will know. When that time comes, you will make the offer, no questions asked. Your daughter spoke the truth. I did choose the wrong successor. Inko. I come home to a silent house, which is no surprise given how late it is. I'm sure that Izumi is tired from a long day of school followed by trying to clean trash beach. I can't help but roll my eyes when I see Toji asleep in our room. I don't know why he insisted on that for her community service. There's no way that it will stay clean even if she manages to get it there. I'm sure I could have pulled some strings of my own to get her assigned to my agency for her punishment, but he insisted on that. Maybe it has to do with his delusion about being able to pass his quirk on to others. While uncommon, it's not really unheard of for a person's quirk to affect their mental state. But thinking that he can just give it away? That's a new one. I can't help but scoff at the thought. Really, giving away a quirk? What nonsense! Why, if the number one hero were able to give his quirk to another person, then he'd just be making himself quirkless. I hold back a derisive laugh at the thought. The number one hero, All Might himself, becoming a quirkless. The thought is so ridiculous that it's funny. Quirkless aren't worth our time. They're less. I didn't always think this, of course. But after finding out that my own son was one of them? Well. With all the comments I heard from those who knew, is it any wonder that I tried to find comfort where I could? It was them who showed me the truth. Who showed me that the quirkless are relics with no place in modern society. It wasn't my fault that he'd come from my body. Just bad luck. I thought that, if he ended up running away, we could finally be happy. That's why I decided to let everyone think that he'd actually committed suicide. He had a smile when I'd passed him by that day, so why should I care? He would be out of our lives, he'd be happy, wherever he'd end up. It was a win-win for everyone, which was already more than he deserved. But instead, our home lost the feeling that it was a family. Neither my husband nor my daughter want to talk, though Toji tells me that they do manage some conversation when coming back from Trash Beach. But we're not happy. And it's all the fault of that quirkless brat. I should have listened to the others and just gave him to an orphanage or something. But what's done is done. All I can do is try to help the two of them. And if that means lying to my husband and searching for him on my own, fine. I'll make him apologize to the two of them for faking his death, then make sure he experiences actual death. It's what the quirkless deserve, after all. Chapter 32, Delusions and Mending. Bakugu. I scowl as I throw another punch, the bag swinging on its chain. That shitty therapist I'm forced to go to kept blabbering on about how I'm too angry all the time and suggested going to the gym to try and work out my aggression with a healthy outlet. As if I didn't work out all the damn time. If I didn't work on my muscles, especially the ones in my forearms, then I wouldn't even be able to use my own damn quirk. Does that dumbass not realize that explosions produce shock waves? Or that resistance doesn't mean immunity? It's like he's a goddamned idiot. With a shout I slug the bag like I would someone's stomach and it bends as it rises a bit. The chain causes a racket as the bag yanks it back down, making me scowl at the noise. That kid really has some strong arms. He'd make a great boxer. Dude, don't bring it up with him. Last time someone did that he nearly broke their arm. Seriously? Yeah. Don't you know his nickname? It's... I whirl around, barely holding back the urge to let out some explosions along with my irritation. I can hear you damn extras whispering back there. Hearing my shout, the two idiots scramble away, running out the gym's doors. I scowl, turning back to the bag in front of me with a huff of annoyance. Damn pansies can't even stand up to a bit of yelling and they think that they can talk smack about me. I start wailing on the bag, my hits coming hard and fast. As if I'd settle for becoming a shitty boxer. I'm going to be the #1 hero. My punches start hitting harder, matching the rage rising inside me as I vent about the shitty stuff that's been happening. That shitty principal decides to make my life harder because that shitty Deku decided to give up on his shitty life. My shitty therapist tells me to do the same shit that I already do all the damn time, as if it would make any kind of damned difference, and to top it off, that shitty Izumi decided all this shit wasn't enough and got off easy by playing the fucking victim. Meanwhile I'm told that the only reason I'm not being arrested is because I have All Might himself backing me. What the fucking hell is even going on anymore? I give out a wordless scream as I put 100% into my punch, the bag swinging with such force that it hits the ceiling. I take a step back, catching my breath as it falls, the chain supporting it somehow still not having snapped. But that just pisses me off more, like it's mocking my punches, saying that they're too weak to break it. Too weak to break that shitty nerd's unattainable dream. With a scowl, I turn around, snatching my towel and water bottle before leaving the empty building. Obviously I knew it was empty before I started shouting. Despite what those damn extras think, I'm not an idiot. I know that I can't go around talking about All Might like I personally know him. Not only would that invite questions, not even just including those crappy vultures who call themselves news teams, but also villains. All Might's personal life is on the level of a national secret, so any slip up and I can kiss my entire life goodbye. Maybe even literally. I know that my shitty parents won't try to stick up for me. They've made that clear ever since Deku jumped. The old hag has been bitching at me more and more, nitpicking everything I do. Even when I was leaving for the gym to work out at least a bit of my irritation, she wouldn't shut up about being back at some random ass time. Before, she'd just tell me to be back before dinner. Now? I'm lucky if I can go out for more than a couple hours without the two of them threatening to throw me on my ass. Not that I even have anyone to hang out with anymore. With Aldera closed down, most of the extras who I let be my lackeys have gotten sent to other schools than me. Finger Freak even got arrested. The few who ended up in the same school as me avoid me like the fucking plague, and the new bastards are too fucking stupid to see how far I'm going to go. There's even some shitty extra with a bird head that says he plans to go to UA. And he's always speaking in damn riddles and saying revelry in the dark all the damn time. What the fuck does that even mean? The worst part is that I don't even have someone to vent to. Normally Izumi would listen when I describe how irritating all these shitty extras are, but she fucking betrayed me. She told the fucking cops that I nearly killed Deku on a regular basis, and that he had all kinds of scars from it. As if that were true. No matter how badly I beat that shitty nerd, he'd always show up the next day like nothing ever fucking happened. Like he was saying I was too weak to stop him. He was looking down on me, and it pissed me the fuck off. That bitch better watch her back in UA. Because she's on my shit list. Shoko. I sit at the dinner table, observing Fuyamai as she serves the meal with a happy smile on her face. Across from me, Natsuo looks at her with a fond expression. A far cry from the scowl he directs at our father sitting at the head of the table. Still though, he'll stay for the whole meal and won't pick any fights. He's come a long way since father gathered us all together 5 months ago. 5 months ago. Father has gathered all of his children, who aren't dead, for a family dinner. The first that I can remember. Fuyamai seems happy about it, though Natsuo looks like he's on the verge of flipping the table. As for me, I don't really care. Does it really matter if we eat together or separately? For me at least, it's not like it will make me feel better or worse. Ever since it happened, I haven't really felt much of anything. Like the world, previously made of color, has become monotone shades of gray. Not literally, of course, I'm not colorblind. Izuku always told me that I need to work on separating the metaphorical from the literal, so I've been working hard on it. My siblings have helped me a bit with this, but it's difficult. Sometimes when I think someone is talking metaphorically, they're talking literally, and vice versa. Sometimes I wonder why I even try, but it's something Izuku said to me, so I'll keep going. Just like I'll keep on my path to becoming a hero. To make sure I'm the light for those who need it. Someone who will bring them warmth in the cold, or cold in the heat. I'm not sure that came out like I meant it. Father enters the room, looking at us all imperiously even if he isn't using his flaming facial hair. He sits at the head of the table with crossed arms, moving his gaze over the three of us. He clears his throat. I am aware that I have not been the best father. He ignores Natsuo's snort, keeping a stoic expression as he continues. While I know that I cannot simply apologize and expect forgiveness, I will still do so. I am sorry. He bows his head, causing Natsuo to look at him with his jaw hanging open and Fuyami holding a hand to her mouth in surprise. I simply raise an eyebrow. Recent events have caused me to realize how important family is. And how much my goal of surpassing All Might has blinded me. It is not worth tearing our family apart. What? Natsuo shoots up from his sitting position, his hands clenched into fists. You have the nerve to say that after everything that's happened? Everything you've done? Father says nothing, keeping his head bowed as my brother shouts his grievances at him while Fuyami has her hands raised to try and calm him down, to no effect. You sent Mom to a mental hospital. Tuya is dead. And you have the nerve to realize that your stupid rivalry wasn't worth it now? What about us? How do you think it feels to hear that? Father raises his head, seeing the tears flowing down Natsuo's cheeks for the first time. But he makes no move to get up, no move to comfort him. I'm not sure he even knows how to comfort someone. What he does do, though, is speak. I'm sorry. I have no other words to express just how deeply I regret my actions. But I will be taking steps to at least try to help us become a family. The first of which is hiring a family therapist, as well as having your mother moved to a facility where they focus more on treatment for patients rather than simply caring for them. Natsuo is shocked into silence, which I fill with my own question. Where would she be moved? Will I still be able to visit her? He nods. You will. In fact, the person I'm hiring for us has already recommended that all of you visit her once she's moved as the first step in trying to bring us together. I raise an eyebrow, taking note of what goes unsaid. You won't visit her. He looks away. I don't believe that seeing me would help her. It might even make things worse. But you want to. And I'm guessing that the therapist said you should too. Silence again, this time with my siblings staring at me with wide eyes. Eventually, Father chuckles. You've become quite observant, Shoko. I nod as I frown, my eyes looking down. Izuku analyzed everything that he could, and had a tendency to mutter his thoughts out loud. I guess I picked up some of his skills. As we eat, I realize just how far our family has come. Father even worked up the courage to go and see Mom 2 months ago. Yes, he came back with a bandage wrapped around his shoulder because she panicked when he walked through the door and shot an icicle at him, but after that they did manage to talk through a closed door. With several people keeping watch to make sure there were no more incidents. I've finally managed to make peace with what happened to Izuku, and the world has color to me again. I won't ever drop my hate for the Yagis and Bakugo though, no matter how much the therapist says it isn't healthy. It's not the type of thing you can just forgive. But for our family? There's no fighting at the table, no snide remarks, and even Natsuo's scowl has mostly faded away. There's no laughter, and Fuyami is the only one with a smile, but Father never smiles anyways, and I'm told that my facial muscles aren't very responsive. Still though, the dinner is nice. We're not there as a family yet, but we're on our way. Third, UA. Nizu frowns as he stares at his computer. Obtaining police records while leaving no evidence is a simple matter for him. Not even worthy of being called a chore. But the police's poor defense against the hacking of the so-called Rat Satan or Rat God, depending on if he's decided you will be entertaining to him, is not why he's frowning. Instead, it's the report on the death of the pro-hero Slugger. It's not his death itself that has the principal worried. As much as he wishes it were otherwise, these types of things do happen from time to time. No, it's how efficiently he was taken down. There was no signs of a struggle, from either him or his sidekick, despite how brutally the sidekick was killed. He doubts that it's very pleasant to have one's heart torn out of their chest. Which means that they were both taken down in a single blow, which means that two villains made plans to kill them in advance. Additionally, there is what he presumes will be their signature. A childish breakup of the word Midori, meaning green, and doodle of a rabbit. Likely in reference to their name, Midosegi. What's most concerning to him is how there was no sign of them appearing beforehand. Usually villains like this would start off making their mark on civilians, then target a hero when they've built up their confidence and skills. For example, he is aware of how the formerly labeled Stendhal worked as a type of mercenary for various organizations before donning the Stain persona and targeting the stains on Hero Society. But this Midosegi? There is no sign of them before they targeted Slugger. No oddly adept assassinations, no markers that one could take to represent either Midori or Usagi. Nothing. It makes him worry that the person in possession of Izuku Yagi's notebooks has finally decided to make their move. Chapter 33, Debut Redo. Okay, to be fair, All for One never told me how I should make my debut. But yes, in hindsight it does make sense that he intended for me to make a spectacle of it to get my name out there. Not to mention putting the combat skills I've been learning to the test. Neither of which had gotten done after my attack on Slugger. The news only reported that a new villain murdered the pro-hero Slugger and his sidekick. No mention of my villain name at all. And as for skills, well, at least I got to test my parkour and stealth skills in a real-life environment. Stealing Shiggy's hands and hiding them around the bar can only give me so much practice, after all. Even if the consequences of, in his words, failing a stealth check are more serious than out on the streets. Depending on who you ask. Probably. Anyways, since my first debut was lacking any actual debut-ness, I'm back to try again a week later. My new target? The hero known as Red Gauntlet. His quirk lets him connect with two objects of his choosing and control them with his mind. It's honestly pretty impressive, and his skill with manipulating them shouldn't be underestimated. Of course, the weakness for it should be obvious. If someone manages to immobilize them, then he's basically fighting quirkless. At least if my theory about how long it takes to make and break connections is right. But it should be, since he never tries to connect with anything in the environment when he fights. Still though, I don't think he'll be an easy opponent. Especially in an open space with a crowd watching. Acrobatics are much harder to perform in open spaces, but I can take comfort in the fact that all the signs littering his patrol route mean I'll still be able to put my hops to good use. As for how I'm going to start my challenge to him? I'm still thinking about that. I don't want it to be boring or generic. It's got to stand out enough that I can trademark it as a Midosegi special. But if I try to make it too showy, then it will just come off as ridiculous. I don't really have a reason to attack random people when I'm specifically targeting the hero either. Sure, I don't really care if they get caught up in what happens, but attacking them just to declare my challenge to the hero feels kind of tasteless. I wish Himi was here, she'd have an idea of what I could do. But then again, she would probably just go up and stab him, which would mean that I wouldn't get to test my skills again. Still though, Lagnat. I'm pulled from my thoughts by a hand tapping my shoulder, causing me to jump in shock while making a weird noise. Now, normally this wouldn't be particularly noteworthy. I do get lost in my mutterings way too often, according to the League. But in this situation, it's pretty unexpected. Not because I'm hunting a hero. Not because I think someone could have heard me, most people aren't really able to understand my mutterings, I'm told. And certainly not because I'm dressed in my villain outfit. No, it's unexpected because I've been muttering on top of a lamp post, so there shouldn't have been someone up here. As I fall from my position though, the person grabs a hold of me and nudges me back into position on top of it, saving me from needing to try and flip myself midair to try landing on my feet. Could I do it? Yes. But it still would have been embarrassing since I'm supposed to be testing my skills. With my footing secure, I turned to the person who surprised then saved me. Though I'm not sure whether I want to thank them or stab them. Maybe both. But those thoughts are thrown out of my mind and shock takes over when I see who's behind me. Hovering in the air while flapping his crimson wings is one of the most dangerous heroes in Japan I could have possibly met. The number 3 hero, Hawks. Seriously. I'm barely going after someone in the mid-hundreds rankings, and all of a sudden the number 3 hero shows up? What the heck? Does life just hate me or something? His patrol route isn't even anywhere near here. Is he here for a special job or something? Kid. I'm snapped from my thoughts of depressive disbelief at the sound of the hero's voice. Looking back at him, I can see the concern subtly masking the caution on his face. Which makes sense. He found a teenager dressed in a suspicious outfit crouched on top of a street lamp while muttering to himself. It would honestly be weirder if he wasn't on guard. Tilting my head to show I'm listening, I wait for him to continue talking. He sighs before he does. I asked what you were doing up here. It's not exactly a good place to hang out. Then why are you up here? I ask, then my eyes alight on what he's holding in his hand. Wait, were you planning to perch on here for your lunch? And isn't eating fried chicken kind of cannibalism? Though hawks do generally eat any animals that they can carry away, which includes smaller birds, so I guess it makes sense. But you're not actually a hawk despite your name, so is it more of an image thing? Or? I'm silenced by one of his sharp feathers poking at my throat, and his voice is cold as he warns me. You didn't really think I couldn't see you reaching for that knife under your jacket now, did you? You don't get to be number 3 without at least that level of observational skills. I chuckle, heedless of the blood that trails down my throat at the action. Nat, I knew it wouldn't be that easy to get the drop on you. You were trained by the HPSC from childhood, after all. The feather digs just a bit deeper, causing the thin line of blood to get a bit thicker. And how exactly would you know that? Though cold, his tone wouldn't be out of place if he'd run into an unpleasant work acquaintance. Certainly not how you would think someone would sound holding the equivalent of a knife to your throat. Then again, Himi holds a knife to my throat all the time. And she did a lot more than just that last week for her second present. Let's just say that it's a good thing I have complete regeneration for when she gets too excited. Though it wasn't unpleasant in the least since I don't feel pain. Still though, I ended up putting a couple of boundaries to make sure she doesn't go overboard. After all, I show up in the afterlife how I'm dressed when I die. So dying during or just after our time and appearing like that in front of the receptionist is. Even if she did say she was used to it, which is concerning for a variety of reasons, I'd rather not make it a habit. The point, I suppose, is that the pressure he's continued to put on my throat with his feather while I contemplate all this, to the point where a steady trickle of blood is flowing now, doesn't bother me whatsoever. Anyways, since it's obvious that he's getting impatient for an answer, I flash him a grin. Before realizing that he can't see it because of my mask. Sighing, I decide to just give a precise and simple explanation. Notebook number 12. A quirked eyebrow is his response while I continue. Which reminds me, is it true that you were originally part of a group, but the others died because they couldn't handle the training? He's shocked, and rightly so. In fact, he's shocked enough that his focus on the feather wavers for a moment. A moment I'm not going to waste. Of course not. They just didn't become. I cut him off with a flick of my wrist to drop a knife into it, and in the same motion toss it underhand at his face. Though it misses, he still flinches back. It gives me a split second to move where I don't have to worry about an instant feather to the throat. So obviously I gently push off the post and hop backwards, giving him a small wave as I drop. It's not long to the ground, so I bend my knees to absorb the force and rebound it so that my jump backwards launches me out of the way of the feathers that impale the ground. Sort of like a trampoline. If a trampoline had a good chance of breaking your legs if you don't know what you're doing. So exactly like that, actually. But dodging the initial volley doesn't do me much good considering he has literally hundreds of feathers that he can control growing from his back. Which is attested to with another volley, though this time some are aimed parallel to the ground so that they won't get embedded and become useless. I'm stuck doing small, quick hops backwards to avoid them, since turning around and trying to run from them would take too much time. Still though, I have enough freedom to look around for anything that can help. But all I can see are the cheap plastic signs in front of the various buildings that would barely give me a second of time, which I would spend just trying to get back my balance from using it to block them. Then I realize I'm being dumb and nearly slap myself, but after I duck to dodge some feathers Hawks sends at me from the side to do just that I think I'm good. Instead, I keep hopping backwards, only this time I have a goal in mind. It doesn't take long for me to reach one of the stores that are mainly brick with smaller windows. Judging by the hanging sign above the door, I think it's some kind of cafe? Maybe I'll check it out later after I get away from Hawks. I'm not nearly arrogant enough to think that I can beat him, so I just need a way to stall him long enough to run away and call Kurogiri. Although my hands brush along two pouches on opposite sides of my waist, only for me to dismiss the thought. Instead, I pause my hopping and crouch down, giving the feathers the seconds they need to catch up to me. Hopefully my timing's right. I mutter before flipping backwards. I plant my feet on the wall, legs bending as far as I can make them. Which is pretty far when pain isn't a factor. I feel my muscles tensing, my skin stretching as I condense myself as much as possible to keep the momentum from my jump so that I don't fall off the wall. And just as the feathers are about to reach me, I push off with all the force I can. One of the feathers skim my flapping jacket as we go in opposite directions, tearing a hole in it before they bury themselves in the wall. I turn my jump into a roll as I hit the ground, bouncing back to my feet after I bleed off some momentum. I pop up with my arms outstretched in a ta-da pose, waiting for the applause. Instead, I get a swarm of feathers stabbing into my shoes to keep me pinned. Others strike me while twirling so that I don't get stabbed, useful. I didn't know he could do that, my flailing arms doing nothing to stop my fall. And once I do, more feathers pierce my jacket, pinning me to the floor. I try to move, pushing against the ground to try and dislodge them, but I get nowhere. With a huff of frustration, I look up at the birdman looking down on me. Though from my position, it looks like he's upside down, making me giggle and getting another raised eyebrow from him. Something funny? He asks, his earlier cold tone nowhere to be found now. I nod happily. Yab. It looks like you're hanging upside down in the sky from here. I blink. Wait, can you actually do that? Since you don't actually need to flap your wings, it should be possible, right? He chuckles. You're a strange kid, you know that. I huff in annoyance. Who are you calling kid? You're barely 6 years older than me. Another chuckle before he gets a bit serious. Putting your age aside, what was that you said about a notebook? I beam at him, which admittedly feels like it would come off awkward given our positions. I'm always happy to talk about quirks. I try to adjust to a more comfortable position, but give up after a couple moments of awkward squirming. So, I have well, 15 now, I guess, notebooks all about heroes and their quirks. I do put down some personal details that I managed to dig up on them and how they might have influenced how they use their quirks though. I filled number 12 with the top 10 at the time, though given how fast Mirko has been shooting up the rankings I think I should revise those heroes' information soon. He pauses as if trying to recall something, and I tug once again at the feathers. But nope, they're stuck in there pretty well. There is something I could do, but I don't decide one way or the other whether I'll do what I have in mind by the time he speaks again. I'm pretty sure that Nizu mentioned for certain heroes to be on the lookout for notebooks with a dangerous amount of information. He eyes me speculatively. The one you're talking about wouldn't happen to have been written by Izuku Yagi, would it? I growl at hearing that name. It's been half a year since I've heard it, and being called a Yagi causes anger and disgust to bubble up. Emotions that fill my words as I speak through gritted teeth. Izuku Yagi is dead. If he really even existed in the first place. His eyes practically glow with interest at how vehemently I speak the words. So sure of yourself, aren't you? Now, why exactly would that be? I chuckle darkly, enjoying how he ever so slightly tenses at it. Why, because I'm the one who killed him. And 3 months ago, my girlfriend made it official. Now. A smile stretches across my face. Not one of the ones that I'm told makes people wish for sunglasses, no. It's one that nearly splits my face in half. One that Himi said sends an eclectic shock through her body when she sees it. One that doesn't belong to anyone sane. So it's a good thing that crazy is fun. There's only Mitosagi. And I pull the pin on the grenade in my left hand and roll it towards the hero. His eyes widen, and the object is immediately covered in tightly packed feathers to try and contain the explosion. But that's not enough for the hero, since anyone with a lick of knowledge about evolution knows that human bodies have improved to such a degree as to be considered superhuman when compared to pre-Quark era people. Even the Quarkless have these improvements. Which means that weapons needed to be improved just as much. Though not as noticeable with guns, grenades make it easy to see the difference when compared with old videos of their pre-Quark counterparts. Though it isn't that hard, Kaken needs to actually put in some effort to match their power. Which is why in addition to wrapping it, he has a multitude of feathers carry it high into the sky where it won't harm our audience. He's so focused on it as it explodes that he's barely paying attention to me. After all, I'm already incapacitated, and I've already used my trump card in the grenade. Which is why he's taken completely by surprise when the second one gently rolls against his foot. But he's not a pro for nothing. What feathers he has left pour off of him in a wave and shoot towards the civilians on the sidelines, snagging onto their clothing and flying them to safety as quickly as possible. The few that aren't mostly have enough sense to run for cover to try and avoid dying. All except for one dedicated idiot who just stares at us wide-eyed with his phone held up, apparently recording the whole fight. There's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be as dead as Hawks and me. If it was a real grenade, that is. When it explodes, it's not in a fiery explosion. Instead, it's a sparkling one. Glitter flies through the air at speeds too fast to dodge, and the entire area becomes covered in the frustratingly stubborn decoration. I have no doubt that the storefronts closest to us will still be sparkling even a month from now. That's not even mentioning the spot on the street where the explosion originates from. But that's for someone else to deal with. While everyone is disoriented, I slip out of my jacket and shirt, cut the laces on my shoes while holding back tears at my unavoidable betrayal and start running as fast as I can. It's going to take forever to get the glitter out of my hair, I grumble to myself as I pull out my phone. Seriously, couldn't Hawks have just ignored the incredibly suspicious guy standing on a street light? He could have just gone and cannibalized his cousins in peace, but no. I bet the glitter got all over his chicken, I chuckle. Serves him right, making me leave behind my shoes, shirt, and jacket. Though it is odd how I could just pull out like that. Though I guess most people would be put off when the feathers cut into their arms while taking them out. I shrug the thought away as Kurogiri answers, a portal of darkness appearing not long after. I walk through, wondering if this could be considered a successful debut. Not many people can escape Hawks unless they have a fire quirk, so I guess I could call it a win? We'll see. Hawks stares at the abandoned clothing where the villain was just minutes ago. He coughs, a small cloud of glitter puffing into the air as he does. He just stands there for another moment, staring at the glitter-contaminated bloodstains around the pierced parts of the clothing where the villain was cut, pulling his arms out. He looks down to his side, where the bucket of fried chicken that was meant to be his lunch is still held in the crook of his arm. It sparkles just as much as he figures he does at the moment. Popping off the lid, he's pleasantly surprised to see that it's been unaffected by the glitter bomb. As he pulls out a leg, he's never been so happy that he had the bucket custom made for him out of incredibly lightweight and resilient metal. Taking a bite, he can't help but gloat. Shows them what they know. A waste of money, my ass. Who gets a bucket of chicken hermetically sealed? The guy who gets to enjoy his chicken instead of having it get covered in glitter like himself. He quickly polishes it off, sighing as he seals the lid back in place and tosses the bone in a nearby trash can. Despite his cavalier attitude, he knows how serious the situation is. He's one of the few who knows the full situation regarding the notebooks Nizu told them to be on the lookout for. Good news, he knows who has them. Bad news, the situation regarding the suicide of Izuku Yagi might not be as simple as everyone believed. Chapter 34, Realization. I'm in the bar, sitting on my knees on the bare floor in front of my girlfriend, who looks annoyed with me. To be fair, I did come back from my debut redo half naked and covered in glitter. Even after a full day of showering, not of daylight, but 24 hours, mind you, I still have some of it in my hair. When I got out though, Himi giggled at the sight and said now my hair sparkles as much as my happy smile, which immediately made an appearance to showcase the fact. Of course, then came the story of how I ended up like that when the hero I was going after isn't too highly ranked. Which is how I've found myself in my current position, just moments after finishing said tale. So you're telling me, Himi starts with her hands on her hips while Shiggy cackles in the background, that you didn't fight the 570-something hero Red Gauntlet? 436, Akshu. Thunk. I hold my head with my hands and obediently make sounds of pain without rising from my knees. Ignoring my specification, she continues. And instead, you decided to glitter bomb not only the number 3 hero, but also yourself. She taps her foot on the ground with an irritated twist of her mouth. Does that about sum it up? I tilt my head and put a finger on my chin in thought before eventually nodding. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, and I'm pretty sure he was on a lunch break since he was carrying around a bucket of chicken. She pauses and gently taps her chin lightly with the pan. Wouldn't that be cannibalism? That's what I said. I exclaim, both of us ignoring Shiggy's comment on how drinking blood is cannibalism too. She shakes her head. So you somehow ended up fighting and escaping from Hawks, who was on a break. Yep. I nod happily, hoping that she'll let me up soon. I've been sitting here for a while. Finally though, she sighs. Your luck really sucks, you know that. I just look at her hopefully, which elicits another sigh. Fine. I'll let it go since meeting me probably used up most of your luck. I nod seriously. That makes perfect sense. You are one of the only good things that I've had in my life. She raises an eyebrow. Oh? What other ones are there? I think for a few seconds. Well, before we met I think the only good thing was having Shoko in my life. Thunk. This time the pan strike pushes my head down a bit. Glancing up, I see a strange light in Himi's eyes. Who's Shoko? Didn't you say I was your first girlfriend? Yet. Where'd she get the idea that I dated Shoko? We were just friends. The only friends either of us had, actually. I was quirkless, she stood up for me. She didn't like a thunk bootlickers. I shrug. Besides, even if I did like her like that, she was out of my league. Not to mention the daughter of Endeavor. Her eyes narrow and the pan bounces in her grip before she nods and points it accusingly at me. Didn't we work on your self-confidence issues? You got me, so no one is out of your league. Not to mention we're both literally in our own league too. It's my league. Shiggy mutters, continuing to be ignored. Before he can start scratching, Kurogiri slides him a drink, which he drains in a single gulp before turning back to his game. I just wanted to make sure you didn't lie to me before. She explains, causing me to gasp. Himiko. I raise my voice, watching her wince before hunching down a bit and holding the pan sheepishly between her hands. We agreed to always be honest with each other, and you think I would have hid something from you anyways? I thought you had more trust in me than that. I do. She shouts before mumbling. It's just, you haven't mentioned this girl before. So I thought that if she was really important to you, you would have mentioned her before. She wiggles in place, her hands still fidgeting with the pan. I blink at her. I haven't mentioned her before? Are you sure? She nods rapidly, a guilty look in her eyes. My brows furrow as I try to think, and I think she's right. At least, I don't remember talking about her after my jump. My jump. Oh, so that's it. I say as realization strikes. At her questioning glance, I explain. But first, I'm sorry for yelling, Himi. I didn't realize you didn't know about her. I sheepishly rub the back of my head. I guess we both kind of overreacted, hey. She looks at me with big eyes. So you're not mad? I chuckle, holding out my arms to her. No Himi, I'm not mad. Apology hug and suck. Immediately her mood flips, from contrite and concerned to happy and excited. She leaps into my arms, wrapping her own around me while her fangs dig into my neck. While we make up, my mind turns back to my realization. I didn't say goodbye to her. At the time, I'd been planning for what I'd written in Notebook 13 to be the last thing I left behind in the world. Obviously, that's not the case. Now, initially after waking up, I'd planned to tell her about finding out about my quirk, leaving out how I found out about it by trying to commit suicide, but in my shocked realization that the Yagis truly don't care about me, it seems that I forgot to talk to her. Now, I know they know that I'm alive, Inko saw me after all. But that means that my last words to her were my suicide note. If anyone found it, that is. If it wasn't, then there wouldn't even have been that as a goodbye. Either way, not the best thing to leave her with. I think at some point I realized that, and subconsciously avoided talking about her in an effort to avoid the guilt associated with it. But now that Himi has helped me face it, I'm not sure, actually. I'm not the same person she knew, far from it. I have a quirk. I've been killed. I have a girlfriend now. So much has changed, would she even want to continue being friends with me? I don't know, but can I leave things as they are? The sensation of Himi's fangs leaving my body puts my thoughts on hold, and she looks at me with her nose scrunched up a little. Just do what you want. Hey. I have no idea what she's talking about, and she sighs. I could literally taste your blood filling with worry and uncertainty. I don't know what it was about, but I can say that you should do the same thing as since we met. Her madness-filled grin appears. Whatever it is we want. I can't help but grin back. Yeah, you're right. I haven't let anything stop me from doing what I want so far, so why start now? Whatever happens, happens. But at least I'll be able to say that I didn't regret making the decision in the first place. I nod, my decision made. I grab her hand, turning to Kurogiri with a determined expression on my face. Kurogiri, could you drop the two of us off a bit away from Endeavor's house? I can give you the coordinates. He nods, and I tell him where it is, letting him decide just how far or close he portals us. As we walk through, I ask her about something she mentioned a while ago. While we wait to find an opportunity to talk to her, why don't you tell me about those thoughts you had on expanding our relationship? As the portal closes behind the two, Shigaraki can't help but send a confused look at Kurogiri. Doesn't she regularly stop him from cursing like he wants? Kurogiri shrugs. Perhaps it is a relationship-only situation. Neither of us are in one. so I do not think we would be able to understand. Shigaraki just grunts, preparing his character for a boss battle. While the two of us wait hidden on a rooftop a decent distance away from Shoko's house, Himi explains what she'd been thinking. Apparently she's okay with both of us having sex with other people so long as the other gets permission first. So unless the other person approves, then it's not happening. And, for some reason, she said both of us can only sleep with women, no guys. At my raised eyebrows she transformed into me and said the only man she needs is me, causing my face to burst into steam. I'd say she's the only girl I need, but she crossed her arms and made a buzzing sound, saying that I'm not allowed to pull an Uno reverse. According to her, since she brought it up first she makes the rules regarding it. Like many things in my life, I just accepted it and moved on. Anyways, we each are allowed to bring in one person to be a part of the committed relationship. Of course, previous approval is obvious. Along with meeting the person outside of the other's supervision so they get a more accurate idea of who they actually are. Neither of us are even allowed to kill potential relationship people without giving an actual valid reason as to do so. It goes without saying that whoever we go after would at least need to be okay with blood and murder, if not outright liking it. There's more things included in the discussion, but they're minor enough that we both agree that we can talk about them when the time comes. Meanwhile, Shoko has finally made an appearance. Though with something I don't expect. She enters her family's car while holding a bouquet of green hydrangea flowers. The surprise puts me off balance, and it's only Himi tugging on my arm that gets me moving to follow the car. Clearly, as villains, we couldn't just walk up to her house and knock on the door. So we need to follow her and drop in front of her when she's alone. Might she attack? Probably. But if it works, it works. We follow the car with only a bit of a struggle, our training ensuring that we can match weak speed quirks. Though I personally think that Himi's quirk improves her physique somehow along with her instincts. Eventually the car stops, and my eyebrows furrow. The building is familiar. Though it's only after following Shoko to her destination that I realize why that is. It's the building All Might brought me after I'd grabbed onto him. The building he'd crushed my dream on. The building where I started truly living my life. And in the alley Shoko walks into remains the large blood splatter denoting where I'd landed. I'm silent as I watch her approach a spot where a few objects already lay. A picture. A bouquet of half-dead flowers. And a bright yellow backpack. After placing the flowers, she claps her hands twice and bows her head. She remains like that for several minutes, only stopping when her phone hasn't stopped going off the entire time. She answers it with an angry twist to her lips, but I'm too far away to hear anything, prompting me to edge closer in order to hear her speak. I'm just in time for her final words to reach me. Fine. I'll be there. She hangs up before looking down one last time. With a sigh, she picks up the old flowers and turns around. The words she leaves behind, echoing in the alley echo through my ears as well. Utterly confused at how they could possibly be there. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you more often, Izuku. I hope, wherever you are now, you can finally smile about all the things that make you happy. I miss you. When Himi shakes my shoulder, asking me what's wrong, I can barely get my voice out, the bewildered words only just reaching her ears. She thinks I'm dead. Chapter 35, Midasaji's Connection. Izumi. I have no idea why I'm sitting in Nizu's office at UA, nor why Todoroki and the pro-hero Hawks are here. The only thing I can think of is it relating to Izuku, but that wouldn't make any sense. Though I do vaguely recall Nizu wanting to find his notebooks, so maybe it has to do with that? But that still wouldn't explain why Hawks is here, unless he has a lead and wants to question us. But if that is the case, couldn't he talk to us separately? If looks could kill, then there wouldn't even be a body left for my family to bury. A pang goes through my chest. Though it wouldn't be the first time. Thankfully though, Nizu finally speaks, breaking the tension that had encompassed the room since we got here. Does the name Midosegi mean anything to either of you? I shake my head, though I'm briefly reminded of before I got my quirk and Izuku, and I would think up future hero names. No matter what they were, we'd always have green in the name, since it matched both of our hair colors. It would have been a sign that if you messed with one of us, you messed with both of us. Of course, I threw that away when I decided to put Bakugo's words ahead of Izuku's well-being. But really, I only have myself to blame for everything that happened. I wasn't forced. I wasn't controlled. I was just a coward who hid from the truth. To my surprise, Todoroki nods to Nizu's question. Isn't that the person who glitter-bombed Hawks a few days ago? I can see the pro-grimace, and I'm reminded of seeing a clip of that on social media. It may have only happened a few days ago, but it's quickly become one of the most popular GIFs. People have even photoshopped different things popping out of the grenade. Popcorn, blood, a variety of holiday decorations. I'm just glad I have filters active on my apps because I know people are photoshopping much more adult things too. As shown to me by one of my friends who laughed at how much I blushed on seeing it. Yet, he says, that's what they introduced themselves as. He gives the two of us a measured look. But, he continues. He also knew who Izuku Yagi was. Okay. Shoko's voice is usually monotone, but somehow it's gotten even more monotone. Hawks raises an eyebrow. You don't think it's odd that someone who attacked the number 3 hero knows about a kid who, no offense, was barely known? She shrugs while I explain. Well, the only reason you'd have us both here is if it had something to do with Izuku's notebooks. Or if you approved my request to set her on fire. Shoko interrupts, and my jaw drops open while I stare at her in shock. But apparently, she doesn't think her words were important enough to even look at me. Nizu sighs. You will not be setting anyone on fire. At least not outside of designated combat exercises. She huffs while I process the implications of that comment. Once I do, I have to ask. Even if my voice does come out a bit choked up. You mean, you'll let me apply? Nizu looks at me with a face that reveals nothing, while Todoroki frowns at me. According to your therapist, you have made great strides in improving as a person, which has also been showcased by your dedication towards cleaning Dagaba Beach outside of your required time. But I know I might be doing more than putting my foot in my mouth here, maybe a sledgehammer, but I need to make sure. Wasn't my own application contingent on Bakugo doing well too? At the reminder of the explosion, boy Nizu sighs, and I note how the corners of Todoroki's lips quirk upwards, only to go back down as he explains. While his improvement is minimal, there has been improvement, according to his own therapist. Though they also say that he has a god complex so intertwined with an inferiority complex that it can only be solved by associating with those whose quirks are just as powerful, if not more so, than his own. So, from a legal standpoint, I must uphold my end of the conditions and allow you both to apply. With the hope that he improves. Though part 2 of your punishments will still be implemented, and should there be any reports of any kind of bullying, either one of you shall be expelled immediately. Now all 3 of us are frowning. Judging by how reluctant Nizu is, I can imagine that he doesn't agree with the therapist's assessment. But considering it's their decision, there's not much he can do about it. Still though, at least I'll be able to become a hero. Ah! Someone is lying to herself again. I'm not. Obviously you are. You think you can become a hero? I can. Really? Then why don't you go to the spot where he jumped? Do you really think that piddly little shrine you keep in your room is enough? Those only matter for the people who didn't drive the person to kill themselves. Shut up. You aren't real. You aren't real. Girl, I'm as real as you are. Though putting it like that, I guess it doesn't really count for much, now does it? I'm not a fake. Sure. Whatever you say. Yumi Kira. I take a deep breath, realizing that while I've been arguing with my own guilt, the conversation has continued. Thankfully it just seems to be Todoroki trying to convince Nizu that neither Bakugo or I should be allowed to apply, which gets a chuckle of approval from my guilt. But it seems that the odd person out has gotten tired of the tangent. Look, we aren't here to talk about the hatchling's applications to UA. We're here to talk about how Midosegi said he and his girlfriend killed Izuku Yagi. What? Todoroki asks sharply, pinning the pro with her stare. What? I ask, not understanding what that could possibly mean. After all, he left a suicide note. What? Asks my guilt, though I'm not entirely sure if I should count that one. Their surprise is technically my surprise too. Nizu's nod confirms Hawk's words. The villain did in fact claim to be responsible for his death. Not in the way you do, Miss Yagi, but more directly. But what does that mean? He can't be saying what I think he's saying, right? He sighs, opening a file resting on his desk and sliding one of the papers between me and Todoroki, whose expression could freeze a fire. We both look at it, and I can see that it's a form to change someone's name. Except it's listed as a change post-mortem. For the dead. And seeing who it's for, I can feel tears pooling in my eyes. A few leaking out when I hear Todoroki's satisfied voice. Good. He'd be happy that he doesn't have to share a name with them. And the worst part? I can't say that she's wrong. With how he lived, could any of us really say that he was a Yagi? Though making his name essentially mean Izuku the Green Rabbit is kind of. My mind grinds to a halt as the name of the villain comes back to me full force. Midosegi. Green Rabbit. But, that can't be. He's dead. His blood, and the suicide note, that's not even considering how he basically worshipped heroes. It wouldn't make any sense for him to attack one. Apparently Todoroki reaches the same conclusion if the way she jerks is any indication. It's not him. She states flatly. We did not say it was, Nizu says mildly. Though it does imply some sort of connection. The possibility exists that Midosegi sympathizes with Izuku Yagi and decided to honor his memory by taking down heroes without the use of their quirk. Though we cannot discount the possibility of them having a mental quirk either. He waves a paw before either of us could question him about how that would be honoring his memory. But, once again, that is not why we are here. We simply wish to know if there was anyone other than Miss Todoroki here that he associated with frequently. It might give us a clue as to their identity. I continue to stare at the principal for a few more moments before letting out a breath and slouching back into my chair. No. No, I don't think so. I sigh. A quick glance at Todoroki shaking her head confirms that she was his only friend. I frown. Friend? Could it be someone who bullied him? Like you. Nizu shakes his head. Unlikely. Each person from your school has been accounted for during Midosagi's encounter with Hawks. I frown while Todoroki asks her own question. What exactly did you mean when you said Midosegi killed Izuku? That's what they told me, Hawks shrugs. I asked him about the notebooks, and he said he killed the kid. By saying he killed Izuku Yagi, he could be referring to how, after his death, Izuku Yagi's desire for vengeance has been reborn in him. There also exists the possibility that he faked the suicide in order to get away with murder, though it is highly unlikely. Nizu explains. Anything else? Todoroki frowns. I think there's a brief moment where he hesitates, but it could just be my imagination. It's definitely strong enough for that, at least. Nope, Hawks denies. Nizu claps his paws. Well, should anyone with more than a passing relationship with the boy come to mind, please do make sure to inform me. It could help us to catch Midosegi. We both nod, getting up and leaving the office. Outside, I hesitate a moment before tentatively turning to her. Todoroki. No. The coldness in her voice has me flinching back. the fire in her eyes contrasting it with how much they burn with hatred. I don't care what your therapist says. I don't care what mine says. I don't care what Nizu says. There is nothing you can do to get my forgiveness. There is nothing you can do to get me to even think of you as an acquaintance. She takes a deep, shaky breath before turning around to walk away. If you want me to stop hating you, find a way to bring my friend back. He'd have a better chance of convincing me than whatever you could do. I walk home with my head down and tears falling, listening as my guilt mocks me. The entire time only 2 words fill my head. Though if it's directed at Todoroki or Izuku, I'm not sure. I'm sorry. Are you sure that was a good idea? Not telling them more. Nizu calmly sips his tea before answering. Was there more to tell? It must have slipped my mind. Hawks sighs. You know what I'm talking about. The way Midosegi was talking about those notebooks? The same way you talk about your world domination plans. That actually manages to get a chuckle out of the rat. Was it? How curious. Another sigh. Nizu, Hawks says seriously. We both know that Izuku Yagi and Midosegi are the same person. Do we? Nizu counters. As far as I am aware, the blood samples obtained from Midosegi were too contaminated by the glitter in order to get any sort of match. More than that, it was confirmed that the large amount of blood at the site where Izuku Yagi's backpack was found was in fact his own. Given the amount present, there is no possible way for a quirkless to survive without near-instant, on-site medical attention. Another sip of his tea before he tilts his head to look at Hawks with one beady eye. Of course, that is unless the HPSC is hiding certain information. But that certainly couldn't be the case, right? After all, why would they care about a single quirkless boy? Even if he was All Might's son. He has another child with a powerful quirk that they'd pay much more attention to. Hawks says nothing, which in itself says more than enough to Nizu. He's been called many things over the course of his life. Though he personally prefers the 2 titles bestowed upon him by those of UA, and those of the Commission. The Rat God of UA, the principal and overseer of the school. The one who does all they can in order for the students to succeed in their future careers, hero or otherwise. And for the Commission? They are the one who've earned Nizu's hatred many times over for their deplorable acts, as well as their attempts at taking control of the school away from him. But the Rat Satan of UA is their own creation, and he's long decided that he'll never be controlled again. Chapter 36, Cafe Consultations. How can she think I'm dead? I demand of Himi after slamming my cup back down on the table. Inko literally spoke to me after I jumped. It wasn't even the same day. I take a swig of my beverage, scowling at it upon the realization that it's empty. Himi just rolls her eyes at my actions while waving to get the waitress attention and signaling for a refill, getting her own eye roll in return even as she goes to get it. Meanwhile I continue grumbling to myself. I mean, I'd expect this kind of thing from Toshinori, but Inko. I shake my head. What the heck? Maybe she just forgot? She did seem pretty distracted back then. Himi tries to defend her, though I know it's not out of any kind of actual belief that she actually forgot, but more to play devil's advocate to help me understand the situation. I mean, half the reason I decided to call myself Midosegi is so that they would know that they're responsible for me being a villain. But if they all think that I'm dead, then how are they supposed to make that connection? They'll just think it's a coincidence. The waitress comes back and places my drink in front of me, which I take without a word and chug a mouthful. She eyes me for a moment before sighing. I'll have another on the way. You should slow down though, drinking so much root beer in so little time isn't good for you. I wave off the waitress' concerns. Doesn't matter. I'm irritated and confused, plus my girlfriend won't let me drink at the bar. A quick stab later will have me feeling right as a blight anyways. Himi will like it too, so that's a win-win. Other than a raised eyebrow, the waitress just shrugs off my words. After all, she doesn't know my quirk, or what it takes to use it. For all she knows, I could fix any stomach aches by poking myself with a pencil, and I'm just using weird phrases to talk about it because I'm some kind of edgelord. Sort of like that weird guy shouting about manliness a few booths over. Now, to be clear, I'm not calling him weird because he's shouting about manliness in a cafe. It's because the guys he's sitting with are looking at him like he's crazy while he does so, not that I'm one to talk. But anyways, Himi huffs and pulls my root beer away while the waitress goes to another table, worsening my scowl. Trying to get drunk on soda won't help you figure anything out. Even if fake drunk Izu is pretty fun. I snort, snatching my drink back. I look down into the frothy liquid as I think. You're right. I usually am, she smirks back. But it's really surprising. I get that she's the one who cared the least about my existence, but letting everyone else think that I'm dead? That's some next level of uncaring thunk junk. She nods in agreement, setting the mini frying pan on the table. Yeah, that is messed up. Though, she taps her chin and glances up, maybe she did it on purpose. She muses. At my confused look, she explains. Not letting anyone know you're alive would take, like, a ton of effort. Talking about you in the past tense instead of present, resisting correcting people about the day you died, and let's not forget watching everyone around herself believe something that she knows is wrong. She shakes her head. We both know how hard it is knowing everyone around us is wrong but fully believe that they're right. I think on that for a moment before nodding my head. You're right. Again. I sigh. But why? What benefit does she get from letting everyone think that I'm dead? I snort. It's not like they would have tried looking for me. She shrugs. Who knows? Sane people aren't right in the head. I nod in agreement. Yeah, sane people are weird. With our discussion about how Inko is more of a bitchy mother than a neglectful mother out of the way, we instead talk about how boring and nonsensical sane people are. But lingering in the back of my mind is what to do about Shoko. I mean, I don't have to do anything, but I feel guilty about just letting her think that I'm dead. Even if it is because of Inko's petty bitchiness. Thunk. I glare at Himi, who shrugs. I felt like I should, so I did. Sigh. Not even my thoughts are safe from the censoring frying pan. She giggles as the door opens and a group of girls in high school uniforms pass by the manly guys group leaving. So, what were you thinking about that deserved a whack? I was wondering if I should let Shoko know that I'm alive. I mean, she was the only person to care about me back then. Even if she ends up hating me for the fact that I've become a villain, she at least deserves to know. She tilts her head. Do you want her to know you're alive? I hesitate, but slowly nod, the high schoolers chattering getting louder. She shrugs. Then tell her. Or leave a letter. What's the point of being able to do what we want if you chicken out? She points at me accusingly with her straw, and I laugh, taking note of the girls filling the booth next to us. Her eyes narrow. Wait a minute, didn't we already talk about this a few days ago? When you were already going to tell her that you're a villain. Why are we doing it again? She gasps dramatically. Are we in a time loop? A dream? Is someone using a quirk to root around in our memories but got them all jumbled up and this isn't really happening? Seeing the over-exaggerated panic, I can't help the laughter that bursts out of me, quickly followed by her own. Laughter that's abruptly cut short. Confused, I look at Himi, only to see her with wide eyes and slightly trembling. Turning, I see that her eyes are locked on the group behind me. It's a group of 4, one with a minor mutation to go with their quirk that gives them some soft-looking antenna things poking out of their bushy hair. Another with a full mutation that kind of resembles a llama? Maybe? But the other 2 don't have any distinguishing characteristics, one having short brown hair and the other long black hair. I turn back to Himi, taking her hand in mine and feeling her grip it as strong as she can. Himi? What's wrong? She doesn't answer, just trembles. My concern skyrockets. In the entirety of our time together I have never seen her scared. And this isn't just her being scared, she's terrified. But why? What is it about those girls that scare her? It's only then that I start listening to their conversation. Unfortunately it's just inane drivel about social relationships. Shiver, they really do make things way too complicated. Are you friends? No? Do you want to be friends? Again, no? Then ignore them. There's no reason to try making them miserable just because they aren't in your clique. But then their talks turn to the past, and that does get my attention, my hand tightening inside Himmy's. But last year was crazy, right? What do you mean? The brunette asks, though the way she shifts tells how she knows what the afro maybe she's sheep-like girl is talking about. Oakman, you know. The black-haired girl accuses. What happened with Toga, her going psycho and attacking Sato? I heard that his family moved to Hokkaido after he got out of the hospital. Yeah, the llama nods. I overheard the teachers talking, and they said they didn't want to risk him getting attacked again. They continue their conversation, talking about how with Himmy's villainous quirk it was only a matter of time before she attacked someone. And how if she hadn't hid what it was they never would have talked to her. She's probably putting her skills to good use living on the streets, the black-haired girl snickers. I bet blood isn't the only thing she's sucking now. It's only when Himmy taps my wrist that I realize how hard I'm holding her hand, prompting me to ease up. The more they talk, the angrier I get. And seeing her hair shadowing her eyes and the drops of water under her hanging head, I'm on the verge of losing it. Still though, the llama interjects when they all stop laughing. Don't you guys think she's pretty pitiful? At the others' confused looks, she explains. I mean, you all know how some people don't like me because of how my quirk makes me look. But at least it's not a villainous one. She shakes her head. Looking at someone like Toga, who never would have been able to make it as a normal person, I can't help but be thankful about how much better off than her I am. Now it's Himmy gripping my hand too tightly, but since I don't feel pain I let her. Instead, I draw a knife from out of my shoe and gently place it under her face before leaning forward. They don't know you. They never knew you. Don't let the words of those with no understanding of how the world really works bother you. The words of the blind don't matter when it comes to seeing how wonderful you are. But more than that, don't let either them, or your past, curb your decisions. She looks up, her golden slitted eyes peering at me through a veil of tears. I give her a gentle smile. We were just talking about it, right? What's the point of being able to do what you want if you just chicken out? And if something is preventing you from doing what you want? I gently raise the hand I'm holding, flipping it over so that her palm faces her and her fingers are extended. With practiced motions, I flex her hand, and the claws of the device pop out as my grin turns dark. Then all we have to do is get rid of it. After all, who are they to get in the way of our happiness? She stares for a moment before smiling at me. She gives me a quick peck on the lips before starting to giggle. Then it starts to get louder. And louder. Soon enough, she's laughing. And before long, the rest of the cafe becomes silent as it turns into cackles, growing shriller and unhinged. With a smile, I flip the hood of my jacket on top of my head, looking forward to what's to come. Eventually, our waitress works up the nerve to return to our table. Excuse me, Bulletin, but would you mind quieting down a bit? You're disturbing the other customers. Abruptly, she stops, meeting the waitress' eyes. She shivers, and Himmy pats her on the shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'm fine now. She stands up, her hand not leaving the waitress' shoulder. Then she spins her around, cozying up against her so that they both face the girls from Himmy's past. I stand up as well, turning around to fully pay attention to them for the first time. They're looking at my girlfriend with shocked eyes and open mouths. You see, Himmy explains, I was just surprised to find some old friends. We have so much catching up to do. The waitress swallows while the girls are frozen. She gently tries to move away, obviously terrified of the situation. I'm sure that this isn't what she expected when she came into work today. I see. I in that case, could you let me go? I'll be happy to bring you some drinks. Her voice hitches, knowing that something bad is about to happen. Oh, honey, Himi purrs, nuzzling against the waitress as a blush builds despite her situation. Her voice a sultry whisper in her ear. You already have . And with it she drags her claws across the waitress' throat, her blood shooting out in an arc to cover the group in front of us. She quickly lowers her mouth to the fatal wound, ignoring the screams and panicked customers rushing for the door. She drinks deeply, her face becoming flushed as she keeps one eye on the girls who have become petrified from shock, not seeming to know how to react to the sudden bloody spectacle that splatters over them. At least until Himi pulls away from the waitress and gives her a peck, her own blood smearing against her lips. Thanks for the caramel . And she releases her to limply fall to the floor. As if that was the signal, the girls move to action, bursting from the booth and rushing for the door. Himi throws one knife, and I throw another. My knife ends up in the back of the head of the brunette, while Himi's takes the sheep in the back of the throat as the door slams shut behind the other two. We share glances and walk forward, making sure they're dead with barely a glance. Outside, we see the two girls running in opposite directions. I take Konima, you take Haisu. That's the llama girl. I nod, and the hunt begins. When the police arrive, they find the bodies of the four friends seated in one of the booths, each covered in their own blood and embedded with a knife. Or several in the case of two of the girls. The waitress' body is leaning against the edge of a booth with a notepad and pencil taped to her hands. A sick rendition of what the location is meant to be like. And on the table, drawn in blood is the image of a rabbit, along with a message. But signed with a different name. Don't they look so pretty now? Blood is love. Chasajai. Chapter 37, Stain on the Name. It's been another couple of months since I found out that everyone who I associated with, and my friend Shoko, thinks that I'm dead, and I finally decided that I do want Shoko to know I'm alive. But I also know that coming back from the dead is a special occasion. Well, metaphorically that is. Literally coming back from the dead tends to happen on a weekly to bi-weekly basis. So I can't just pop up like I'd originally been planning. Himi's been helping me to think of something big, but there's no hurry. It's going to be a multi-step plan that will culminate in our reunion. And the first step is learning how to sew. Though now that I think about it, having someone else sew what I plan to give her makes a lot more sense than me randomly picking up the skill. But oh well. I already started learning, so I might as well stick with it. Plus it will make it all the more special. But for now it's time for a fast food break. For Himi, I mean. For me it's more of a murder break. I've been trying to get her to tone down on sucking my blood a bit ever since she mentioned that the taste was lingering even an hour after she'd last drunk it. I'm not sure if she can get sick from drinking too much of a single person's blood, but I'm not going to risk it. Shiggy isn't going to offer up his own blood for her to drink either, and I'm not even sure if Kurogiri has blood for her to drink. Anyways, that means that today we're going hunting for some tasty blood for Himi. Maybe we can even bring them back so she has another consistent source of blood. Sure, we'll probably have to housebreak them so that Shiggy doesn't turn them to dust because they won't stop crying about us letting them go like the last time we tried, but you know what they say. If at first they resist, stab them until they don't. So what flavor are you hoping to get this time? I asked my girlfriend as we skip through the streets. It's kind of weird how nobody is saying anything about my villain costume, but then again it does look like normal clothes, and the mask could be for any number of reasons they aren't aware of. Wait a minute, is it actually difficult to tell that I'm a villain unless I do something criminal or suspicious? It would make sense since you can't arrest someone just because of what they're wearing. There's even someone wearing the same jacket as me on the other side of the street. Maybe someone sour. Himi's reply brings my attention back to the moment. Or a coffee person would be nice to have. A morning pick-me-up after a night of you picking me up sounds like a good thing. A pink girl leaning against a store's wall spits out her own coffee after hearing that. I blush at her teasing, oblivious or more likely just not caring of what other people might overhear. She continues to muse. Right now I'm kind of in the mood for something sweet, but you already said that you aren't giving it to me. She glares with puffed out cheeks while a passing guy who overhears us gives me a smirk and a thumbs up. I sigh before pulling her into a nearby alley, ignoring the whooping encouragement of the guys and blushing glares of the women. We traverse the maze that is the back streets until the noise generated from the mass of people going about their day is nothing but a distant concern. Letting go of Himi's hand, I whirl around and cross my arms, raising an eyebrow. To which she innocently tilts her head. What's up? I don't think that someone with a good flavor is going to be hanging out around here. To anyone watching, I'm sure that they'd fully believe her words. At least until the mischievous smirk and blush crosses her face. Or, are you in the mood for a taste of my flavor? Of course there's only one way to respond to that sort of provocation. My lips meet hers and her eyes widen before she kisses back with a passion, trying to drive my own assault back. And that's where we stay, each of us trying to claim dominance over the other but unable to push back long enough for one of us to claim victory. I don't know how long we stay like that, taking breaths in the brief moments one of us breaks contact when the other's assault starts to overpower them. We might have gone farther, unconcerned that somebody could stumble on us. We're pretty far from the frequented areas after all. But then it actually happens, a guy who can't be much older than the two of us stumbles around the corner. Finally breaking contact, we both glare at the guy. He doesn't even have the decency to look apologetic. Just a mixture of terror and hope. Neither of them even lasts that long though, since apparently he was running from a person who just kicked him at us. Don't these people have any manners? And from someone who's supposed to be a hero too. Not even being qualified to be in the top couple thousand, the pro-hero Woozy seems to be surprised that there's other people around, though less upset than we are. Oh. Sorry for bothering the two of you. He says, completely disregarding the fact that he's the one who kicked the groaning guy to us. I was chasing this delinquent when he managed to distract me. He gives the guy a look that resonates with me, and not in a good way. It's only enhanced by his groaning protests. I didn't do anything. He gasps out, clenching his stomach while curled into a ball. In response, the hero's eyes flash a nauseous green color and his groaning intensifies. That's enough out of you, trash. You're lucky that I'm only letting you off with beating a sense of morality into you. The paperwork just isn't worth the effort for someone like you. Someone like him. I mutter, my voice low and filled with anger. Himi shoots me a look of curiosity as she sees me palm a knife from my sleeve. The way this hero is talking. The way he's treating this guy. The way he's acting like he's beneath him. This isn't how a hero treats villains and criminals, no. I know exactly what earns people this kind of treatment. Though is it really earned when it's not their fault? No, Woozy isn't acting like this guy committed a crime. He's acting like he's quirkless, he scoffs, fanning the familiar flames of injustice I'd always suppressed before I'd started living freely. He's obviously just hoping to throw himself on the mercy of such upstanding citizens such as yourselves to avoid paying for his crime. Woozy's quirk, which lets him make one person he looks at nauseous for a few seconds, seems to wear off of the guy, since his shout echoes throughout the urban maze. I didn't steal any fucking pack of gum, you fucking pisco. I had some in my pocket. Another scoff announces what the hero thinks of his objection. Why would those young men lie? Obviously someone like you would. A splash of blood cuts him off, but surprisingly it's not from me, my knife still poised in my hand where it would have launched on a direct trajectory to his throat. And it's not from Himi, whose mouth has dropped open to mirror the surprise of me and the quirkless guy. No, the blood splatter is caused by someone who drops down from above, a sword angled down from Wuzi's collarbone and sheathing itself in his chest as he falls to the ground. It's not an instant death, as showcased by the way the hero chokes and sputters on the blood rising from his throat. He reaches out, as if asking for help. So I decide that I'll do so. The assailant leaps off of his back as I throw my knife, helping his suffering to end by embedding into his head. Both fall to the floor with barely a sound, and the assailant flicks the blood free of his blade without taking his eyes off of us. We stay like that for a few moments, neither of us making a move in the tense silence. A silence that's broken by Himi's squeals of excitement. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Izu, do you know who that is? Her shouting rings in my ears, and I just know that I'm going to have to die to avoid having them end up permanently damaged. She continues without giving me a chance to answer, her squeals of excitement seeming to unsettle the man. It's hero killer Stain. He always leaves heroes cut up all over the place. I've found some of the places he's killed before the police have cleaned them up, and she shudders with an intense blush, squirming happily. The blood slashed around is beautiful. She seems to take a moment to think before nodding firmly and glomping onto me and nuzzling my face. But yours was so much better. Oh, just remembering. Okay, I need to stop her before she gets too worked up. The hurt guy is inching away from us, and the hero killer looks like he either wants to kill us, or kill himself for witnessing this. So I take out my own personal Himi tool on the same level of her frying pan. I smoothly unwrap a piece of hard candy one-handed and press it between her lips. Tasting it, her face lights up and she quiets down to focus on drawing out the flavor by sucking on it. Breathing a sigh of relief, I turn back to the villain? Vigilante? Stain, his name sounds vaguely familiar. But anyways, cool kill. You have something to market as your own. He's taken aback by the question, but you can only see it by looking at his eyes, since the rest of his body is saying try anything and die. At first I think that he's just going to leave without answering, which would be pretty rude, but evidently he has enough manners to respond. My work is my mark. Cleansing the fake heroes that infect the nation is all the message I have for people. I nod in appreciation. That's awesome. You even managed to say it with your scarf blowing in the wind, which just adds to how awesome it is. His face twists in a snarl, but before he can no doubt say something offensive I snap my fingers. Oh yeah, that's where I've heard of you before. His guard goes up even more somehow, but he doesn't have anything to worry about. Shiggy said he wanted to know if you would join the League of Villains since you like killing heroes. He bares his teeth as he points his sword at me. I don't kill heroes, I kill fakes who corrupt the symbol with their foul beings. Glancing down at Wuzi, I nod. I can appreciate that. The offer still stands though. Would you be interested? He doesn't like heroes either. There's a brief moment where he looks like he's going to vanish down the alley before he sheaths his sword. I'm willing to meet in order to discover if our convictions can coexist. Give me a time and place. I pull out my phone, sending our coordinates to Kurogiri. Is now good? We can send you wherever you want afterwards. He stares for a moment as a misty portal opens up between us. He gives a curt nod before stepping inside, his stride full of confidence. Now, I say, looking at the quirkless guy whose pale face showcases perfectly just how out of his depth he is. I lean forward, something that's been in the back of my mind for a long time finally having the opportunity to be tested. You're quirkless, right? He nods slowly, a brief flash of resigned acceptance flashing across his face that's immediately replaced by shock. How would you feel if I told you that might not be the case? Chapter 38, Ideology Idiosyncrasies. After having Kurogiri send our new Tezkov friend someplace to wait for, experiencing a variety of activities, Himi and I sit in the bar and drink some drinks while getting comfortable to listen to Shiggy talk with Stain. Or as we think it will end up, him failing to recruit a clearly skilled rogue to the party. Or maybe an assassin. I don't know about his outright fighting skills, so it's possible that he might also be a good warrior. Or maybe like one of those skilled in many but master of none people Shiggy always complains about. Something about how they lack commitment. Either way, I'm interested in hearing both of their ideals and seeing how it compares to the one I've developed over my months of being with Himi. Coincidentally, she shares the same ideal because she actually believes in it, rather than just because I do. It's a nice couple ideal to follow. Ooh, but it looks like the two of them are done with trying to intimidate each other with their stares. So, you're hero killer Stain. I thought you'd be taller. Shiggy starts us off with a sass attack. How will Stain respond? He snorts. And for an organization presumptuous enough to call themselves the League of Villains, I expected their leader to be old enough to drink. And he shoots back with a perfectly valid concern. Especially since All for One is the actual leader even if he is hands-off. Sort of like how a parent is in charge of their child until they decide to abandon them. Seemingly to counteract that point, Shiggy holds out a hand and Kurogiri slides a glass of alcohol into it. Keeping a pinky lifted, he takes a fancy drink while maintaining eye contact with the hero killer. After draining it he lets out a dramatic sound of satisfaction. We're villains. We don't care about things like that. I do. I don't want my cinnamon roll to taste like bourbon. Shiggy does a great job of ignoring Himi thanks to his copious amount of experience doing it. Stain doesn't, as shown by the flicker of movement from his eye as he undoubtedly makes a note of her seemingly inane comment. But was it really? Himi is many things: cute, crazy, sadistic, bloody, a blood enthusiast, and my girlfriend, but she isn't dumb. For all I know, her making her opinion known at that moment could have been meant to establish that while Shiggy is the de facto boss of the league, the members aren't being forced to serve him due to fear or awe of his strength. Which would mean that he has certain other qualities that convinced us that he should be the leader. Or it might have just been her making sure her opinion is known. Either way, Stain scoffs and crosses his arms. I take note of the knives strapped to each arm, preparing to flip my own should things turn violent. Tell me, what is your ideal? Why do you desire to go against those society has labeled as heroes? Shiggy tilts his head, and I'm on the literal edge of my seat as I lean forward to listen, my hands clenching the rim between my legs to ensure I don't accidentally fall off. Despite being here for nearly 10 months, I haven't actually heard what his ideal is, why he wants to take down heroes. Specifically, All Might. Why? Obviously because I don't like them. Why wouldn't you get rid of the things you hate? The genuine bafflement in his voice is enough for me to slip, landing face first on the floor. Seriously? That's it? I mean, I'm not complaining, but still. That's kind of a deluded and childish reason. But thinking about it, that also fits Shigaraki. He absolutely hates needing to do things that he doesn't like. Which unfortunately includes cleaning up the dust from when he decays something. I've been thinking of getting one of those robot vacuum cleaners to help with that, but realized that there's a better way. It's been a while since I've talked with my cousin, and I'm sure that she can make one better than what we could buy. Might take some effort to get a secure connection set up so that the authorities won't be able to track us if we ever give them a reason, but it shouldn't be too hard. But anyways, Stain doesn't look like he's a fan of Shiggy's reasoning either. At least if the way he's straddling him with a knife impaled in his shoulder is any indication. But then again, I side-eye Himi, who makes eye contact before blushing and looking down while covering her cheeks with her sleeves. Baka Izu, don't ask for that when we have an audience. I wasn't asking. I'm quick to shut that down. I have no interest in letting people outside our relationship see the expressions she makes during those situations. Feeling the knife in my hand, I'm reminded of what I was supposed to be doing. Having an OOPC moment, I'm relieved that Stain hasn't made any moves to kill Shiggy. That would be awkward to explain to his sensei. Thankfully it seems that he likes to monologue about his own ideal. You lack conviction, even in your own desire. Without conviction, you will achieve nothing. Which is how you ended up like this. You're being a little rough, don't you think? Kurogiri, send him away. Contrary to my expectations, Shigi is pretty calm. I honestly thought that he would freak out the moment he got hurt. Then again, he has been trained by All for One, so it makes sense that he'd be more competent than he appears. Apologies, Tomura Shigaraki, but I cannot move. It must be the hero killer's quirk. I have to do a double take upon seeing that Kurogiri has blood staining the sleeve of his uniform. Were we really that distracted? The world is overrun by fakes. Petty criminals like you who chase petty dreams. Stain brings a second blade to bear, hovering over the hand Shigi refers to as father. They must all be purged. But before the blade can so much as scratch the hand, Shigi grabs it, ignoring the way it slices into his hand. Watch it. If you touch this palm, his red eyes flash, and Stain's own widen. I'll kill you. You sure talk a lot, hero killer. Conviction. The scoff in his voice is obvious when he says that word. I may not have something as loaded as that. But if I had to choose something though, it would be killing All Might. With the knife decayed he clenches his hand into a fist and it crumbles to dust while Stain glares down at him. If society wants to worship trash like him, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and then crush them while they're in shock. Stain looks like he's about to stab him again, but Shigi sweeps out with a hand, prompting him to jump back to avoid being decayed. Shigi rises and looks at the blood leaking from his shoulder and hand with annoyance. How irritating. We don't have a healer in our party, you know. It seems our goals fundamentally oppose each other. Stain says, though the smile on his face reveals that he's not upset about that. However, this wasn't in vain. We both agree that we need to destroy the present. Shut up, I'm done with you. Leave. Drop dead. I don't care. The dismissive way he treats the hero killer does nothing to banish the light of excitement in his eyes. I was testing your motives. People always show their true colors when on the verge of death. He sheaths his knife. There is a warped sprout of conviction within your eyes. How will it bloom in the end, I wonder? You're even crazier than Toga. Someone like you will be no good for the League of Villains. He once ignores Himi's interjection of you do care, clearly wanting to go back to his games. Kurogiri, now able to move again, makes to open a portal only for a gesture from me to put it on hold. At the curious looks, I explain. We've heard of Shigi's convictions, but not yours, Stain. All you've said was that you hate fakes and those who lack convictions. So, what's yours? He stares at me with narrowed eyes before grunting in acknowledgement. I seek to kill the fake heroes so only true heroes like All Might remain. While those I can't help it. I do want to listen to the rest of his explanation, but really? He thinks All Might is a true hero? That statement is so ridiculous that I laugh. The hostile glare he shoots at me just makes me laugh harder. After a whack from Himi's frying pan though, I manage to shake off most of my amusement. I still let out the occasional chuckle though. All Might is anything but a true hero. My claim garners the interest of everyone except Himi, who's the only one I've mentioned to that All Might is, well, not my dad. Father or guardian would imply that they at least raised me, which isn't accurate either. Sperm donor? I guess that works. Anyways, the point is that she's the only one who knows the full story. It's not that I've explicitly hid it from the League, but I haven't really had a reason to share it. I don't think that Stain would join the League, or be a good fit like Shigaraki said, but maybe it will help everyone to understand my ideal. All Might had 2 children. One with a powerful quirk, and the other lacking a quirk at all. I find it funny how Shigi and Kurogiri's eyes widen as I start my story. They know about that, how my family treated me, but I never mentioned that All Might was the neglectful father. The quirkless boy was neglected by All Might, who acted like he didn't exist. The all too brief times where he remembered that he had a son just made the rest of his life all the more miserable. You lie. Stain snarls, his hand drawing a blade once again. I smirk back at him. I don't, but if you ever run across either All Might or a girl named Izumi Yagi, ask them what Izuku Yagi's life was like. Only one of them could tell you, though whether or not she'd be honest about it is another question entirely. I shrug. But either way, knowing about how hypocritical the symbol of peace is, I can't help but put air quotes around his title, which seems to anger him more if the bloodlust he's giving off is any indication. It's not as oppressive as All for One's though, and if I didn't buckle under his, there's no way I'll buckle under Stain's. I've come to a single truth about the world. I show the room a face-splitting smile. People will do what they want, regardless of how it will affect others. He takes an aggressive step forward. A true hero saves people, like they want. I interrupt. People who don't commit crimes might not do so because they want to be good, or they want to not go to prison. People become heroes because they want money, fame, to help people, etc. Heck, they might want to become heroes just because it's the cool thing to do. I scoff dismissively. But once you boil everything down to its base, past all the flowery words, the excuses, the justifications, the convictions, you get people acting based on their own selfish wants. I meet his rage-filled eyes with my cold ones. You want to kill fakes because you want heroes to embody the ideal, not the reality. I take a sip of my drink. In the end, you're just as fake as the ones you hunt. With a cry of rage he leaps at me, only to fly through a veil of misty darkness that appears in front of him. I chuckle while shooting Kurogiri a thumbs up. Thanks for the save, Momogiri. Less blood dirtying up the bar to clean up later. Chapter 39, Testing, 123. I sit in a comfy chair, Himi hanging off of me as we stare at a monitor. It's a live video of a nearly bare room holding only a futon and a stainless steel table. Oh yeah, and some random guy who's supposedly quirkless. I may have forgotten about him for a few days, but thankfully Kurogiri didn't and has been making sure that he gets food and water. It would have been embarrassing if my test subject died before we even started testing anything. He even made sure to give him a TV. Of course now it's removed so it doesn't mess with the current batch of tests, but it's a good thing that he wasn't stuck in a room alone with his thoughts for several days without anything to distract him. I know exactly what that feels like. But man, Kurogiri really does act like a mom. He cooks for all of us, he cleans up after all of us, he stops Shigaraki Tikiraki from decaying Himi when she hides his hands. And that's not even counting how he wears an apron when he cooks. That's why he's Momogiri. Anyways, back to the testing. I hold down a button and the crinkle of speakers turning on resounds throughout the testing room, startling the guy and making him swallow his gum. It doesn't need to do that of course, but I figured that it would give the place that sketchy "you've made a horrible decision" vibe. So, you think you have a quirk? No? You do? The confused man responds. No, I clarify, that's the name of the show. I'm on a show. He shouts. Well, not right now. But if you do end up having a quirk we could make one. And you'll be featured on the very first episode. He just deadpans in the direction of the speaker, causing the two of us to chuckle. Anyways, these tests will consist of you doing and experiencing things you've never encountered before. This can include, but is not limited to, eating a person, singing in a variety of forms, leg bit my tongue. Ahem, foreign dialects, contorting your body into a wide range of shapes, and dying. I really thought that leaving dying for last would get more of a reaction than he shows. But he just nods like that's to be expected. It's everything else that he looks weirded out by. It just reaffirms what Himi and I know. Sane people make much less sense than crazy people. Which reminds me. We should probably get your name, hey? Or we can just call you One. For whatever reason, the guy nods. So I just shrug it off as a sane person thing and we start the tests. By finding out what tests we should actually do. After a quick questionnaire for the increasingly uncertain and confused one, we begin the first test. Whistling. Well, trying to whistle. Which doesn't go very well considering that none of us know how to whistle. I ask Kurogiri and Shigi, but neither of them know how either. Which makes sense since Shigi's lips are as crusty as the rest of him and Kurogiri doesn't have a mouth. Or a face. So test 1 is a failure, but 1 himself isn't yet. Worse comes to worse, I'll ask All for One to give him a quirk as a consolation prize. Or kill him to see if he can come back to life like me. Either way works. Anyways, the second test is a result of him not knowing how to swim, and thus never visiting the ocean. To put it in simple terms, we have Kurogiri open a portal from somewhere in the ocean to the ceiling of the room. He seems surprised that it works, 1 is surprised about the sudden waterfall that cracks the floor, and I'm surprised at how I forgot to account for how much pressure is being exerted on the water being transported. It's a good thing the portal wasn't directly above him, or else we'd be out of subject. Though we might be out of one anyways given how badly he's failing this current test. He's not interacting with the water in any other way than his panicked flailing. And it doesn't look like he's able to breathe it either. But he's holding his breath, so there's no way to tell for sure. Oh, there it is. Yep, he isn't able to breathe in salt water. Kurogiri portals him out, and while he's busy gasping for breath, Kurogiri once again helps us out by sending the water someplace else. Where does he send it? No idea, but it's gone, so that's all that matters. After 1 recovers enough to beg for us to let them go home, we continue on to test 3. Electro. No, the salt water he inhaled might mess with the results. Though since we're testing for a previously undiscovered quirk, it might not matter. Or it will completely matter. Quirks are weird like that. After tossing a taser through yet another portal, I should really do something nice for Kurogiri after this, and watching him react like most people would to getting shocked while soaking wet and watching his gum fly out of his mouth, we move on to test 4. Yep, I totally didn't forget which one we're on. After that the tests continue with us occasionally taking breaks for 1 to rest. But nothing works. No matter what new things he experiences, he doesn't show signs of a quirk. We even feed him 2 of my severed arms that we keep frozen for emergencies. Both cooked and raw, both with and without him knowing. We need to threaten him a lot to knowingly eat human meat, but we do manage it. By the end of the day he's looking pretty ragged, which is perfectly understandable. As is the distant look in his eyes as he chews. Wait a minute. My eyes narrow as 1 gratefully accepts the break and pulls out another piece of gum. I press the button for the speaker, the statusy noise causing him to drop it in a small puddle of blood. Not his own, of course. We kept the cutting testing and the bleeding testing light so that we wouldn't accidentally kill him. And the blunt force testing kept all of his bleeding on the inside. That's just some leftover from when we bled me to death and poured it all on top of him. Nothing happened, and I made a joke about how it was because it's not the blood of his enemies, but he sassied me and said that I am his enemy. Rude. But back to what's caught my attention. Where did you get that gum? I don't remember ever giving you any. He scowls directly at the camera, 1 of the tests having revealed where it is, as a shudder runs through him. Probably remembered eating parts of me. I always have gum. It helps calm me down from when people attack me for being quirkless. And when psychopaths kidnap and torture me. Well, I have some good news for you, the next test will be the last. And not because we're going to kill you for the test. His expression screams how done he is with all of this, and it remains like that when he falls unconscious from the sleeping gas I flood the room with. After ensuring that everything is in place, we replace him into a room where there's only a single shining silver cover. And when he wakes up he's given a very simple direction. Under that cover is a piece of gum. Your only job is to estimate how large it is, and what flavor. Though I can assure you that it is not grape. The flavor of, well, I can't say evil since, you know, villains. Maybe the flavor of trash. Ignoring my tangent, one stares at the cover for a moment before sighing and looking down, letting out a groan when he sees his outfit. Why am I dressed like some fancy old guy? He doesn't even seem to have the energy to be mad, he's just tired. Because why not? I can assure you that it's important to the test. You should be happy we didn't shave your head and stick a mustache on you. He sighs again before glaring at the cover and the gum underneath. It doesn't take him long to give his answer, and when he pulls the cover up he sees that he was correct. Under the cover is cherry-flavored gum in the shape of a human hand. About the size of my hand we fed him, actually. He glares at the camera while a grin stretches across both my and Himi's faces. Congratulations, Mr. One. You have a quirk. I push the second button I have that I was doubting I would be able to push today, and celebratory music plays throughout both our rooms. His face doesn't change from the deadpan glare he had before. Really? You think me knowing that your sick and twisted mind would have one last torment for me means that I have a quirk? No, One, you can clearly hear the smugness in my voice. You being able to make that gum appear is why I know you have a quirk. We made sure that there was absolutely no trace of any gum anywhere in that room, including in your outfit. I let him process that for a moment. Then he slowly brings his hand up to his face and stares at it. For a moment, nothing happens. But then, as if it was always there, a single piece of blue gum appears. His hand shakes as he carries it to his mouth, and once he makes the first chew, tears burst from his eyes. He falls to his knees as his body shakes, and laughter bursts forth. He laughs as he cries. He cries as he laughs. But that's okay. Because now, in today's society, he's a person. Back in the monitoring room I share a happy look with Himi. Looks like you were right, Midosegi. Seems so, Chosagi. But two people isn't enough to prove my theory. Heck, it's not even a pattern until there's a third. She raises an eyebrow as a playful smirk stretches her lips. Oh? So you plan to do the same thing again? And again? And again? With each again, her lips come closer and closer to my own, until they meet. We share a passionate kiss, one filled with the thrill of celebration and progress. It might just be one other person whose existence has proved the toe joint test wrong, but it's still another person that can serve as proof. Proof that being quirkless is one big lie. Chapter 40, Murder for Christmas. I sip from my hot chocolate while staring with a raised eyebrow at One, who's sitting across from me. So, run by me again how you decided murdering someone makes for a good Christmas present. I think on that for a second before clarifying. I mean murdering the person. Murder itself is a pretty good present. In fact, I'm taking Himi out to the mall tomorrow for a 20-minute speed killing. Extra points for people who aren't in the holiday spirit. After discovering One's quirk, I really didn't expect to see him again, but surprisingly he wanted to keep in touch. Even after he found out that we're a group of villains. He'd text and call us often, usually just about how his day is going, or what new insults other students come up with for him. Oh yeah. He's apparently a second year in high school, so I was right about him not being much older than Himi and I anyways. He said that he showed off his quirk and the bullying did die down, but didn't completely vanish. It went from he's less than human, why should it matter, to such a freak, getting his quirk so late, and what a pathetic quirk. See, some people didn't like the fact that a quirkless somehow developed a quirk, seeing him as unnatural. But most of his teachers didn't see it the same way and actually tried to stop the bullying when they're around, which in itself made his life so much easier. It was going well, according to him. All the way up until he found himself calling me in a panic, practically begging for us to portal him somewhere safe immediately. And me being me, obviously I asked for his coordinates and asked Kurogiri to get him. Which leaves us here, with him sitting across from me shaking like he was when we first met. His face is bruised, and blood flows from a long horizontal cut between his lip and his nose, which Himi is currently bandaging. Kind of gives him a delinquent vibe. He takes a deep, shaky breath, making Himi slap the back of his head for throwing off her rapping rhythm. The action seems to calm him down in how normal it is. He swallows before beginning his explanation. Well, some relatives came over for the holidays, my uncle and his kids. Minamoto and Hikari. They have good quirks. Heroic quirks. He goes to shake his head, Himi's scowl stopping him just in time as she finishes tying off the bandages. And none of them like the Q quirkless. Or villain quirks. They didn't know about my quirk, my parents were going to surprise them. He lets out a choked laugh that's halfway to a sob. They were surprised all right, his face darkens. They started bad-mouthing me at the first opportunity. Not where my parents could hear, oh obviously, not dumb. Smart enough to get into decent hero schools. But they wouldn't listen. One shouts, gesturing wildly. I showed them my quirk, but they just sneered and said it was a cheap trick. Then my uncle stormed into the room and grabbed my wrist, he dragged me in front of my parents and threw me in front of them. He scowls, clenching his fists so hard that his nails dig into his palms. He said that a quirkless can't just suddenly develop a quirk. That I need to be faking it somehow. And you know what I saw when I looked at my parents? He glares at me, anger radiating from his eyes. They fucking agreed with him. They didn't think I actually had a quirk. Even when I showed them. His hand clench at his hair, ripping at it while his eyes become bloodshot from reliving his words. They didn't believe me. They never believed me. They acted like they were just humoring me. Like I was God's damned delusional. So you know what I did? The sneer that crosses his face is clearly forced, the terror and anger fighting for dominance in his psyche. I made sure they couldn't dismiss me. That they'd have to admit that I have a quirk. I made gum appear. And you know what I found out? A broken chuckle scraps its way out of his throat. As long as it's close enough, I can make bubble gum appear anywhere around me. Anywhere. I nod. So you made it appear in their hands or something? Or in the air? Ha! No, that wouldn't have worked, they would have just said it was another trick. I needed something they couldn't deny. And I was so angry. He leans back in the booth staring up at the ceiling with suddenly tired eyes. I was so fucking stupid. My life is over. I'm going to go to prison. Hell, I'll probably get killed on the way to prison. 1. I speak softly, trying not to startle him. Where did you make the gum appear? He doesn't answer for a few moments, but eventually he sighs, dropping his head onto the table with a dull thunk. NGS. I lean forward. I couldn't hear you. His mumble is even less intelligible somehow. One more time, and make it louder. His lungs, okay? I made the fucking bubble gum appear in his lungs. He shoots up and slams his palms into the table, his emotions apparently hitting a breaking point before draining out of him just as quickly. He falls back into his seat, his head falling into his hands. He fucking choked on it. There was screaming, everyone was panicking. Hikari used her quirk to make something out of light and threw it at me. It cut a gash in my face and I ran. I ran until I remembered you guys. He looks up at me with tears in his eyes, just a scared kid who's accidentally plowed into the road of villainy head first. He swallows. Why you've gotta help me. Hide me, help me escape the country something. Please. I reach out and gently put a hand on his shoulder. His own flies to it, holding onto my arm like a lifeline as I meet his eyes. A lifeline that will help him, give him a way out of this situation. I open my mouth. How did it feel? I ask. What? His eyes widen and he tries to pull away, but my grip is firm. Even when he tries to push away from the table after letting go of me. How did it feel? I ask again, my grip tightening. How did it feel to kill? To show the people who looked down on you that you aren't the weak, worthless quirkless they thought you to be? To see someone who saw themselves as so far above you, brought so low in so little time. He's struggling now, his head shaking wildly. No. I didn't feel anything. I didn't mean to. You didn't feel anything? Nothing at all. My eyes peer into his own, pinning him into place. You felt nothing at all about taking your uncle's life? The man who treated you with such casual disregard that he thought nothing of throwing you to the ground in front of your parents? Then what about your parents? How did you feel when they said nothing? When they saw the abuse as something normal? The disgust in their eyes when they decided that you're nothing more than a delusional quirkless relying and cheap tricks to fake a quirk? Was it the pity, the disgust? The patronizing smiles? Come on, one. Tell me how it felt. I'm standing now, holding one up by his collar as I shout a demand for answers into his face. His eyes are wild, darting all over the place as he tries to look at anything except me. His hands are holding my wrists hard enough to bruise. I don't know. He shouts. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how they feel. I don't want to know. I just want to be somewhere else. I can't help you unless you're honest. Tell me how it felt. How much you enjoyed seeing him struggle. The anger you felt watching everyone try to help him, ignoring you who'd just been attacked. Why should you care about what they think of you? They clearly don't. I liked it. Okay. Finally, he looks at me, bloodshot eyes meeting sparkling ones. I like that I have power. That I could make them feel what I've felt my entire life. That I fucking matter. I like it. Is that what you want to hear? I smile, gently setting him on the floor only for him to fall to his knees with his face in his hands. Muffled sobs echo forth from him, filling the silent bar as our audience watches. Himi chews on some popcorn seasoned with dried blood, Shiggy is scowling at how loud we're being, and Kurogiri is looking on with an impressed air around him. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I say to one as I crouch in front of him. I put a hand on his head, petting him. In fact, that's what we all wanted to hear. It means we can help you. He looks up at me with a look of disbelief, snot and tears leaking from his face. There's a tinge of hope in his eyes as he asks, really? You can help me? I give him a smile, one that can brighten up the darkest room. Of course I can. In fact, you won't even need to leave the country. I lean forward, my smile becoming more mischievous as it leaves his line of sight, as I whisper directly into his ear. Actually, if you want, we can help you get more of that feeling. He tenses, his breath catching as I continue. You can show more than just your family that you have worth. That you matter. That you won't sit quietly as they use you as a tool to take out their frustrations on. We can make you into someone of respect. Someone that nobody will be able to look down on. We can make sure that you get that sweet, sweet feeling so much, that everything before seems like a distant memory. I step back, doing a little spin before I extend my hand while giving a little half bow. So, my smile practically splits my face, it's so wide. Would you like to join this little family we have? Where we accept one another for who we are. The family that we like to call the League of Villains. Chapter 41, Present from Beyond. So, I ask, draped across the bar in front of Shiggy Wiggy. We have someone who can set up a completely secure connection yet? He scowls at me. No. Sensei said he'll have someone in a week or two, so stop bothering me about it. He turns away, turning the TV on and blasting the volume to drown out my usual follow-up questions. So I throw a knife at it, giggling as he curses and sparks fly before something in the TV explodes. Mamagiri sighs, opening two portals, one under it and one above it, immediately replacing it with an indistinguishable replacement. By this point so many have been destroyed that I'm curious where he's getting them all from. I mean, there are only so many junky TVs to go around. Are they custom made or something? Please refrain from destroying the televisions, Midosegi. Or next time I shall be informing Himiko Toga of your late night drinks. I gasp in outrage, putting a hand to my chest. I don't drink alcohol. How dare you accuse me of such a thing? I say again, how dare you? Apologies, he sighs. I shall inform her of your late night sips. I nod happily. Better. Wait, no it's not. I look at him with wide eyes. How am I supposed to build up a tolerance to alcohol if you tell Himi that I've been sipping bourbon while she's sleeping? Shiggy's snickering and a sudden feeling of danger tells me that I just messed up. Stiffly, I slowly turn around and see my girlfriend flexing her claws with a closed-eye smile on her face. Care to explain what I just heard, Izuku? I swallow at her not using a nickname, raising my hands in what I know is a futile defense. It's not what you think. I try, and when she doesn't immediately make a move I continue. It's just, one day you might want my taste to have a hint of some kind of alcohol. So I'm trying to build up a tolerance to it so I won't pass out from only drinking a little, before it can affect my taste. I give her puppy dog eyes as she tilts her head back in thought. Okay, she nods. I blink. Really? That's all? Another nod. Yep. Since you did it for me it's fine. I let out a sigh of relief only to stiffen as she continues. But the guilt you've been feeling since you started doing that on Christmas has been affecting your blood, so we're going to have to clean out the source. Her eyes open wide, a gleam I've long become familiar with shining brightly as she thrusts her hand forward. Kali Ma. A few seconds later I'm in front of the receptionist, sheepishly scratching my cheek while she glares at me. Yet, she found out. She shakes her head, ruffling some papers. I did tell you she would kill you. I chuckle before shaking my head. Yet. But what about you? That one guy still giving you trouble? She waves my redirection aside, like she usually does whenever our conversations turn towards her own life. Unlife? Half-life? However she exists. There is nothing you are able to do about that, so there's no need for you to be better informed about it. More importantly, she peers at me with a raised eyebrow. Did you not have something important planned today? I blink for a few seconds, trying to remember what she's talking about. Which is kind of a shock, her actually remembering dates given time is funky down here. When I do remember I smack my palm into my forehead. I needed to drop off her present. I sigh, shrugging. Well, nothing I can do about it now. Her dad always takes her out for breakfast before having a party where he invites important people with kids. Presents aren't opened until almost the evening, so I can only hope that Himi drops it off for me. Toga. Smoothie, smoothie. Hard Y smoothie. I hum while singing a happy song, watching the heart, pomegranate juice, and blood oranges mix together in a blender. I ignore Shigariki Shaparaka's look of distaste. It's better than his reactions when he first saw me doing this. He has girly screams. Momogiri's look of disapproval is harder to ignore. But it's not my fault Izu bleeds so much when I take out his heart. Blame humanity for evolving like that. I'd rather that the blood doesn't get wasted on the floor too. So don't hold out the mop like you expect me to clean it up. I will ensure that your smoothie is blended to your preferred texture. Knowing that he'll get it just how I like it, I reluctantly accept the cleaning tools and get to work mopping up Izu's blood, grumbling as I do. Never see Shigaraki sweeping up his dust. The only girl here shouldn't have to do the housework. Wait a minute. I stop after picking up Izu's body and laying it in one of the booths. He's already stopped bleeding, thankfully, or else cleaning up would be a lot more effort. But that's not what has me stopped. It's a niggling thought that I'm forgetting something. Something important. Good thing we have people for that. Momogiri. I shout. What am I forgetting? He sighs. Do you have any clues as to what it is you have forgotten? I tilt my head with a finger on my cheek. Dunno, but I think it had to do with a girl. Shiggy snorts. Segi finally decide to pick up a chick who's sane. Without looking I flick my arm and a knife embeds itself in the seat of his chair, just an inch higher and it would have been in his thigh. I roll my eyes as he curses at me. Obviously I wouldn't be mad about Izu finding another girl for us to have fun with, we'd already said we were okay with that. Especially with all the blood I've drunk from him. At this point I could probably just transform into him and not need to go back to normal ever. I won't though because Izu said that he likes me how I am. I don't have to be someone else for him to accept me. I don't need to wear a mask for him to like me. For him to love me, I just have to be myself. Of course, he doesn't complain in the bedroom. Double the ISIS is double the fun for both of us. But Shiggy's good for something other than playing his games. He reminded me of what I forgot. Birthday! I shout, and the three of us turn to look at the birthday calendar. Unlike a normal calendar, there's only 6 dates on it, and they're all hand-drawn. Originally they were just the birthdays of the members of the league, but after Izu found out that his bitch of a mother hid the fact that he's still alive he's added another. It's today. I can't believe I forgot. He even learned how to sew for her present. I'm not jealous since he gave me the same thing he's giving her for Christmas, plus he took me out on a killing date. So I think I've gotten the better present between the two of us. Still, I know how important this is for Izu, and I killed him before he could do it. I'm a bad girlfriend. I mutter, tracing circles in the remainder of Izu's blood on the floor. He had this big plan all planned, but now it's ruined. Kurogiri sighs, putting a hand on my shoulder and pulling me out of my sad thoughts. Do not worry, Himiko Toga. Mitoseki had already prepared everything, so long as you drop them off I do not think he will be angry. I sniff, looking up at him with unshed tears in the corners of my eyes. Really? You think so? I know so, he reassures me. I cannot imagine him ever being angry at you. The only time I believe he even came close was when you thought he was hiding something from you. I wince at the memory. I think I was justified in being suspicious, but I'm just glad it didn't ruin our relationship. After finally having someone I can be myself around I don't think I can ever go back. More than that, with Izu, I don't have to be restrained. Even with the other members of the league I can't act how I do when Izu and I are alone. I don't think any of them realize just how broken we are. It's not just how we both suffered simply because of how we were born, it's that we support each other. We're like two broken knives, me missing the handle and him missing the blade. Without both, it's not really a knife. They still have their uses, but they're not a knife. It's only when we're together that we're whole. In fact, we fit together even better than the original designs. Like the person who made the knife messed up when they put us together. We were supposed to be the same knife, but they separated us, making us something faulty, that others look down on. And when the part we were never meant to be with has had enough, we became broken. But now that we're together it's all okay. I hop up, smiling at Momogiri and how he takes care of us. Thanks Momogiri. Let's go. I rush off to get the present and the letter, casting a single glance back at the smoky figure that takes care of us. Maybe, one day, maybe we'll let him see how broken we are. We can all be broken together, instead of separately. Shoko. I stand by the food, slowly sipping from my cup as well-dressed people mingle around me. It's only here that I can avoid talking to the multitude of well-wishers and their children, who are practically pushed into talking with me by their parents. It's clear to me that they're as reluctant to talk to me as I am to talk to them, though I'd guess for different reasons. I'm the daughter of Endeavor, one of the most intimidating heroes there are, as well as holding the number 2 spot for many years. They're likely afraid of what he might do if they were to offend me. As for why I don't want to talk to them, This is my first birthday since what happened to Izuku. Ever since I'd met him, he'd been there for me. It didn't matter how bad his own day was going, he'd always be more than happy to listen to my own problems, giving out any advice he could with his smile that could rival the sun. Before Endeavor changed, before we started becoming a family again. When I'd be forced to do these birthday galas, he'd always have a plan to help me sneak out. A different plan than the one before, just in case the previous had been discovered. But they never were. Each year he'd come up with a different plan, when the previous ones worked perfectly. Each year I'd follow the new plan, no matter how convoluted or even nonsensical they became. Because every year, after I told him how well his plan worked, he'd give me that smile. The one I never got to see except for that day. A smile that said he had no doubt it would. That showed, for one single day out of the rest of the miserable year, that he believed in himself just as much as I did. It didn't matter what we did after, sometimes we'd go to the park, others we'd get ice cream. What was important to me is that I got to spend my birthday with my best friend. But now here I am, surrounded by people who don't care. Who only see this as a convenient event where they can gather and make connections, for their children to make connections. And you must be Shoko Todoroki, the birthday girl. I'm pulled out of my thoughts by a boy my age, dressed just as well as the adults. If you disregard how his ears and nose resemble a bat's, he's kind of plain looking with brown eyes and black hair cut short. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm the son of. I don't care. I cut him off, already having him pegged as the most unwelcome kind of person at these events. One of the main reasons I've always tried to sneak out as soon as possible before. He laughs drily. Of course you don't. As the daughter of such a prestigious family, I suppose my own wouldn't garner much attention. He smirks at me. But we have been rising steadily, absorbing our smaller competitors and increasing our profits. Pretty soon we might even rival the Endeavor agency. He laughs again, this time I pick up some mockery in it. Something most people don't realize, just because I don't understand emotions doesn't mean I can't pick up on it. Sometimes. But with this boy it isn't hard. But as I'm reflecting on my emotional acumen, I realize that he's been talking. Though obviously it would be in both of our families' interests to keep good relations. Perhaps I could interest you in getting to know each other better over a nice dinner. I don't let my lips move how they want, holding back the scowl. I absolutely hate it when parents try to push for their kids to start a relationship with me. But I hate it more when self-assured jerks like this one act like it's only right that I should date them. I open my mouth to tell him to leave me alone in a polite way, given the company, but someone else beats me to it. A blonde girl with long flowing hair walks up and loops her arm around my own, looking at the boy with a happy smile. Sorry, but Shoko and I already have plans. In fact, we need to talk about them now, so could you leave us alone? It's more of a demand than a question, and the boy's flabbergasted look tells me that he picked up on that as well. Then his face turns red and he storms off while muttering under his breath. I turn to the girl, raising an eyebrow. She giggles, pulling her arm free. You looked like you needed help. She pauses and taps her chin. Well, not really, but I needed to get you alone for a moment. I sigh, the brief moment of appreciation gone as quickly as it had appeared. My suitors are not limited to the males, and it appears that this girl decided that driving the boy away would help her case. It won't, but now I'm unable to dismiss her without coming off as ungrateful, so I need to let her stay. But to my surprise she just hands me a wrapped present and a letter. Open both of these when you're alone and don't have to go back to anyone. I don't think you'd appreciate the questions. And with a wink and a smile that flashes a sharp canine, she's gone as quick as she appeared. I look down at the present, squeezing lightly. I can tell that it's not heavy, nor is it hard. There are only a few things that it could be, but none that I'd particularly like to have. Nor any that would require the secrecy the girl clearly wants it to have. Shoko. Come meet the Yaeo Roses, they have a daughter who plans to attend UA just like you. I nod absently, tucking the mysterious items away for the moment. I can see what they are after the party. My hands shake as I lower the letter, my head turning to the still wrapped present. Slowly, hesitantly, I reach out. I gently work at the tape, being careful not to rip anything. As the present is slowly revealed, I stare at it. Then my eyes refocus on the letter. I don't believe it. I can't believe it. But as I turn back to the dark green bunny that I can tell has been hand-sewn, I can't help the seed of hope that takes root in my heart. Because there's only one person who ever called me that. And they've only done it a few times, when we were alone. We can meet again after you get into UA, Candy Cane Princess. Chapter 42, Goodbye Aldera. Hey! I blink blankly at the building in front of me, Himi at my side switching between looking at me then the building every few seconds. A bit behind me is one, who has a relieved expression on his face, probably happy that things aren't going to go how he thought they would. Sure, he accepted the invitation to join the league, but despite his first crime being murder, he's not really set on the whole villainskiat. That's fine though, he took the first step, now we just have to find what it takes for him to take the plunge. Of course, that doesn't really fix the problem in front of me. See, I had hoped that I would be burning down a building full of people. Instead I'm staring at a gate that's been chained shut, detritus littering the grounds beyond it. And resting prime of place is a school building, specifically Aldera Junior High. With only a week from the entrance exams for high school, I was going to hide gasoline cans all over the building, then create a flaming wall around the school grounds. Then when someone eventually managed to escape, or maybe had more than a single brain cell work for once in their lives and called for help, we'd be waiting, ready to cut the ever so thin string of hope they'd managed to pinch between their fingers and watch it turn into despair, knowing that hope is a lie. There is only the harsh reality of the living world. And really, that's something too many people take for granted. The fact that reality exists. Most of the time they live in their own little worlds where they're convinced that nothing too bad will happen to them. Sure, they know that bad things happen all the time. That at any moment they can lose their life in any number of ways. But knowing is not the same as understanding. That's not why I plan to burn down a school of nearly high schoolers though. I just hate basically everyone who I went to school with. Sure, there were a few people who weren't horrible, and a couple of teachers who actually tried to stop the abuse. Whatever. It's a moot point now since there's nobody here. And judging by the graffiti and broken windows, not to mention how filthy it is, I'd say that it's been closed down for a long while. I sigh. 1. Can you just take the containers inside? Concentrate some of them specifically in classroom 210, I say. He nods, using his power to create a super long piece of gum that he wraps around the cans, then he makes another that he sticks to the first one and starts to drag them. Obviously he needs to get through the locked gate though, and I'm curious how he'll manage that. After staring at it for a few seconds he smiles, snaps his fingers, and gum in the shape of a key protrudes from the lock. With a quick turn he's trudging his way towards his destination and I can't help but muse on his quirk. He can make gum, as has already been established. But, while seemingly limitless, there are, in fact, limits. For one, he has to actually think that what he's summoning is gum, which means it needs to be edible, chewable, and must contain the ability to be blown into bubbles. Furthermore, it's not made out of nothing. It actually pulls in certain aspects of the air, or maybe oxygen, in order to manifest. So no summoning gum into a solid brick for whatever reason. It also limits whether or not he can summon gum inside a person. Basically if their mouth is closed, not enough of whatever his quirk needs enters the body for him to manifest the gum. So if his uncle hadn't been shouting at him, he wouldn't have died. On the plus side though, other than it needing to be classified as gum, he can customize it however he sees fit. Taste, texture, elasticity, chewability, stickiness, moist, dry. The limit for what kinds of gum he can summon are, in fact, nearly limitless. Of course, that still doesn't fix the issue of me not having jerks to burn. Seriously. What happened? I shout. You use Togo here. The sudden voice causes me to whirl around, a knife flickering into hand. But nobody's there. Up here, I hear it again, and I gasp, staring straight up at the clear blue sky above. God! I gasp. Yes. I'm God. The voice deadpans and I nod. Well, you kind of suck, you know that? All the war, famine, and discrimination is a bit much. Don't you think? Yep. But that's more of humanity's problem. Don't blame the maker, blame the user. You know who said that? The voice continues before I can answer. A drug dealer who was getting arrested. Fair, I concede. So Himmy, you got yet? Hey? Who's the voice's confused question is abruptly cut off, presumably by a knife, but hopefully not somewhere lethal. I still have questions. Yepers. And she's cute too. I chuckle, finally looking over at the light post the voice had been coming from. There I see Himmy precariously balanced behind a girl a couple years younger than us. Maybe going on to her second year? If she went to middle school, that is. But judging by how tattered, mismatched, and ragged her clothes are, and the fact that anyone who goes to school would be there given the time, it's safe to assume that she doesn't have an education. A formal one, I mean. So, little probably homeless girl, care to explain why Aldera's abandoned? She shifts uncomfortably, which is fair considering the knife at her throat. Or it could be because for two people to balance on a single lamp post, Himmy has one of her legs between both of the girls. And to make it even more awkward, the girl is shorter than her, so she's practically sitting on Himmy's leg with her own on either side. School got closed down 'cause of discrimination. Apparently the principal of UA took offense to that and went on a war. Way I heard it, most of the teachers got arrested, some of the students too. Hey! I blink at her as a bead of sweat rolls down her face. How'd something like that happen? It's not like the school was all that noteworthy. She swallows as Himmy adjusts her footing, the knife nicking her throat and drawing a droplet of blood. It was something 'bout a death. Kid died, caused a commotion. Don't know nothing more than that. Hey. So, it had something to do with me? I guess that makes sense, what with All Might being my sperm donor. Not to mention that I applied with Izumi and Kakan. Darn, I mutter, kicking at the floor while hanging my head in dejection. I was really looking forward to burning them alive. I sigh before looking back up, signaling Himmy that she can put the knife away. She does so as the girl lets out a relieved sigh while holding a hand to her neck, smearing the blood from the small cut. So kid, why you homeless? Himmy asks in a cute voice without getting off the post. She snorts, her earlier sass quickly reasserting itself now that she's not being held at knife point. Born quirkless, she says with her chin raised in challenge. Parents tossed me out on my ass not a week after we found out. I hum in thought, rubbing my chin. You seem awfully calm for someone standing so far off the ground. Especially when you're quirkless and don't have any way to catch yourself. She scowls. Just 'cause I'm quirkless doesn't mean I'm fragile. I ain't never been hurt by a fall and that's not changing today. Really? You spend a lot of time up high, pretending to be God. I ask, curious, to which she shrugs. I like it. Relaxing, safe. Feels like I'm above all the problems I'm stuck with. Don't have to deal with coppers, thugs, other homeless. All of them are just as much to screw me over as the other, just in different ways. But when I'm up high, she gets a distant look in her eyes as she stares ahead, not seeing the dilapidated building in front of her, but something else. Up high I leave my worries down below, and can pretend that they're someone else's worries. Just me and the wind rushing past. She smiles. No better feeling than that. I nod. I can understand a bit of that. Though the wind rushing past is an interesting feeling to enjoy. Sounds almost like you enjoy falling. She twitches, her years on the streets having taught her to hold information close to her chest, but evidently still thrown by Himi still being behind her. Not by much, but enough that Himi has no issue pushing her off the lamp post. And judging by the scream that sounds off from the direction of the school, apparently I'm not the only one watching. But despite one's belief that he just watched Himi push a girl to her death, my own belief proves correct. She twists in the air, almost cat-like to land with her feet firmly planted on the ground. Seeing the angry expression on her face as she storms up to me, I smile. Quickly pulling out my phone, I type out 2 coordinates for Kurogiri, hitting send just as the girl's fist makes contact with my jaw. It doesn't hurt though. Being this close, the signs of malnutrition are clear to see. She's too weak to put any real effort into the blow. Of course, that's not even counting how I'm incapable of feeling pain. Either way, she's unable to resist as I wrap my arms around her, holding her tight against me. As she squirms in a futile attempt to get away, I look at Himi, who has a smile, and one, who's returned and looks worried. Light the fuse and take a video. I want to see how it burns when I come back. Just as I finish speaking, one of Kurogiri's portals opens up in front of me, establishing a connection with the location. Then a second opens, leading to the second pair of coordinates I sent him. The destination I'll be taking Little Miss Orphan to. Or rather, where to will be going to. I step forward, letting us drop through. Immediately the school building and the apartment blocks across from it are replaced by clear blue skies, the only clouds far in the distance. Then the rushing wind starts up as we fall through the sky, our clothes getting torn from the air pressure the longer we fall. It doesn't bother me though, and from her previous words I didn't think that two would care much either. Guess there's a big difference between falling from something along the lines of 2 or 3 stories tall and falling from high up in the sky. But that's just semantics. As we fall, I consider the risk that I'm taking. Sure, if I'm right, then we won't have to do random tests on every quirkless person we find. I'm sure that one would have appreciated it if we did focused testing instead of throwing everything in the kitchen sink at him. See, I think that for a quirkless person, their personalities are shaped by their quirks. Or maybe it's the other way around, personalities shaping quirks. It's not like people understand everything about quirks anyways, so my guess is as good as any. It takes a few minutes, but eventually we see a flash of light, one that steadily grows larger the closer we get. Though I seem to have made a miscalculation. Instead of falling straight down, the wind's direction has changed, which redirects our course. We're heading straight to the blaze as it works to consume the school. I can tell that I'm going to hit the floor first, and I feel a sharp stab of disappointment that I won't be able to observe the effects in person. Oh well, Himi knows what to do. And the next thing I know is that I'm in front of receptionist, not even having felt the impact. I smile at her, crossing one leg above the other. So, I think I've found a new recruit. One immune to fall damage. She just looks at me for a moment before sighing, leaning back in her chair as she steeples her fingers. Go on, then, she says with much put upon airs. Tell me all about your new friend. Chapter 43, Cousin Calling. Trigger warning, self-harm. Izumi. Several hours ago, a mysterious fire suddenly engulfed the previously shut-down school known as Aldera Junior High. Not long after that, before the fire department or any heroes could even be mobilized, the area was rocked by a sudden earthquake. Thankfully, damage was kept to a minimum and no one was hurt. Though the fact that it was, once again, centered upon the abandoned school which collapsed has concerned citizens asking if there might be more to the two events. For those unaware, it was nearly 10 months ago that the school came under investigation for promoting quirk discrimination, as well as actively encouraging the young minds housed within towards actions that would lead them to villainy. The one who instigated this investigation was none other than the principal of the prestigious UA, the #1 hero school in the world. When asked for comments, Mr. Nizu refused, stating that it would be best to let the professionals handle the investigation. But speculation has been running rampant. Was this a statement? Or perhaps villains had claimed the site as a hideout? Had this abandoned place of learning turned into the den of a mad scientist who perished after his experiment failed with explosive consequences? When we find out more, our viewers will be the first to know. This is Ryoko Majihame, ensuring you know what. I turn off the TV now that the interesting parts are over. This news station is pretty popular, and they usually cover weird events that heroes aren't involved in. That might make them less popular than the hero-centric channels, but it definitely helps anyone who's more concerned with staying safe than heroes keeping them safe. I sigh, turning back to my computer. I'm not sad or anything about what happened to Aldera. Looking back at it with some perspective, it was a horrible place that encouraged a discriminatory mindset. The way Bakugo and my quirks were praised as being hero material while most of the others were disregarded as being suitable for everyone else. That's not even mentioning how nearly everyone bent over backwards for Shoko since her father is Endeavor. Really, I'm glad it's gone. Anytime I passed by it, it always felt like it was watching me. Reminding me of what I did. Who I was. I've become a better person now. I know I have. But every time I caught a glimpse of that building, every time I thought of it, I heard the voice talking to me, taunting me. It always asked if I had really improved. If I truly regretted what I did. And it would not shut up. I found a way to keep it quiet though. And as a plus, I found it relaxing as well. I didn't think I would, and the first time I did it, it was, well, not an accident since I did it on purpose. But I wasn't thinking when it happened. I was just listening to a stream of judgment and vitriol fill my head, and then I take a deep breath with my eyes closed, throwing the thought away. It doesn't matter how I started, what matters is that it works. I look around my room, taking in how, while I've changed, for the most part my room hasn't. There's still a bunch of weights lined up against one wall, though I have been trading the lighter ones in for heavier ones as I've trained my quirk. I took down the All Might posters I used to have. I just can't look at Dad's smile when he looks like that without thinking of what he could have done for Izuku. Instead I've replaced them with mental health posters my therapist said would be good for me. I haven't told her about the voice though. It just seems too personal to share. I know that she can't help if I don't tell her, but what I've been doing has been working to keep it quiet. And really, it's just a manifestation of my own negativity, so once I start feeling positive it will go away. I sigh again, reluctantly turning back to the computer. I know that I'm just trying to put it off, but I really don't want her to ask about Izuku. We might not have visited all that often, but we did always make sure that we would stay in touch. Though I haven't called since that. My hand starts to shake, so I take a deep breath, hold it for 5 seconds, then let it out slowly. You are a better person. Guilt over your actions is proof that you aren't the same as you were before. I repeat the process, the breaths and self-encouragement, until my hand stops, causing me to let out a final relieved breath. The voice didn't even chime in to discourage me this time. With a resigned swallow, I manipulate my computer mouse and type away at the keyboard until I get to the site I need to go. I send her a request, silently hoping that she won't be at her computer to accept. Or that she left her phone somewhere and will miss it, letting me get away with an "oh well, I tried." But I'm not that lucky, as the video screen changes from the black inactive to a live stream of the person I called. She has blown out, long blonde hair, some of which drapes over her shoulders. It frames a face that I have no problem admitting is pretty, since I'm confident in my own looks. A pair of glasses help to highlight her deep blue eyes that light up in happiness upon seeing me, though she quickly pouts. Izumi, it's been too long. You didn't even call to wish me happy birthday. I chuckle, scratching my cheek. Yeah, sorry about that, Melissa. Things have been kind of hectic around here for the past year. Her previous mock anger is quickly dispelled by her concern. Really? A whole year of troubles? Is there anything me and my dad could do? Do you need us to fly over? We can be on the next flight out if you need. I smile warmly, reassuring my cousin that everything's okay. Don't worry, it's been over for a while. It's just the after effects have taken some time to settle down. But it means a lot that you're so quick to offer. Really, I mean that. She doesn't look convinced. Well, if you say so. Just remember that you can rely on me. It's a shield's duty to make sure you Yagis are protected from all the trouble you get involved in. I chuckle at the motto Melissa Shield, daughter of the famous David Shield, has adopted. Hey now, it's not our fault. It's the curse of the Yagi bloodline. I never really understood how Dad knew David Shield, All Might's personal support specialist. After finding out about his identity though, it suddenly all made sense. Another example of what perspective can do. She snorts. Yeah. Blame it all on the curse. Beware of the curse. She smiles. But I'm really glad that Uncle Might finally told you about who he is. I never understood why he didn't. She half asks half says. I shrug. Being the symbol of peace paints a target on your back. He said he didn't want to put us in the line of fire for villains looking to hurt him that way. But the villains wouldn't know about you, you would know about him, she points out. Yeah, his logic didn't make sense to me either, I concede, getting a laugh from her. At least I don't have to watch what I say anymore. It was really awkward when you and Izuku would start talking about All Might like he wasn't your dad and he was right next to us. A pang shoots through my heart at the reminder. Like the safe space I had thought his room was, I would always make sure to leave him alone whenever we went to visit the Shields. They were the only trips that our parents remembered to take him on, and I wasn't about to ruin them for him. Even when I was mired in the deepest parts of my idiocy, I could still see how much he needed those infrequent breaks from our home city. The only times I ever saw him come close to the levels of happiness he had on those trips was when he was with Shoko. But they were always tinged with worry, and when me and Bakugo would show up it would turn into resignation as his eyes dimmed. So, has anything interesting happened? The entrance exam for UA is right around the corner, right? I'm pulled from my thoughts by Melissa's question. There's the obvious. And what happened to Aldera back around noon? But I can't tell her about anything relating to Izuku. Luckily there is one occurrence I can say that has no connection to him whatsoever. And it was really weird too. Yeah, it is. And, well, a few months back, a bit before Christmas, the pro-hero Endeavor was patrolling along his usual route when an absolute flood of water poured down on him. It wasn't raining or anything, it just came out of nowhere. Luckily he wasn't in the middle of a fight or something, but it was super weird. Nothing else even happened, and it stopped as suddenly as it appeared. I shake my head. There was no explanation from anyone, and they never found the person responsible, so it was eventually chalked up to a random quirk accident. I chuckle. The pictures that got taken are pretty funny though. Want one? I offer, but to my surprise she frowns. I wonder how Todoroki felt about that. She muses quietly to herself, but not quiet enough that her microphone can't pick up on it. The wonders of more advanced technology. I snark in my head, though it's vastly overpowered by the surprise of her knowing Endeavor's daughter. Or maybe she knows one of her siblings. You know Todoroki? Shoko Todoroki. I ask for confirmation, getting a nod in reply. Yeah. Izuku talked about her all the time whenever he called. Though he hasn't called in just as long as you, she pouts with puffed up cheeks. Really, it feels like the two of you have forgotten about me. Why yet? Sorry about that. I stammer out, looking away guiltily. I didn't have the nerve to tell her. I still don't. That's why I haven't called her in so long. I only even managed to text her a week ago to arrange a time for the call and to ask if she knew about Dad's two forms. She does, but it's evident she hasn't realized what they mean. To her, his quirk just transforms his body when he activates it. She doesn't know about One for All, or about my dad's injury limiting his hero time. Izumi. The sudden seriousness in her voice causes me to jolt upright, all previous thoughts banished as I meet her piercing stare. Did something happen with Izuku? You stuttered the moment I said his name. I look away, not wanting to lie while looking her in the eyes. And no? I'm stuttering because I have a crush on Todoroki. I don't even have to look at her to know the deadpan expression on her face. But I refuse to look at her, and eventually she sighs. Fine. Don't tell me, she says, clearly dissatisfied. But just remember, even though the two of you aren't close, you're still twins. That's like a sibling bond jumped up to 11. Even if the two of you are fighting right now, you still need to have each other's backs. A lump forms in my throat. It's getting harder to breathe, to move. The most I manage to do is a single jerky nod. It's enough. She sighs. I have to go, I need to get my school project done. Just keep in mind what I said. I don't answer, my mind completely focused on the task I've set it on as the voice rings in my head like a church bell, saying it's all my fault. After another sigh and wishing me luck with UA, she turns off the call, and I don't have to be careful anymore. I pull hard on my telekinesis as the object I was slowly floating towards me shoots forward. I grab it with trembling fingers as I switch my quirk's focus. Or rather, what I'm going to focus it on. I scramble at the edge of my pants, frantically pulling them down as fast as I can as the voice gets louder. Once they're past my thigh, I bring my hand down, the object shaking as I press it against my skin. I let out a slow, shaky breath, drawing the razor across my skin as I do. Once I run out of air in my lungs, I stop the cut, a fresh bright line having been added to the myriad of faded and not so faded ones crossing down my leg. I'm sorry, I whisper as the voice lowers its volume. Another slice. I'm sorry. Quieter. I'm sorry. Slice. Quieter. I'm sorry. Slice. Quieter. I'm sorry. Slice. Quiet. I'm sorry. Slice. Quiet. I'm sorry. Slice. Quiet. I might go to make another slice only to realize the voice is gone. It's not accusing me. Not telling me what I already know. It's quiet. Blessedly silent in my own head. I look down at the additional cuts. 7 new ones. Though my leg is clean of blood, my telekinesis having done the job of pulling the blood free before it could flow too far, as well as pinching the edges of the cuts closed to stop them from bleeding further. I take a deep breath as I gingerly pull my pants back up, keeping the focus of my quirk on its task. By the time I get ready for bed, the cuts will have healed over enough that they won't bleed while I sleep. And if I have another nightmare and they open again? Well, I think as I take the floating blood to the open window and send it out and down to water the tree in the backyard. It's just some more quirk training for my fine control. Chapter 44, Christmas Special. No. Oh, come on. Please? You're basically the Santa of the League anyways. I clasp my hands and close my eyes, tilting my head in that way Himi tells me ups my adorable factor by 7. It is undignified, juvenile, and beneath me. All for One rejects me once again. It'll make Tomura happy, I say with sudden seriousness as I open my eyes, watching the minute movements of his scar tissue trying to make the motions that have since become impossible for him. Oh? He asks, and with that I know that there's at least a small chance of him going along with my request. I nod. Usually the most interactions the two of you have are talking over the TV, right? Getting a nod back, I continue. Well, isn't that too impartial? You decided to retire and truly make him your replacement. No matter who you are, what your quirk is, or how old you are, there's always a tell. Sometimes it's a muscle twitch. Others a familiar or relaxing motion. Maybe an itch. It doesn't matter. Even people who have trained themselves not to have a tell, simply develop more subtle ones. AFO's tell doesn't even last for half a second at my words. It's not obvious either. Practically nobody would even notice it. It's a good thing that I'm not a nobody anymore. When I mention him making Tomura his replacement, for the briefest fraction of a second, he stills. Something about that comment resonated with him, and not in a good way. But I'm fairly certain that he doesn't mean Tomura any harm. Not because he's his father figure, I've experienced enough of that to know how little protection familial bonds are. It's because the few times I've seen them together, they both relax. They're happy to be in each other's presence. It wasn't like that the first time for AFO, but something changed for him. They care for each other. Even if it doesn't get said. But I suppose that isn't any of my business. Whatever they have between them is for them alone. But that doesn't mean you need to stay out of his life. I continue my previous assertion, tossing my musings to the back of my mind. I wish for Tomura to carve his own path through villainy, with the League of Villains supporting him. If I were to maintain a closer presence, he would consistently be attempting to make decisions that he believes would best please me. Not what he believes would further his own goals. I shrug, texting Kurogiri to drop a portal. Maybe, I say as the swirling darkness appears behind me. I turn around, throwing some last few words over my shoulders as I'm engulfed in the void. But I'm a prime example of what could happen if your parents aren't involved in your life. Don't make the same mistake with your son. It's present time. Presents. I chuckle at Himi matching my yell with one of her own, Shigaraki grumbling while seated at the bar with a Santa hat on his head. Since it's Christmas, it was decided that today is going to be a pajama day. Apparently Shiggy just wears his normal clothes when he sleeps though, so he was sentenced to the hat. Even Kurogiri joined in on the festivities and is wearing a set of white silk pajamas with purple polka dots. He's also holding a sleeping cap, but can he even wear it? Himi doesn't really have pajamas, usually she sleeps naked. Then again that could also be my fault. Not much point in buying something to sleep in if both of us are too dirty to put them on. Thankfully I stopped her from going down like that today. Instead she's wearing a pair of pajamas styled after my Midosegi jacket. In onesie form. So adorable. As for myself, I'm in baggy dark green pants with snowflakes and a red Christmas sweater. I did invite one to join us for today, but he said that he just wants to process. Bah. He can be a Scrooge if he wants, for now, presents. Let's start off with Kurogiri's. I exclaim and immediately get grumblings from Shigaraki. But I'm the leader. I should get to open mine first. I huff at him and cross my arms. We both know that the moment you get a new video game you'll immediately start playing it. He avoids meeting my eyes and I roll them. Besides, with how much Momogiri does for us they should clearly be first. He still grumbles under his breath but accepts my reasoning. I pile the 3 presents for Kurogiri in front of him, one from each of us. I thank you for the privilege of unwrapping my presents first, as well as including me in the festivities. He reaches for the present on top and I see Shiggy perk up a bit as his muttered grumbling, I'm pretty sure that he was literally just saying grumble and mutter over and over, comes to a stop. Must be his present. Good pick Momogiri. He would have dusted something if his wasn't first. Gently disassembling the paper, air freshener, is slowly unwrapped. You're always wearing suits, Shiggy starts to explain. And since suits need more care than regular clothes, I figured a steamer would make cleaning them a bit easier. Thank you, Tomura Shigaraki. It is a thoughtful gift. The corners of his eyes turning upwards. Shiggy turns away, and I overhear him muttering something about events like these not being so bad. My present is next, and what's revealed is a traveling bartender kit. I figured that since you like bartending so much, having a little piece of home when you travel would be nice. I thank you, Mitosegi. I do enjoy attending to the bar. He tilts his mist at me and I smile back. Finally it's time for Himi's gift for him, though she's pouting for some reason. Why didn't anyone tell me we were keeping his presents on the bartender theme? Mine doesn't fit that at all. That gets a round of chuckles out of the rest of us, and my curiosity grows. What could she have gotten him if it's not bartender-like? It's not like he does much else that I know of. After unwrapping her present he reveals a gun. We all give Himi a look. She gets an offended expression for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. You should see your faces. He he he. No, here's his real present. She tugs at the collar for her onesie and reaches inside, pulling out a sign with some rope. Be patient. Even toilets can only service one asshole at a time. Shiggy reads aloud, and I can't help but facepalm at the joke. Before I can smack Himi on the back of the head for it though a knock reverberates throughout the room. We all exchange looks of confusion before focusing on the door it came from. The door to the bar's storage room. Ho ho ho. A forced jolly laugh comes from behind it before it opens. And from behind it comes I have come to deliver presents to the powerful villains that make up the League of Villains. All for one. Dressed in a Santa costume with the hat pulled low to cover up his lack of eyes and carrying a large sack on his back. Sensei. Tomura blinks at him as if he can't believe what he's seeing. Indeed, Tomura. Now that you are coming into your own as a villain, have recruited allies to your organization, I believe we can have a more lax relationship. There's a bit of strain when he speaks, clearly he can't stay for too long. But the expression on Tomura's face? It's like this is the first Christmas he's ever had. I slide up next to him and give him a one-armed side hug. Merry Christmas, Tomura. I hope you enjoy the best gift of all. A family that cares. Izumi. Christmas spirit is clearly shown in the house, practically every part of it being decked out in decorations, and a not insignificant amount of presents under the tree. Nothing was said, but we all came to an understanding that today, of all days, we would be a family. We get excited over the presents we got for each other. We binge on fun Christmas movies. We meet up with Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru, who were sad because Bakugo ran off saying that he'd be back for dinner. I'm not upset that I'm not hanging out with him, but I am angry at him for not spending the day with his family, like Christmas is supposed to be about. And at the end of the day, after saying goodbye to them and having a nice, big, Christmas dinner, I sit on my knees in my room in front of a small shrine. I light the incense and clap twice, praying that Izuku is happy. Apologizing again. I go to bed, leaving a notebook in front of the shrine for him. Chapter 45, I'm off to UA. You are attending the entrance exam for UA High School. Kurogiri's bright yellow eyes vanish for a moment as he blinks. Probably from surprise. Or he might have just gotten dust in them. Yep. I nod with a happy smile on my face, knowing that my lack of elaboration would annoy him. With a sigh he continues the game. Why do you wish to attend the exam for a hero school? And will it lead to any problems for the League of Villains? I think about that for a moment. On one hand, a villain though I'm not stupid, obviously I'm not going to wear my villain outfit. Boldly walking into a hero school is bad on so many levels. On the other, nope. I'm going to have fun, not to hunt or cause the heroes problems. I rethink that last part for a moment. I mean, there probably will be problems for them, but it's not the express reason I'm going. He stares at me for a few seconds before sighing tiredly. That reminds me, does he get vacation time? He's always either standing at the bar, cleaning up the base/bar, or running errands for whoever. But, theoretically, if he ever went on vacation and left the league for some length of time, what would happen? Kurogiri looks at the crater that used to be the base. He asks a passing passerby before he can pass about what had passed. Well, blood flowed out of all the windows, so someone called the heroes. Then enough body parts to fill a morgue got thrown out of the windows, and, again, heroes were called. But when they all got here, the entire building turned to dust. Then a giant bubble appeared, so All Might punched it. It popped, and that's how the crater happened. And the people inside? Kurogiri asks. No idea. Nat, it wouldn't be as bad as all that. Probably. A tap on my forehead pulls me out of my theorizing. In front of me is Kurogiri holding out a Mirko-themed lunchbox, so I slap a hand to my forehead. Darn it! I keep forgetting to hunt down Mirko for some tests. I move to the center of the floor and pry open a trapdoor, poking my head down to shout. 1. Schedule a hunt on Mirko for me sometime soon. I'm not your secretary. Or a nurse. Do it yourself and get someone else to take care of this girl. Someone sane. I chuckle as I pull out a rarity, I know, and let the door fall shut. Yeah, that's not happening. Who is it that one is taking care of? Well, that would be our newest recruit. Who just so happens to also be the reason why Himi isn't around and why I'm bored. I was right about 2 being immune to fall damage, something that Shiggy happily tapped his feet to when I told him, but the problem is that she didn't just fall. She fell into a school that was on fire. Really, who would throw some random middle schooler but not really into a blazing building? The people in this world have no shame. Or would that be honor? Morals? Whatever you'd refer to it as, the end result is the same. Our newest recruit has been relegated to bed rest in the underground clinic we have. And also unconsciousness. When did we get a clinic? When I had Kurogiri portal a bunch of medical stuff inside the testing room where we'd originally stuck one. He was so happy to be the one to keep her company down there that he fainted from happiness. Unfortunately, Kurogiri refused to just portal enough medicine to last her full recovery into the room. Something about how what she needs would expire before she gets back to full health. PFT, expiration dates are just recommendations. I took expired medicine all the time and only occasionally experienced minor hallucinations. Seeing a girl with a bow in her hair punching a book ghost in the face isn't a problem. She even waved to me. But since everyone else disagreed, Himi is impersonating a nurse at a hospital for a while to get the stuff 2 needs. Bonus for her, she gets to raid their blood supply. Detriment to me, no snuggles until she gets back. Anyways, thanks for the lunch, Mamagiri. I accept the lunchbox from a Kurogiri with one hand on his hip who is looking at me with narrowed eyes. Since he seems annoyed with me for some reason, I make sure to use his nickname and give him a peck on the cheek. Side of his mist. Close enough. Hope it wasn't actually his lips that I kissed. That would be awkward. Rushing out the door, I shout over my shoulder, I'll be back either tonight or tomorrow, a week at the latest. I let the door slam behind me as I rush to catch the train. Sure, I could have asked Kurogiri to send me there, but then the carefully crafted identity I sent to the school for my application would be ruined. The application has my name being Bigius Dicus, and my quirk as infinite stamina. Kurogiri watches the mad lad dash out the door, too shocked to move from where he is standing. His mind seems to have frozen, unable to process what just happened. Slowly, his hand rises to touch the spot where the young villain had kissed him, like a child would their mother. He had not realized that the boy truly saw him as such, rather than it just being a nickname. An unfamiliar feeling begins to grow inside of him, a peculiarity given his inability to feel true emotions. All that he has felt before have simply been simulated in order to build a sense of camaraderie with his charge and those who join the League of Villains. But now he is truly feeling something, and he does not know what to think about it. Should he report the development to All for One? Perhaps Dr. Gariki? He believes that he should, to ensure that there is not something wrong with him. But, he does not wish to. Another peculiarity. But one he believes that he will indulge in. And so he returns to his usual spot behind the bar, polishing an already clean glass as he waits for any potential customers, or for Tomura Shigaraki to have need of him. But the entire time he examines the new feeling inside of him, eventually realizing what it is. Happiness. I whistle, seeing how big the school is. Someone's compensating for something. Probably Kakan, I muse to myself as I make my way to the auditorium. For some reason I trip on nothing and start to fall. Maybe another applicant is using their quirk to sabotage people to make themselves feel better about their chances? I could do it now, but it wouldn't have as big an impact. Before I can hit the ground and decide whether or not to do what I came here to, I feel myself stop. More than that, I can feel my sense of equilibrium taking a ride on a gyrosphere. A slow one though, so I'm in no danger of throwing up. Sorry that I used my quirk on you without asking, a bubbly voice next to me says, and I feel myself being put upright. I look to the side and see a girl with chubby cheeks and a perpetual blush framed by a bob of brown hair. She taps her fingers together and I feel my weight return to normal. I figured that it's bad luck to fall before the exam, she says with a smile, trying to hide her own nerves. I nod. Maybe. But hey, I'm here to have fun. Can't let a little thing like bad luck get in my way, now can I? She looks surprised for a moment before smiling brightly and hopping a bit. Could this girl be one of my people? You're right. We should have confidence in ourselves and not let the exam stress us out. She pumps her arm before charging towards the doors. Let's go. I chuckle as I charge along with her. She seems bubbly and easygoing, but that bit where she just read too much into what I said reminds me of myself with quirks. Maybe we can be friends. The written part of the exam goes by in a flash and I meet back up with the girl from the gate as we make our way to the practical portion where we separate, and finally introduce ourselves as we part. I'm Okako Yurika, it was nice meeting you. I smile and wave before turning away. Call me Bigius Dikus. It was nice meeting you too. Once I take my seat I can see that the girl is still standing by the door, her hand raised with a blank look in her eyes. It's not until the next person walks in that she seems to restart, her face turning scarlet and her legs moving like tires to get her to her seat, where she promptly slams her face onto the table. Yet, she's a fun one. It doesn't take long for all the seats to be filled up, and I have to hold myself back from stabbing someone as the seat next to me is taken. Specifically the person who takes the seat. Izumi. Fucking Yagi. I look at the ground between my legs. Why, receptionist? Why do you punish me so? Don't you mean Satan? And isn't it usually God? She asks me with a tired voice. I shrug. Usually, yet. But I've been down there and the receptionist handles everything. She chuckles drily. Yet, must get pretty busy down there, guess, out. I don't quite catch the last part she mutters as she lays her head in her arms, and I take the opportunity to take a closer look at her. This isn't the same bully I remember. And why can't I talk to her? I'm literally one rude comment away from stabbing her, but I'm talking to her normally. What the hell? Her hair is disheveled, and I can see a few spots where it's clumped together. I don't recognize her uniform, which makes sense since Aldera closed down. I can't see her face with how she's put her head down, but if her voice is anything to go by, it's probably in rough shape too. What happened? It couldn't be about me, she was probably just sad that her training victim wasn't around anymore. So what could it be? Before I can wonder about it further, the proctor for the exam slides in on his knees with his head thrown back to face the ceiling. Hello UA candidates. Let me hear some of that excitement. Yeah. I roar so loud that I damage my vocal cords a bit, which will mess with how I sound. Just a bit of extra insurance in case Izumi starts paying attention. Which she probably will given the way she jumps and starts to glow as she floats a bit away from me. I see she's picked up some new tricks. The guy on my other side doesn't have as convenient a way to get away from my exuberant shout and ends up just falling out of his chair as he tries scrambling away. The proctor, who I've identified as the pro hero present Mike, leaps to his feet and points at me with both hands. Hell yeah! That's the kind of excitement I want to see. Heroes gotta be loud. Gotta be seen. Hearing his explanation, the two take their seats once more, giving me wary looks as they do. Now let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down. Are you ready, kids? This time there are a few scattered cheers, though not nearly to the level of mine, though one pink girl shouting about him being a captain comes close, which damages my vocal cords even further. It's a good thing I don't plan to live through the day. He explains how we'll be fighting robots worth different points, but gets interrupted. Pardon me, but you stated that there are 3 robots while the printouts handed out claim there are 4. We are exemplary students, we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this is unacceptable. Mr. Impatient Silver Spoon then whirls around and points at me. I feel like I've gotten that more than usual today. Maybe it's a new fad? Don't pick up on those too much, living in a villain lair and such. As for you, while we are all excited for the chance to apply, that is no excuse for such excessively loud responses. Think of the other applicants. He chops his hand rapidly with the last admonishment, and I pretend to think about it for a moment before standing up, my disguise shown off to all. Which basically amounts to dyeing my hair blue and putting an orange streak in it. I also have a replica of my usual mask on, since there are other people wearing masks as well. You know, I have a way for you to help me decide on the perfect volume. If you're interested. I raise an inquisitive eyebrow, getting a firm nod back. That would be satisfactory, but for now, he whirls back to face present Mike. Sir. The printouts. The 4th villain is worth 0 points. You can fight it if you want, but there's really no point given that, again, it is worth 0 points. There's a few mutterings about how the exam is just like a video game, and for a brief moment I wonder if I should have brought Shiggy. But I have my own stuff to do, and he'd probably just go on a killing spree for bonus points or as a secret level. I'll leave you with a tasty soundbite before you go. As Napoleon Bonaparte once laid down, so too does a certain hero who absolutely hates the media's attention. As we file out of the auditorium into a line of buses waiting for us, I can't help but wonder which hero he could have been talking about. Chapter 46, Trauma Building Activity. Observation Room. Aizawa stares down at the paper in his hand with a twitching eyebrow. He looks up and stares at Nizu. He looks back down at the paper. Then back at Nizu. He sighs before deciding to bite the bullet and ask. Please tell me this is some kind of a joke. This kid is so obviously suspicious that it hurts. He gets a chuckle in reply. Now, Aizawa. One should not discount a potential student simply because their parents granted them a unique name. Why, their quirk would be well suited to heroics as well. Aizawa just deadpans at him. You do remember that you made the entire school watch everything made by Monty Python after Mike played a strip of the Holy Grail during lunch back when we were attending. Nizu sips his tea. Why, yes. I do remember that quite well. There's silence as Aizawa tries to glare a hole in the rat's head. When that doesn't work, he sighs. I don't know what you're planning by letting this kid take the exam. Just remember that we're not only teachers, we're also heroes. Indeed, Nizu smirks with amusement in his voice. That is exactly what I am counting on. Man, that test was easy. I slouched down in my seat on the bus, resting my feet on the one in front of me. It's not like there's someone there to complain anyways. Unless you're a girl, put your feet down. I blink in surprise before getting up and peering over the seat. Apparently there is already someone sitting in front of me. A midget. A munchkin. A fruit. A grape. I question. I'm a person. They screech at me, causing heads to turn towards us. I roll my eyes. No day, I scoff. I was talking about your hair. But with how you just randomly insisted that you're a person, now I'm wondering if you're just an illusion made by someone's quirk. My eyes narrow in suspicion. I mean, this is an exam for all of us going to high school. But you barely look like a primary schooler. I'm real damn it. The grape stands on his seat and turns to shout into my face with a vein popping on his forehead, spittle flying. With a grimace of disgust I wipe it off. Nasty. Guess that does prove you're real though. I act as if a thought suddenly strikes me. Oh. To make up for it, how about we introduce ourselves? You can call me Bigius Dickus, and I don't really want to become a hero. I'm just taking this test to have some fun and kill time. He smirks at me for some reason. Ha! That's so dumb. All of it. My name is way better, and so is my goal. He takes a pose, hands on his hips and thrusting his chin out proudly. I'm Minoru Mineta, and I'm going to be a hero who gets all the girls fawning over him. I'll have my pick of the chicks. I nod understandingly, taking out my phone and making a note on my to-do list. I doubt I'll ever meet this kid again, so I probably won't get a chance for it to become useful. But hey, Himi and I will still have fun doing it. Cool, cool. Too bad for you that my girlfriend is 100% better than any girl that would ever be interested in you. Oh, and my name. I give him a wink before dropping back into my seat and crossing my arms behind my head. Let's just say that names reflect the person. I ignore his attempts to try and insult me, mainly calling me a liar and saying that he'll get way more, and better, girls than I have. Insulting me? I'm used to it, not a problem. Insulting him? What I marked down was more of a if it pops up thing before, but now I'm absolutely going to do it. And take pictures. Either way, if he doesn't shut his mouth soon I'm going to punt his little purple butt straight out the window. Luckily, for him, the bus arrives at our destination quickly and everyone starts to depart. Except that the midget is still in his seat, leaning his head into the walkway and staring at the girls behinds. So I decide to ignore him, it's not like I'm a hero or something, and leave. It feels like my knee hits something though. Hard. But I don't see anything so I keep walking. I also don't hear the muffled thump of something small hitting the floor. I step off the bus with a nice stretch in the sun, some of the girls who got off before me shooting me grateful looks and smiles for some reason. Who knows what that's about? I guess I can get a quickie in during the exam if any of them ask and Himi responds to the text I just sent her. It'll tank their chances of passing if they can't walk though. But it wouldn't be my problem. Anyways, it looks like that fun girl is here, oh, and having a mini panic attack. I'm good at those. Maybe I'm also good at getting through them? That's up for debate, but before I can make my way over to her in order to find the answer to that question I feel a hand clamp down on my shoulder. Turning, I see that same blue-haired glasses guy from the auditorium. I smile at him as he frowns at me with a harsh glare in his eyes. That girl looks like she's trying to focus on the exam. Are you planning to go over there and distract her, ruining her chances to pass? The smile doesn't leave my face. Wanna help me find the perfect volume? A look of confusion crosses his face. Seems like he forgot about what I said before. That's okay, as long as he's standing here he can still help. I pull my leg back, then swing it forward with a decent amount of force. I'm not killing anyone during the exam, and that's probably what would have happened if I kicked him as hard as I could. I think I feel something pop, but it could just be my imagination. Doesn't really matter though, as he gives a high-pitched scream and crumbles to his knees, clutching his crotch. I lean over to look down at him, still with a smile on my face. So. That's how loud I should be. But isn't that even louder than I was though? Maybe we should retest it. But before I can act like I'm going to do it again, Present Mick's loud voice echoes over us, along with the doors grinding open. Go, go, go. There are no countdowns in real life. There's a moment of silence before there's a mad dash through the doors. I give the downed guy a considering look before turning away and jogging through the doors and into a fake city. Well, fake in that nobody lives here. Other than the teens and robots rampaging around, it looks just like a regular city. As I look for some non-destroyed robots away from the entrance gate, Present Mick's voice rings out again. And this is just a reminder, not aimed at anyone in particular, just in general, but attacking the other participants is not allowed. And will result in an automatic fail. Wow, someone attacked one of the other applicants? Aren't they all applying for the hero course? What kind of backwards thinking idiot? No, it was probably Kakan. Never mind. Chuckling at the thought of Kakan failing the test because of his short temper, even if I know he's not stupid enough to ignore the clearly stated warning, I finally come across my first active robot. A 2-pointer. Kind of looks like it was broadly modeled after a scorpion. But how does it attack? I wonder out loud as it stomps towards me. From what I saw of the wrecks I passed, the 1-pointers have guns with rubber bullets and the 3-pointers have weak missiles. But there's nothing obvious on Woe. I jump back as the robot's tail points at me and extends, piercing deeply into the ground where I was just standing. I stare at it with my mouth open as the tail retracts back to the bot, the protective plates once again becoming interlocked. The 1-pointers do shoot rubber bullets, right? Either way, you picked a fight with the wrong guy. I shout as I charge forward, my knife sliding into my hand as I flick my wrist. Its tail extends again, though this time it's aimed higher. Probably to account for the possibility of me jumping back to avoid it. Too bad the extra height means that I can just duck under it. As it passes overhead, I swing my knife in an arc, watching as it slides into the gap between the armor and cleanly cuts through the internal components. As half its tail falls to the ground behind me, I can't help but wonder how shoddily these things are made if such a weak attack could completely sever it. Did he just cut through the tail? Midnight looks around the room to make sure she's not seeing things, but her colleague's nods assure her that her eyes are working. But, isn't there an iron core for the tails? Vlad King asks to clarify, since he isn't too familiar with how the robots function. It's more complicated than that, Power Loader scoffs, only to reluctantly concede. But the core is as strong as iron. So he shouldn't have been able to just cut through it. How interesting, Nizu says while sipping his tea. With its tail damaged, the robot charges at me, trying to trample me. So I leap, grabbing onto its long neck and swinging myself on top of its head and bury my knife into the red orb that makes up its eye. There's a moment where it freezes, then it falls to the floor in a cacophony of metal. That was easier than I thought it would be. I shrug it off the same way I jump off of the robot. Welp. Let's go look for a good opportunity. After some time killing/destroying robots and seeing the interesting quirks of the applicants, I still haven't found a good opportunity. Seriously, how am I supposed to make an impact but still get away if all the robots go down to a knife in the eye? I've gotten, like, 20 points, and I'm not even trying to find them. I'm pulled out of my mental rant by the ground shaking and the sound of buildings toppling. I look over in that direction and see an absolutely massive robot. That must be the 0-pointer. I've killed each of the others already. With everyone rushing to get away from it, it makes it a bit of a hassle to rush closer. But it gets people to start paying attention to me. That's at least part of what I wanted to do getting done. As I get closer, my eyes fall on some fallen rebel. Or more accurately under it, on Eureka, who seems to be trapped. Obviously I rush over, taking in her shocked face. And then I lightly chop her head. With the side of my hand, I mean. Not the knife in my other one. Did you forget about your quirk? Just touch it. I shout at her. I am. She shouts back, pain in her voice, and proceeds to do just that and pushing the floating rebel away from her. Hey! Guess the rubble just barely fell on her as I was approaching. But then she makes a choking noise and holds a hand to her mouth. I'm intimately familiar with the signs of holding yourself back from vomiting, though mine was usually pain-induced, so I know that she's right on the verge of spewing chunks. Consequences of overusing her quirk? Judging by how her ankle is twisted around, she won't be walking anytime soon. I look at her. I look at the 0-pointer. I look back. I nod. Hey, Eureka! She must be able to hear the seriousness in my voice because she forces herself to swallow down the rising bile and look at me. In case something happens, I have a message I want you to give to someone. If you see them at what are you talking about? She stumbles a bit on her words, swallowing again as her lunch tries to take advantage and resurface. I ignore her question. I give her the message. I ignore her open-mouthed stare and walk past her, towards the 0-pointer. She calls out to me, the sound of retching quickly following, proving that it was a mistake on her part. I look up at the 0-pointer and smile. Well then. This seems like it will be suitably dramatic and eye-catching. I chuckle. Let's see how UA handles the backlash from the death of one of their applicants. I blink and tilt my head thoughtfully. Hey! I guess they were right. I charge forward with a wide smile, splitting my face in half, blood dripping from the corners where the skin is being forced to stretch past its breaking point. I will die in the exam. I wake up in darkness, faint light poking through what looks like a large hole. I dust myself off, noting how all my clothes have been burned to ash. Guess that's to be expected when you cause a giant robot to explode while being inside it. Once I'm outside, I see that I'm in a forest, the 0-pointer's head having been launched far away from the city from the force of explosions racking its body. At least I think I'm far away from the city. If I wasn't, I'm sure that some hero would have come to investigate the giant robot head. Or at least the cops. I look around, nodding to myself. Yep. I have no idea which direction the city's in. Chapter 47, Usagi Twins. I told you it would be a week at the latest. I shout as I burst into the bar, the door bouncing off the wall and slamming closed behind me. Indeed. Though it would be appreciated if you were to avoid damaging both the door and the wall. It does cost money to repair them. Kurogiri's version of welcome back is just what I need after spending 4 days in a forest. On the bright side, it turns out wolf is pretty tasty. It would probably taste even better cooked. And also not kill me. Though eating something that killed and ate parts of you did make it go down easier. As a counterpoint to Kurogiri's greeting, Shigabaiga falls out of his chair laughing when he catches sight of me. Which is fair, given what I scrounged together for an outfit. Seriously. He howls from the floor. Out of everything, you chose to wear a sailor outfit. I sniff with my nose in the air, giving a spin to flare the black skirt that barely reaches past my thighs. They're connected to the black top half of the sailor uniform by 2 straps. Please. You're just jealous that I pull this off better than you ever could. He snorts as he gets up. Yeah, no. The color's good, but no. What's with all the nope? One walks down the stairs only to turn around once he sees me. I am not dealing with whatever this is. Hi one. I shout before he can retreat. Since you aren't in the infirmary, does that mean 2 is better? No, she's with the doctor. The literal doctor that takes care of the group. Why did you have me watching her if we have a doctor? Well. It makes sense that All for One has his own doctor given how bad his injuries are. Of course he'd need someone to make sure everything is working properly, not to mention in case something new popped up. But this also means that he's not hiding his existence from the new members of the League. Or he could just be hiding his identity, playing the role of the mysterious benefactor. Either way, I don't want to lie to him. I hate lies. Tricks and pranks are fine, of course, like what I pulled with UA. I never told anyone that my name is Bigius Dicus, just that they could call me that. As for the application itself? Well, that doesn't count. You can't lie to a piece of paper, and the people who read it and think that I wrote down my name fall into the category of tricked or pranked. Not lies. Anyways. That's because it's the benefactor's personal doctor. I didn't think that they would let us send a member of the group to them for healing. He sighs, ignoring me as he finishes his journey up the stairs. Shigaraki chuckles as he goes back to his game. Mario Kart, judging by the music. Oh yeah, he idly says. You need to gear up. You're acting as a bodyguard for our broker tonight while he has a meeting with some rich people. I tilt my head before shrugging and fishing for more details as I make my own way towards the stairs and up to my room. That's new. You never have any actual jobs for me. Usually it's just asking/telling me to go out and kill some heroes. Yeah, well, Sensei said that if I'm going to be a proper party leader I need to start thinking like one. Which includes securing our own funds. Something about him planning to retire after All Might's dead. Makes sense. I nod. After changing and getting in a power nap I make my way back downstairs where Shigaraki scowls at me. The hell have you been? It's almost time for the two of you to go. Then I'm right on time, aren't I? I shoot back before realizing what he said. Wait, two? Who else is coming? I feel arms wrap around my neck even as I ask the question, a shiver going down my spine as their low voice whispering into my ear answers the question. You didn't think I'd let you get away from me so easily after vanishing for a whole week now, did you? Me. Do. S.A. G.I. Himmy. I shout, trying to whirl around in her arms and give her a hug. But she keeps her grip tight so that she spins around with me, staying behind my back. Faster, faster. Chuckling at her childish demands I keep my spin going, my feet putting all those lessons on proper footwork to good use as I rapidly pick up speed. Himmy squeals in excitement as her body starts to float, my eyes catching brief glimpses of her legs trailing behind her. Hurry up. Keeping the broker happy is how we get all our stuff. Shiggy complains, but I know he's just jealous that he's too big to go on the Midosegi whirl. But apparently Himiko thinks that his complaint has substance, ugh, and it's time to stop. And, leap. Suddenly she lets go, throwing my balance off and causing me to tumble to the floor in a heap. I wait a few moments for the dizziness to subside before looking at my girlfriend, who somehow managed to stick the landing after flying off of me. I'm just about to complain before I process what she's wearing and my eyes widen. Her skirt is a given, since she enjoys the freedom of movement that it gives her. But under that is a pair of dark grey tights and black knee pads. She has dark green combat boots with dark red toes. On her right hand are the set of silver claws I gave her for her birthday, and her left is covered by a black glove. She's wearing a dark green shirt under a blood red jacket, though the way it's unzipped gives me a nice view of the valley of her cleavage. And with her hood up the trailing bunny ears are clear to see. It's just like my costume, but with the colors reversed. And with her love of blood they fit her very well. She salutes me with a knife that appears in her left hand, tapping her forehead. Introducing the new and improved, most adorable girlfriend ever, the blood rabbit Chosagi. She looks at me with a wide grin as bounces over to me with her hands clenched excitedly in front of her. So? What do you think? It took a while to get it all done how I wanted it, but when I came back you were gone. She pouts with her cheeks puffed out. Next time you go out to have fun like that you wait for me. You were stuck at the hospital getting medicine for 2. I mutter in a daze as I look at her. She crosses her arms. You still could have asked before you went. Instead the first I heard about it was you asking if you could bulleg some girls and see if they can pass the exam. You didn't even respond when I told you to send me a video of them trying to pass like that. That's enough to shake me out of my daze and I awkwardly scratch my cheek. Whoops. I give a half-hearted chuckle. The exam ended up starting not long after I asked that, so I didn't get the chance to do it anyways. And then I was fighting robots and probably didn't feel it ringing. And then I got blown up and my phone got destroyed. I shake my head as I plant my hands on her shoulders. But that's not important. I look into her eyes with a serious expression. Sensing the mood, she looks back at me with just as much seriousness. Are you sure that you want your villain name to be Chisagi? You know that means you'll forever be known as the partner to Mitosagi. Which means that we'll always be together. Always. No matter what. Even if you were to separate from me one day. Chisagi and Mitosagi will never be apart in the eyes of heroes, the news, or other villains. Do you really want to dedicate yourself so deeply to us like that? Yes. Even with all we've been through together. After the surprise of finding out that she's thought of me as her boyfriend practically ever since we met. All the fun. All the murder. All the fun murders. There's always been that little sliver of doubt that one day, she'd leave me. That she'd get bored, or angry. That I wouldn't be good enough for her. That I'm holding her back from reaching her full potential. That she'd become a villain powerful enough that she could walk the streets in broad daylight with her chin held high. And would leave me behind in the shadows. But naming herself Chisagi? While I'm Mitosagi. That would mean that our villain names would be connected. Mitosagi and Chisagi would become a villainous pairing, one talked about whenever the other is mentioned. Even now people in the streets talk about how I might have some connection to Mirko, the rabbit hero, just because I have a rabbit theme. People do love to have their patterns. She just looks at me with searching eyes. Evidently finding what she was looking for, her expression softens, and she leans forward to give me a kiss on the nose. Of course I'm sure you baka. Haven't I told you before? She wraps me in her arms, both of us ignoring the gagging noises Shigaraki makes. We'll always be there for each other. No matter what. Having our names connected like that just means that we're that much closer. I'm touched by her choice. I really am. But I've heard those words before. That we'd be a team no matter what. That we'd always have each other's backs. I was betrayed once by the person I trusted most. I don't think I could handle it if it happened again. I don't say that though. Any of it. Instead I pull back even as my head moves forward as I give her a long, gentle kiss. One filled with love. With trust. I forcibly smother the part of me that's always been doubting, claiming that she'd leave once she loses interest. Izumi scarred me in a different way than Kaken did. I hate her in a different way than Kaken. Even then my feelings towards her are more complicated than that, and I'm not even sure I want to try unraveling them. But right here. Right now? I decide that I can move on. That I will give Himi the one thing that I haven't given another person since Izumi. Not even Shoko. My unequivocal trust. I pull back and open my eyes, not even remembering when I closed them. I stare at her face with a loving expression as her own eyes slowly open, love practically overflowing from her eyes and bleeding into the rest of her expression. It's only when we hear a loud cough that we're pulled away from the world of each other's eyes. We see a middle-aged guy with silver hair and round glasses over pink eyes. He gives us a gap-toothed smile with a cigarette between his teeth, a slight stubble trying to masquerade as a goatee. So, I was supposed to pick up Mitosagi for some bodyguard work. Did I come at a bad time? I look back at Himi, our eyes meeting. We smile before turning back to the broker. No. You actually came right on time. And you're in luck. For today only, you're getting a 2-for-1 special. I grab Himi's arms and we spin around a few times, our toes not separating until I let go. When I do we jump apart before lunging towards each other, her just behind me brandishing her claws while I crouch with my knife drawn. Tonight, the Usagi twins will be making sure you stay safe. Chapter 48, Bodyguarding. Sort of? Remember, you're bodyguards. That means you're meant to be seen, not heard. The information broker known as Jiren lectures Himi and I as the three of us drive to his meeting. At least that's how these usually go down. But the people I'm meeting are bringing their daughter to get her more involved with the family business. So, since the two of you'll be about the same age, if they want you to talk, then talk. He gives us a measuring look before snorting. But only if you think opening your mouths won't endanger the deal. I exchange glances with Himi and see my own interest reflected in her eyes. Any idea what the deal is about? I stage whisper the question to her. No idea, she stage whispers back with amusement glinting in her eyes. Maybe it's about buying weapons to overthrow the rich. I nod. So that means we should talk about how bad rich people are and how we want them all dead, right? She nods and I nod back. At least until Jiren shouts at us. Oi! I get it already, drop the sass. We laugh at getting the man to shout like that, his eyebrow twitching in the car's mirror. Though the smirk playing at his lips tells us that he's not really mad. Guess he's more fun than I thought he would be. To sum up the meeting and the deal into something you brats can understand, any and all major corporations need some connections to the underground. Even if it's just to make sure they know what their competitors might do. He shrugs. Course, once you've dipped your toes in the water it's not that big a deal to take your first step. And the next. Before you know it, you're waist deep in villainy. He glances at us through his reflection. We're aiming to get them to take their first step while informing them of one of their competitors putting a bounty on their daughter. I nod understandingly. So you're hoping that their daughter getting threatened will encourage them to put a counter hit on their competition, which would mean they're more open to the idea of the other services you can give them. Not to mention providing us with blackmail material should they try to pull out or turn on us. Himi snorts. Like you know anything about pulling out. Like you ever complain. I shoot back without looking at her. I tap a fist onto my palm, directing my words back towards Jiren who's studiously trying to ignore us. Poor fool. He doesn't know that doesn't work yet. Or are you planning to offer the services of Himi and I as bodyguards for her after staging a? My analysis of what benefits he can get from the meeting are interrupted by his cursing, and we swerve around someone falling out of the sky. I poke my head out the window to look behind us just in time to see Mirko driving her feet into the apparent villain's face and cratering the road. I wave both hands excitedly while shouting at her. Hi, Mirko. Big fan. I'm looking forward to taking care of you later. I chuckle as I see her do a double take at my words, pulling myself back inside the car. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Wanna come with, Himi? I have some tests to run regarding her quirk. She taps her chin after pulling herself back in the car, having waved at the rabbit hero along with me. Maybe. Next week? It could be interesting to do it the same day that UA starts. I nod. Yep. Sounds like a plan. Probably for the best that we do it on opening day too. I know that Shiggy wanted to make his own plans for the start of the school year. I hear Jiren sigh in the front seat. Kid, I can't tell if you're a genius or crazy. I laugh, my words echoed by Himi. Why can't it be both? Remember, Jiren says outside the room to the I'm wealthy but want to feel lower class but not really hotel room. No talking unless they talk to you first. If they choose to send their daughter out of the room, one of you go with her while the other stays with me. This includes if they have their own bodyguards. Priorities are protecting me, their daughter, then the parents. Understood. Himi and I give him a pair of crisp salutes to show our understanding. They aren't the same salutes, but they're at least crisp. He sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose, pushing his glasses up. This is starting to feel like a bad idea. But it's too late to back out now. He looks at us so I lower my mask and stick out my tongue at him. He requested us. Not our problem if he's having regrets. He sighs again before adjusting himself to project a laid-back air and putting a cocky smirk on his face. Well then, let's make some money. He pushes open the door and inside I can see a man and woman dressed in lavish outfits. The man is in a dark blue pinstripe suit and has slicked back black hair and one of those polite mustaches. The ones that are trimmed into a thin line above their lips. The woman is wearing a dark red business top matched with a pencil skirt that comes to about mid-thigh. Her long black braided ponytail trailing down her back. Good thing it isn't over her shoulder. And sitting between the two is a mini version of the mother, her own ponytail starting high as opposed to her mother's trailing one. Her own sleeveless green dress having the upper portion a conservative ruffled trim. Though it fails to hide that the daughter has far surpassed the mother. Oh, and there's a brown bear with a scar across his muzzle and a rhino with a pink mohawk standing behind them with their arms crossed. The man nods at Jiren in greeting. Hello, Jiren. You said there's something we should know about. He nods and opens his mouth to respond only for the rhino to cut him off. Hold on now, I don't like the look of these two. Though he says that his eyes are focused on Himi, while the bear is looking at us warily. Feelings mutual. Himi shoots back and his oversized nostrils flare. And ya brought a weapon? Tisk, tisk. Gonna have. His barely, not even really, concealed agenda doesn't have the chance to go farther as his partner slaps the back of his head. Stop it. Crap like that is why you can never get any jobs. The rhino snorts. As if. People don't care what I do as long as I get results. Ain't that right, Mr. Yaeorozu? The seated man takes a deep breath in before letting it out slowly, clearly regretting his choice of bodyguard. His wife's expression hasn't changed, but I imagine that she's irritated as well. It's the daughter's expression that lets out the most information. Abject disgust. Interesting for a few reasons. It means that she hasn't been around this particular person before, meaning that either the family uses different bodyguards for different situations, understandable, but I find it hard to imagine they'd trust such a crude one with their clandestine secret meetings, or they were hired for this specific meeting. Which would imply that they themselves don't tend to have these sorts of meetings enough to warrant dedicated bodyguards. The fact that she had such an instant and obvious reaction also tells me that she's been pretty sheltered. There's always at least one person who'll comment on a girl's body, doubly so with how big her chest is. She hasn't learned to ignore them yet. Or at least not how to show her disgust/anger in a less overt way. So, this is more than just an introduction into the villainy side of business for her. It's an introduction into how bad some people can be. If it's intentional, then odds are good that this is also a test for Jiren, and they were already aware that someone had targeted their family. If unintentional, then they'll likely be unable to keep their cool at finding out that someone's initial instinct was to target their sheltered daughter rather than the parents they've likely been dealing with. I do not believe we will be requiring your services any further, Mr. Damuzei. You shall receive half the original pay as compensation, but I request that you leave now. Mr. Yaeorozu doesn't even look at the rhino, having full faith that his orders will be carried out. He doesn't see the shock flash across the rhino's face before rapidly being overridden by anger. He doesn't see him pull back his arm to punch or the bear's wide eyes as he lunges to stop him. What he, and his family, do see are the pair of knives flashing above his head to enter the rhino's eyes. And everyone hears his screams as he stumbles back, hands hovering over the handles sticking out of his head. On one hand he wants to pull them out. Having foreign objects where you used to have visual organs tends to be unpleasant, to say the least. On the other, pulling them out will likely cause even more pain, and possibly irreparable damage. If it's not already. Quirks kind of mess with the whole irreparable and unhealable thing. Given his clear decision paralysis, I decide to help him out. Bang! By shooting him in the face. He drops with a heavy thud, blood erupting out from his forehead. It's interesting that the bullet didn't go out the back, his quirk apparently giving him increased durability in addition to a probable strength enhancement. His quirk would have been more than adequate to get him into a hero school, so I wonder why he's here? Horrible personality, maybe? Oh well. It doesn't matter anymore. He's dead. The Yaeorozu family wasn't idle in the short time the altercation took, unlike their second bodyguard who froze. Not that I can really tell all that much from the half-dome metal covering the three of them. I scratch my head, looking at Jiren for direction. He's giving me the stink eye, so I turn to Himi instead. She's pouting at me. Probably because I used a gun instead of a knife to kill the rhino. She doesn't like guns because they lack that personal connection. Which I can agree with, but given how he didn't go down to knives in each eye from the two of us, I felt it was worth it for expediency. Still. Given the lack of directions, I step forward and knock lightly on the metal. Hello? Yayo Roses? Your bodyguard turned bounty hunter is dead. It's okay to come out now. They don't come out, but I do hear something inside bumping against the metal. I look around and meet everyone's gazes, the bear rushing for the door when our eyes meet. None of us stop him and we're left with the three of us in a family of turtles. Though only one of them is a teenager. And as far as I know, none of them are ninjas. Shrugging, I start tapping on the metal again. Come on out. Your other bodyguard decided that he wants to be an Olympic runner instead. I hear Jiren groan, and a look back shows that he's put his head in his hands. Welp. At least it's not my or Himi's fault things turned out like this. After probably 30 minutes of assurances that, no, we weren't trying to kill them. Yes, their bodyguard tried to attack them. No, Himi and I aren't leaving, they finally come out of their shell. Though not the same as they were when they entered. Now they're armed. The father has a short sword in his hand that he's making sure to keep between us. The daughter has the sword's thinner and slimmer cousin, the rapier. Also pointed at us. More specifically me. The mother is the outlier. She has a mace. With pointy spikes. At least she's pointing it at Jiren instead of me. Himi is snacking on some chicken she went and got while Jiren and I talked them out of the shell, stating that she didn't kill anyone for once so she doesn't have to clean up the mess. Which is fair. What isn't is the frying pan she hit me with. I didn't steal your kill, it was a joint kill. Anyways, now that the drama is out of the way, Jiren can finally tell them why they're meeting. What? Someone put a price on Momo. The father is practically radiating anger, while the daughter is pale from fright. Or the fact that someone attacked her family and got killed right next to them. One of the two. The mother is calm though, and it's her voice that cuts to the heart of the matter. Double it. Send it back. So, she's the power in the family. Probably intentionally brought their daughter then so she can have a taste of the world. But does that mean the sub-PAR bodyguards were also some form of test? If so, then for Jiren or her family. Jiren nods happily, his shoulders relaxing just a bit at how they don't seem to hold a grudge against what happened. Not that they should. It's not like we started it. But his shoulders tense again when their daughter speaks up, pointing a shaky finger at the two of us. See, can I have one of them as a guard? Her voice is shaky, but firm. I raise an eyebrow even as her parents try to reassure her that they have plenty of competent guards. Though I have to wonder about that given how the two they hired for the meeting turned out. She cuts them off with a firm wave of her hand. No. She takes a deep breath, steadying herself. They clearly have experience. They took care of the threat the moment it appeared. They aren't even our bodyguards. I can be assured that they'll protect not only me, but those around me. You mean your friends? I interject, only to see her shoulders slump and look away. Must not have any friends. We might be able to do part-time, I shrug, not really caring. A look at Himi shows her having the same reaction. But we're too busy to fully attend whatever fancy posh school you're going to. I'll be attending UA's hero course next week, she says with a voice full of confidence, as if it could change my mind. I wonder if this'll get her to change hers. UA? You know someone died in the entrance exam, right? Her face pales again and so begins the family debate of whether or not she'll attend a school with such poor safety regulations. That's none of our business though, and since Jiren already has what he wanted, we take our leave. Wait! The girl shouts to override her parents' words of caution, causing us to stop. I look over my shoulder at her with a raised eyebrow, seeing her swallow down her hesitation and speaking in a determined voice. Can I have a way to contact you? In case we wish to hire you part-time, at least. I tap my mask in thought for a second before shrugging and turning away, sending a lazy wave back at her. If you really want me, you can talk to Jiren. Just ask for Mitosagi of the Usagi twins. We walk out the door as silence reigns behind us for a brief moment before a renewed round of yelling rings out. But that's not something I need to deal with. At least for now. I have plans to make regarding a certain rabbit and some interesting herbs I picked up in the forest. Chapter 49, A Rat's Machinations. Nizu. I understand your concern, and rest assured that the safety of UA's students is our top priority. Another 20 minutes of reassuring the concerned family on the other side of the phone call later, and collecting further information, and I hang up with a breath of relief. How unexpected! I take a sip of tea before sending an email to the teachers to assemble for a meeting. Given my tendency to mix serious meetings with prank meetings, it doesn't take long for them to gather in the main conference room. I just had a rather interesting phone call with the Yaeyorozua family about school safety. I start off the meeting casually, watching as some of the teachers lose the tension in their shoulders. Apparently they learned about the death of an applicant during the entrance exam, though they could not name the individual. Of course they did. Aizawa says in his usual tired voice. People with the connections to make it big in the corporate world? I'm not surprised. Just that it took them so long to learn. He tips his head towards me. I guess that gag order you put in place lasted longer than I thought it would. Indeed. A gag order lasts only as long as people decide it's worth keeping. Even if I was not the one to decide that it should be implemented this time, I can agree it has value. Even beyond the copy of the email from the commission I saved. Though it wasn't particularly difficult to put into effect, given that most who witnessed the boy charging the zero-pointer found it inconceivable that anyone would die during the event in question. It was as simple as brewing a decent cup of tea to reinforce that idea within them by simply stating that the individual would not be attending the hero course. The only real issue was the girl, who seemed to have some familiarity with him, though when pressed she admitted that they'd only met the same day. In that short time though, coupled with how he talked to her when the boy went after the robot, she fully embraced the idea that he would sacrifice himself for others. Thankfully her family has financial troubles. Or rather, had financial troubles. A hefty sum, coupled with her already secured enrollment, managed to convince the daughter to not speak about anyone dying during the exam, though it was with great reluctance. Additionally, she would not budge on fulfilling his last request. Something I find admirable. The content of the message itself is amusing, not to mention its intended recipient. It added another check mark on a certain list I started last year. But that's for another time. For now there is a certain concern regarding that very gag order. So you believe that the young Eureka is the source of the leak that informed one of the Yaeorozua's informants of the event? I raise an eyebrow as I fold my paws in front of me. Don't answer, Sho, it's a trap. Yamada Stage whispers to his longtime friend, even while the third member of the trio enthusiastically nods in agreement with the man. To which Aizawa simply rolls his eyes. I doubt it. The bribe they were given was fairly large. But that doesn't mean rumors wouldn't circulate. We all know how difficult it is to squash those. Especially when they have some truth to it. Kin, hero named Vlad King, interjects at this point, garnering an intense glare from the man. You mean like how everyone knows you're going out with that teacher from Kitsubutsu but you keep denying it? Really, you should just accept her proposals already. Before the meeting can devolve into yet another shouting match between the two hero course teachers, I tell them why the Yaeorozas knowing about the event is unusual. They were informed of the death by Mitosagi. Sudden silence reigns across the room. I give a mental nod of satisfaction. It's always pleasant to see that the people I employ haven't let themselves lose sight of proper behavior when the situation calls for it. Though Kayama occasionally worries me in that regard. You mean the villain, Midosegi? Ishiyama, hero named Cementos, asks. The same Midosegi who has killed 37 heroes. Odo Kuran, hero named Ectoplasm, questions. The Midosegi whose partner made their debut by murdering a group of high school girls and posing their bodies at a cafe. Inui, hero named Hound Dog, clarifies. Midosegi, whose Suiseki, hero named Snipe, gets cut off by Aizawa's sigh of exasperation. We get it. Everyone's surprised that the Yaoi Roses came into contact with a wanted villain. We don't need the same question asked a dozen different ways. What we need, he stares at Nizu with piercing eyes, is the why, and the how. I nod. There are indeed many whys, but only one how. Why did Midosegi meet them? Why did he not kill them? Why bring it up? How did he know of the event? I pause, letting them consider on their own the answers to those questions. It would not do for me to simply hand them all the answers right away. They would lose the edge that makes them such superb heroes. Still, we all have things to do, so I do not force them to think for long. Why they met is simple. They have a persistent contract with an information broker to be informed should anyone target their family. Midosegi showed up to collect. Kin nods with his eyes closed at his own theory, missing the smug looks directed at him by the others. It seems that I will have to reinforce the reminder of not interrupting me. I wonder what it should be this time? Seeing the man shiver, I continue. Midosegi was working as that information broker's bodyguard, along with his partner Chusagi. Do we have profiles? Kayama leans forward on her forearm. Did they manage to get a look at either of their faces? It would be a great boon to have Midosagi's public identity be known to increase the chance that he would be caught, at least to anyone else's understanding. Regrettably Midosegi kept his mask on at all times, so there are no new leads on that front. The Trouble Trio all perk up, hearing the slightest emphasis regarding that front. Given how important tone and inflection are for both Midnight's undercover work and Yamada's radio show, it's no surprise. And Aizawa prides himself on his perceptive abilities. As for Chusagi, I tap one of the buttons blended into the wood of the table and folders appear in front of everyone. Opening them up reveals a picture of a young blonde girl tearing into a chicken leg with a bright smile. Chusagi, also known as Himiko Toga. From what is known, she attacked one of her classmates during her final year of middle school and fled to the streets. She's been on the run for several years. I tap the photo as the staff start to read through the information gathered on her. The Yaoi Roses have someone on staff with a quirk to transmit the memory of another to paper, which is how we can be assured that the image is accurate. In the back, you will also find 2 different photos. Please take a look and tell me what you think. Some continue to read through the information, putting the extra information for last. Though I am once again pleased to note how Aizawa pinpoints those as the most important aspect. After only a brief moment of looking them over, his eyes widen and he swears. Damn! We were played. His words draw the attention of the others, who take a look at the photos themselves and either swear as well or continue to study them. I intervene before they can get to the overthinking stage of analysis. The applicant who supposedly died, was in fact Midosegi. Another round of swears from those who hadn't realized it yet, with Inui putting forth the first of the expected guesses. So he was trying to ruin Yue's reputation? By faking an applicant's death. Kin snorts and crosses his arms. Fat lot of good that did him. If we knew about this before, we wouldn't have even needed the gag order. I sigh, mirrored by Aizawa. I gesture for him to explain. Vlad, you're an idiot. Not what I wanted, but it is valid. Ignoring the man's impotent sputtering, Aizawa continues to actually explain. It doesn't matter if he faked his death as an applicant, if this gets out I wouldn't be surprised if the school were forced to shut down. Seeing that Ken still doesn't understand, Aizawa rolls his eyes. We had a moderate profile villain within the boundaries of the school. Alone, isolated from any help he might have received. As he talks, eyes around the table slowly widen as they make the connections. It would have been a prime time to capture him. But not only did we fail to do that, we didn't even realize that he was here. He shakes his head, holding up a hand to forestall Ken's justifications. Which means that we allowed a dangerous villain to surround themselves with a crowd of students, who he could have killed or taken hostage at any moment. Hell, he could have gone on a killing spree and slaughtered half of them before any of us even realized there was a problem. He pauses, letting the information get absorbed before shrugging. At least that's how the media would put it. I allow them to discuss the matter, debating how they should handle the fallout should the media discover it. A discussion that Aizawa shies away from, given his avoidance of the media in all aspects of his life. But it is a moot point. Given how they have not come out with the news of infiltrating UA, either to brag or discredit us, discussing how to handle the news going public serves no purpose. Additionally, I feel that you all are missing a simple yet key point from this. I lean forward, seeing a lack of understanding from each of them, including Aizawa. The Yaeyorozu daughter asked Mitosegi to be her bodyguard, including at school. I hold up a paw to stem the outrage from the idea, giving them a small smile as I continue. His response: "We're too busy to attend whatever fancy posh school you're going to." I watch as Aizawa's smile grows, followed by Kayama tapping a fist into her palm in understanding. While much of the information put on his application form is likely to be false, his age was real. And if he slipped with letting his age be revealed, what else could he have let slip? I want each of you to study his form, as well as all the information we have on Mitosegi as a villain. Perhaps something new will be revealed. Taking my words as the dismissal they are, the room is cleared. Each of them wearing a thoughtful expression. All except for Aizawa. He remains seated, staring at me. I meet his gaze, sipping from my tea. The silence stretches, long past the point of being awkward. He's the first to lose patience, as I knew he would. "What aren't you telling us?" "Oh? Why wouldn't I tell my staff something? Spare me the patronizing, Nizu. We both know you always have another angle. You never do things simply, or by half measures." He leans forward on his elbows, his quirk activating as he tries to get answers. "So tell me what's so special about this kid that you're so focused on him? It can't just be because of his connection to Izuku Yagi." I don't answer, finishing the last of my tea before folding my arms over my chest. I hum as I spin my chair around, staring out the window to the room. I consider if I should tell him, and if so, how much. "What do you know of the quirkless, Shota?" There's silence, and I know that I've taken him off guard with the seeming non sequitur. "Well, they're quirkless," he starts slowly. "They're looked down on by a good portion of the population. Anyone I've spoken to who's a part of the HPSC actively tries to avoid talking about them, unless they're actively talking down about them." I can imagine his eyes narrowing at the back of my chair. "There's more to it, isn't there?" Not a question, a statement. I chuckle. "Isn't there always?" I spin around, placing my clasped paws on the table. "I will leave you with one thing to consider." He leans forward, ready to internalize what I'm about to tell him. It's funny, given that I have no doubt that he will be unable to fit the piece into the puzzle. After all, the piece I'm about to hand him does not belong to the one society has raised him on. It has always been about Izuku Yagi. I turn around once again, enjoying the peaceful view of UA grounds. For however long they last. Or as he is now officially known, post-mortem, Izuku Midoriya Usagi. Chapter 50, When Rabbits Meet. I laugh as I jump from streetlight to streetlight down the street, shouting over my shoulder while in the air, "I thought you were a rabbit, aren't you supposed to be faster than the tortoise? We're both rabbits. Now stop running so I can kick your face in, you little shit. Mirko, the rabbit hero, shouts back with a vein pulsing on her forehead. Why is she chasing me? Well, that's because I walked up to her and threw a water balloon at her face. Then she asked me if I was ready to die for throwing said water balloon in her face, to which I replied, you wish it was water. I'm so lucky that she needs to watch how much force she exerts so she doesn't break stuff. If she didn't, I would have been caught within a few seconds. Of course, if she knew that I'm Mitosagi, then she could go all out in trying to catch me. But since I'm not wearing my apparently signature jacket right now, only my mask, I'm just a snot-nosed delinquent. Well, not snot-nosed, but that's how the expression goes. Which is odd, but whatever. Anyways, heroes have to pay for any damage they do to public property out of their own pocket if they use excessive force on a villain. If the HPSC determines that the damage is worth the villain, then they foot the bill. It's to make sure that those with destructive quirks don't cause a lot of collateral damage just chasing, say, a purse thief with an illumination quirk. Though the top 10 heroes tend to just get a blanket check for anything they do since they're so popular. Which Mirko is, being number 7 in the rankings, so it's strange that she's not going all out. Maybe that suspicious liquid is working. I hope so, the test won't work if it doesn't. Oh, and it would also make it difficult to get away. This woman is one of the most persistent aka stubborn heroes I've ever heard of. Which is a good trait for hunting down villains. Except when they're me. Thankfully we're almost to the warehouse, and she's only been chasing me for 10 minutes so my stamina is still pretty high. I jump off the latest streetlight and latch onto the edge of a rooftop, rolling on top before hopping to my feet and dashing for the other side. Unfortunately for me, Mirko doesn't need any help getting up, and a glance over my shoulder reveals a savage grin on her face as a loud clang echoes from the street. Did she just break the light? So much for no damages. I wonder if that turtle comment hit a nerve? I jump off the edge of the building, aiming for the skylight that will drop me into the prepared warehouse. Not even seconds after I start to fall, I feel a pressure on my back and my descent accelerates. A lot. Mirko rides me like a skateboard as we plummet through the window, my flailing hand only barely managing to hit the latch holding it open. It falls shut just as I hit the small hill of pillows specifically placed to cushion my fall, though the added weight of Mirko forces me all the way to the bottom layer, which I did not plan for. Still, pillows are pillows. A bit of internal injuries is a small price to pay for quirk study. She grabs me by the back of my neck and drags me through the pillow hill, stray feathers from torn pillows sticking to the two of us as we taste the sweet, sweet air of freedom. A bit more sweet than usual due to the thin haze of smoke filling the building from all the burning herbs, but that's basically the same as creamer for coffee. Not that I ever drink the stuff. The only time I tried a cup before, I ended up freaking shiggy out with how my eyes were so wide open one of them popped out of the socket. Whether or not that was an intentional action is irrelevant. No matter how much Momogiri scolded me for it. She adjusts her grip so she's holding me by the throat instead of the nape, letting us face each other comfortably. It's always a pleasure when they don't start off with a suffocating throat grab, especially when I can banter with them. Alas, the story remains true. I raise my arm, lamenting my fate. So has it been foretold, the tortoise has surpassed the hare. She glares at me with a tight smile as that protruding vein pulses. You know that game where you juggle a kin with your feet? You can be the kin. What's your record? Mine's 20-7. She gives my throat a squeeze and I smirk at her, getting a snort in return as she lets go and I drop to the ground. I give her a curious look as she looks around and taps her foot, apparently bored of me. Whatever. So what's the trap? The usual ambush? Drugs? Or is it something original this time? My mouth drops open and I put a hand to my chest in mock offense. Le gasp. How dare you? What makes you think I would stoop so low as to try and trap you? She gives me a patronizing stare with one eyebrow raised and crosses her arms, giving the pile of pillows a pointed look before changing it to the burning barrels clearly giving off smoke. I whistle innocently as I put my hands behind my back and look at the ceiling, eliciting a snort of laughter from her. Ha! Yeah, but really, who is it? The CRC? One of the underground rings? Small timers looking to make a name for themselves? Come on brat, I have people I could be fighting right now. I pout as I cross my arms and glare at her. Don't call me brat. I'm legal. And there's no group who organized this, I did it on my own. I scowl at her. Though it doesn't seem to be affecting you at all. Which either means the forest herbs are stupid, you're a great actor, or my theory was wrong. Theory? Mirko asks, basically ignoring everything else I said. I sigh. I theorized that, since you have a rabbit mutation, you could go into heat like a regular rabbit when exposed to aphrodisiacs. I gesture to the haze surrounding us and then her face before continuing. But not only are the burning herbs not affecting you, the concentrated version I threw at you didn't either. She stares at me for a few seconds before bursting into laughter and my pout intensifies. It goes on for a few minutes before she calms down, wiping a tear from her eye. Oh, man, it's been way too long since someone's tried this. I perk up at that. I'm not surprised that someone had the same idea before, but to actually try it? Well, I've never heard about it happening before, so did it get covered up? She pets my head, smirking as I swat her hand away. Little tidbit for you, brat. Female rabbits don't go into heat, they're basically always in heat. For me, that means aphrodisiacs don't work. They artificially excite the target, and I'm always excited. I blink. Then blink again. I look down at her skin-tight leotard. Specifically how it doesn't even touch her legs, starting to curve inwards at her hips to only just cover her crotch. As I look closer, I realize that the only reason it's acceptable to wear in public is because of how thick the material is. If it was thinner, well, let's just say that Midnight wouldn't be the only R18 heroine. Sudden realization strikes me. Wait, but then does that mean? Yep. She nods with a smug grin, patting my head again. Really, why is that such a popular thing to do? Himi and Mamagiri do it too. I focus all that excitement on the excitement of battles instead of excitement for sex. Nice try though. She grabs my arm and starts to drag me towards the big doors leading outside. You still tried to make moves against a hero though, so I'm gonna be putting you under arrest. Oh, yeah. Totally get that. But could we take care of this first? I point, and she looks in the same direction, blinking when her eyes rest on the problem. Sure, my mask is on. But I never did get around to turning it into a full-on gas mask. It always felt like there were other things to do, and eventually I just forgot about it. Plus I don't really operate in areas where Midnight patrols, so it hasn't been a problem. Until now that is. She whistles. Damn. Guess you are grown up. At least in one place where it counts, he shrugs, resuming her dragging. But a little embarrassment will do you good, maybe get you off the wrong path. I'd rather you be getting me off. I retort, getting a bark of laughter from her as I continue. It's not like I'm selfish. And my girlfriend says I'm pretty good. Oh? And what would she say about you trying to get with me? She doesn't look at me as she examines the door, failing to find handles to open it. Which makes sense since they've been welded shut. The only way out is by climbing through one of the windows or the skylight. Well, she's been in here longer than either of us, so she probably wants to join. Wait, what? She turns to me, confusion in her eyes even as her ears twitch in response to something she hears. But it's too late. Himi drops from the ceiling behind the hero, her arms wrapping around her neck as she leans in so her breathy whisper tickles the rabbit's ears. Come on. Don't be mean. I promise it's a time you'll never forget. The rabbit hero lets go of me, grabbing the arm holding her as she turns and basically judo flips Himi onto the floor. She looks down at my groaning girlfriend with surprised eyes. The hell did you manage to sneak up on me? I literally have super hearing, super smell, and super instincts. A good time, for answers. Himi gasps the offer as I help her to her feet, giving a nod of approval at the lingerie she put on for the occasion. The carrot motif seems a bit on the nose though. Mirko's eyes dart from me to Himi, then back to the door. Then to the herbs. Back to us, and she shakes her head. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong if people nowadays? Back when I was your age, I was crashing underground fight rings. Sure, I had the occasional hookup, but this. She vaguely gestures at us in the smoke-filled room. We shrug. It's not like we do this all the time, and we're not going to force you or anything. We just felt like it since the boss is making his own plans against UA. What was that? Her gaze sharpens as she looks at us. Oh, yeah. He has a very short attention span. It's even odds on whether or not he gets sidetracked by a game or something, so we figured it. Not that. Mirko shouts at Himi as she gets into a defensive stance. The part about UA. Don't think you'll be getting off without telling me anything. The two of us share amused looks and chuckle. Well. I trail off leadingly, letting Himi finish off my sentence. Everyone getting off is the only way we'll tell you anything. Himi twirls and wraps her arms around me from behind as she smirks. So what's it gonna be? I raise a challenging eyebrow and lean against Himi, giving her a kiss on the cheek. Fun and information? Or a fight and no information? She scowls. Bold of you to assume I can't get information out of you if I kick both of you through the wall. Bold of you to assume we haven't done that before. I shoot back. We're in a standoff, Himi and I letting our hands wander over each other in relaxed interest, and Mirko with narrow eyes and a tapping foot, clearly wondering if she should call our bluff. Or at least what she thinks is a bluff. But there's really only one answer, and it doesn't seem that she's immune to the other drugs mixed in with the aphrodisiacs. Nothing harmful or anything. Just a little something to make people more peaceful. It's probably thanks to that she hasn't just beat the two of us unconscious already and tried to drag us to the police station. Eventually she groans, ruffling her hair in frustration and paces for a couple minutes before whirling around and pointing a finger at us. You are really pissing me off. She hops forward as she spins in a roundhouse, stopping her foot just centimeters away from my cheek and glaring at the grin she failed to wipe off my face. Scowling, she lowers her leg with a sigh. Fuck it. She points at me and Himi. Fuck you, fuck her. Fuck your creepy boss that's probably getting off on watching this. And fuck. Nah, he's definitely too shy for stuff like this. Definitely more comfortable with the 2D wafers from his games. Himi interrupts before leaning an arm under my own and hooking the rabbit hero around the waist. As for the rest. She pulls her towards us, the hero not resisting as we kiss her on the cheeks. That's what we're here for. A short laugh later and she pulls my head in, giving me a passionate kiss that leaves me blinking. Pulling back, she smirks as she reaches a hand around her back, unzipping her costume. Just don't go dying on me. I want that information. And not everyone can keep up with a rabbit. Wow, you weren't kidding. Himiko gasps in between breaths as she pokes at Izuku's unmoving form with her foot. He, actually dead? Mirko rasps curiously. She's surprised that the two of them managed to keep up with her. Normally she'd be able to go through a good dozen people before getting even close to her current state. Just goes to show that quality is much, much better than quantity. Might also be related to the girl's quirk that had her biting her whenever she switched out with the guy for a short break. Though the people she's comparing them to aren't exactly her top picks, usually she'd have to settle for people who wouldn't try going to news stations to crow about how they'd had sex with her. Not that it would have done anything, since quirks like hers are documented and acknowledged as having certain side effects. They'd just get sued for slandering a hero. Not to mention becoming her personal enemy. And the few enemies she's had, well. She doesn't have enemies anymore. Himiko waves a tired hand from where she's laying, letting it fall limply across her face. He'll be fine, in a few hours. She scrambles around with her free hand at her long discarded lingerie, finally finding her phone after a few minutes of looking. So, the information? Mirko asks, propping herself up on her elbows to stare at the blonde. She takes another minute to catch her breath as she shoots a text for a pickup. League of Villains is targeting UA, because All Might is working there. Mirko raises an eyebrow. He is? How do wait? She cries out as a murky portal swallows up Izuku, quickly expanding towards Himiko, who grins. Don't have more info than that. Though you should be happy. You're the first to have fun with both of the Usagi twins at the same time. She shoots the rabbit hero a wink as she's swallowed by the portal, which swiftly closes above her. Mirko lets herself fall back to the floor, her back making a meaty thunk as she stares up at the ceiling. Fuck. She curses, thinking about how much of a shit show this is going to turn into. I wonder if they'd be down to do this again. Chapter 51, Message from Beyond. Izumi. Blag. I poke at one of the pink pieces of raw fish layered across tiny individual piles of rice resting on my plate with a frown, wishing that they could have at least wrapped it in the rice to make it a sushi roll. Why do I have something I dislike on my plate in the UA cafeteria? Because, for some reason, Principal Nizu decided that part 2 of my punishment would consist of not only spending an hour after school helping the teachers, but also having my lunches randomly switched out with stuff I dislike. It's weird, nonsensical, and not enough of a punishment. When I asked about it, he told me that being denied lunch rush's food is a far worse punishment than it seems. Then he started cackling and I got a bad feeling, so I ran away. I mean, I guess it's a punishment? But this is only the first day, so I have no idea of how bad of a punishment it actually is. Guess I'll learn tomorrow. Unless my lunch gets switched out again. But if it starts happening too often, then I'd just bring my own lunch, which is probably why he said it would only happen occasionally. Yoink! I hear someone yell across from me, and the piece of sushi I'd been poking at vanishes, speared by the fork of another. I follow it to its new destination, and see, nothing. Oh no! The ghost of UA has stolen my lunch. Whatever shall I do? I yell dramatically as I fake swoon, getting a chuckle from the invisible girl and the pink girl next to her. We totally need to do a seance. It's the only way we'll be able to know what it wants. And hey! Ashido shouts as Hagakure steals a piece of asparagus from her own plate. I think the ghost wants to eat its friends, the rosy-cheeked girl next to me says with a giggle, allowing Hagakure to reach over to her plate and watching as she hesitates. Her fork twitches above Eureka's plate as she tries to decide what to take before pulling back with a huff. Why don't you have anything that can represent me? I have marshmallows in my cocoa for you. She takes a sip from said hot beverage in spring, then tilts it forward to show us the partially melted fluffy treats. I mean. She shrugs her shoulders noncommittally in response. I was in the mood for a beef rice bowl. Sorry. She lightly claps her hands and tilts her head in apology. Hagakure's sleeves move and her shirt slides backward a bit, telling us that she's probably leaning back with her hands around her head. Woe is me, the ghost is unsatisfied. I can only be appeased through obtaining a juicy secret. Eureka rolls her eyes at the look Ashido and, probably, Hagakure sent her, even as a flash of sadness goes through her eyes. I told you, all he did was ask me to give a message to someone if they got into UA. That Bakugo kid. She shakes her head. I still don't know how they knew that I'd pass the exam though. I take a bite of sushi, my lips turning downward as I swallow, at both the taste and the texture. Food is meant to be cooked, damn it. Sounds to me like they could see your potential, while you were struggling with your own self-confidence. I don't know how my mental self-recriminations managed to do a judgmental silence, but I'm just going to ignore it. Like I've been doing since Aizawa-sensei first glared at me this morning. Ashido nods, putting on the air of a knowledgeable sage as she strokes her chin. Indeed, young one. To have the confidence to pass, one must first have confidence in themselves. Hagakure snorts. Cool line. Did you steal it from the back of a cereal box? Ashido looks side to side as she replies. No. After a moment of silence from Hagakure, she relents. It was a karate commercial. We laugh together for a few moments, Yurika letting out a groan as she slumps in her seat. I'm just glad Aizawa-sensei saw our potential and didn't expel anyone. Totally. Hagakure says excitedly. I totally thought Bakugo was going to get the boot when he charged at Izumi for getting a higher score. I mean, I can kind of understand getting frustrated after seeing that. Ashido hedges as I send her an offended look, getting a snort in return. Oh come on, flying was totally going over the top. You got over 1,000 meters. I wave her off. First of all, I didn't even get the top score, Yurika did. Second of all, you have no idea how close I was to losing concentration and falling out of the sky. I shudder. Note to self, don't go higher than 2 stories. But the pain. The punishment. Who knows, if you fall from high enough I just might go away. That has me hesitating for a moment, but I forcefully push aside the thought. Despite everything, I don't want to die. The pain I give myself helps me, reminds me, and works to help me understand just a little of what he went through. What I want, is to make amends, even though I know I'll never be able to. I want to show him that I won't be the person I was. I want to be someone he would be happy to see. I want my brother. I blink away the tears before they can form as Ashido rolls her eyes. First of all, ain't no one counting frickin' infinity as a score. That was way too crazy. And kind of scary. Hey. Yurika blinks in confusion at Ashido. I'm scary. Ashido waves her hand. You? No. The thought that you could literally throw any one of us into the sun if you get mad? Absolutely. She has a point. It didn't even look like it took all that much effort from her to do it. I might be able to do something similar if I train enough, but it would be far, far from easy. Or anytime soon. Second of all, Ashido continues as she points at me, it doesn't matter how hard it was for you, 1,000 meters is 1,000 meters. I answer her with another bite of my food, slowly finishing off my lunch as I try to ignore the taste by keeping my focus on the conversation. Though it's drifted away from the tests Aizawa-sensei had us do this morning and to what we think of the others in our class. I'm telling you, Bakugo and Tokoyami know each other. They even have nicknames for each other. Bakugo gives nicknames to everyone, I wave my fork dismissively. He doesn't care enough about anyone else to learn their names. Yet, but I heard Tokoyami call him Wrath. And he hasn't nicknamed anyone else. Hagakure points out. I think Todoroki is kind of cool. Yurika says, probably trying to move the conversation away from Bakugo. Even if the message she's supposed to give him is nice, odds are still pretty even with him losing his temper at her. And with how worried she looks when she shoots glances at him shouting on the other side of the cafeteria, it's anything but that. Her comment gets a round of groans from the bubbly girls. Boo. Temperature jokes need to be more thought out than that. Yet. There was literally no effort in calling her cool. You could have at least slipped in a hot pun. I smile as the girls start thinking up different jokes they can make about Todoroki because of her quirk, my mind going back to how easily she managed to get the top spot during the tests. Especially the sprint and ball throw. It took about 2 seconds where she made an ice platform to stand on, then it just suddenly jumped forward and she was across the finish line. Poor Kirishima didn't have a chance. I don't know how she did it, but I do know she needs to use both sides of her quirk to do it, since I saw a flash of flames under the platform before she launched. Same with the ball throw, a long tube of ice followed by a flash of fire. I'm pulled out of the memory by the other girls gathering their trays and getting up. I get it's supposed to be a message to Bakugo, but can we at least listen in? Ashido whines, and this time Eureka seems to actually think about it before her eyes turn to me. Curious. / so you swing that way, / Wait, what? I have no idea where those words came from, and it sounded distinctly different from the usual voice I hear in my head. Before I can put more thought to it though, Eureka speaks. Well. I guess there's not really a reason to stop you. Not like you wouldn't try anyways. Ashido nods with a big grin on her face, entirely unrepentant that Eureka called her out. Plus, I was kind of hoping Yagi could help me get away afterwards. Hey? Get away? Eureka nods seriously. Yet. Since he attacked you back during the test, he's definitely going to attack me after I tell him what Biggest Dickus told me to tell him. So I was right, it's not a nice message. A shame it isn't in a note, then she could just wait. Their name is what? Ashido and Hagakure's loud laughter assure me that, yes, I heard the name correctly. Eureka frowns at them and crosses her arms, clearly upset at their response, but she doesn't say anything. After they get their laughter under control, Hagakure's sleeve moves and Eureka's shoulder dips briefly. Good one, Eureka. Mina nods. Yet, you were holding out on us with the Todoroki joke. She says nothing, just frowning at them as she keeps her arms crossed. When they just stare at her blankly, she huffs and turns around, heading in the same direction Bakugo just left in. I follow since, well, she asked, and I don't want to see my classmate murdered. Though her reaction is odd, even though it seems like that actually is the person's name that she's delivering the message for. It looks like the two girls realize that they've made her genuinely upset since they don't follow, despite their clear interest in the first interesting non-class thing to happen in the school year. Once we get to the doors leading out of the building, she looks back and sighs with relief upon seeing me. Thank goodness. Okay, so my house is east. After I make myself weightless, I just need you to use your own quirk to launch me in that direction. I can control my landing without too much trouble. She clenches her hands in determination, though her face is looking a little queasy. Yet, flying is not an easy thing to get used to. Even when you're doing it all by yourself. I can only imagine how rough it would be if you had to rely on someone else to get you safely back on the ground. With a slap of her cheeks and a small smile directed at me, she pushes open the doors and strides out, raising her hand and shouting as she sees Bakugo halfway to the gate with what he calls his signature pro walk. Really, it just looks like he's pissed at something. Which, to be fair, he always is. Hey! Bakugo! I need to give you a message. He turns around with a scowl, bag casually held over one shoulder while the other is thrust in his pocket. The fuck you want, extra? I have shit to do. Surprisingly, he isn't shouting. Though he hasn't gotten the message yet, so I think that's about to change. Eureka doesn't let the cursing dissuade her. I was asked to give you a message from someone who knew you would get in. Bakugo smirks as he turns around and faces her, his posture reeking of arrogant pride. Course I was going to pass. I'm going to surpass All Might and become the new #1 hero. She doesn't respond to his claim except to look distinctly more uneasy, and I carefully wrap her in my power, prepared to pull her away the moment Bakugo makes a move. She takes a deep breath as she touches her throat, her fingers glowing pink briefly. Her words come out in a rush, clearly wanting to be away as soon as possible. Biggest Dickus said you need to get your ego under control because it's making everything else smaller, and you didn't have much to work with in the first place. It takes more than a few seconds for Bakugo to come out of the brief daze he's been put in from the unexpected words, his smirk frozen on his face. which is good because it takes me a second to come to terms with it as well. Luckily I'm quick enough, and the weightless girl goes flying out of UA grounds, followed by shouting and explosions from the angry teen trying to follow. I stare at the spot they were for an unknown length of time, trying to put my previous image of the girl being nice and friendly into the frame of what I just saw and heard. It's not until a hand touches my shoulder that I'm shaken back to reality. I turn and see that it's Midnight who's standing behind me with a frown on her face. I heard that you need to stay behind to help the teachers every day, but not today since it's the first day of school. She waves her hands at me, trying to shoo me away. Go on, find a cute boy to hook up with or something. Just make sure you can still attend school tomorrow. I stare at her blankly for a moment before robotically making my way through the school gate, 3 simple words circling around in my head. What the fuck? Chapter 52, Let's go to the USJ. So, let me get this straight, I say to the excited Tamura who's practically tap dancing, he's so giddy. You ran off to UA, without telling anyone, disintegrated the gate to let the paparazzi whores inside as a distraction, and then walked in to steal their school schedule. He pauses his happy dance for a moment and looks at Himi expectantly, but she just tilts her head at him. Wait, whore isn't a curse word. No. Himi says questioningly. It's just another word for prostitute, which is a job. Not a completely legal job, but still a job. Why would a job be a curse word? But bastard is the word for an illegitimate kid, but you still hit him when he tries to say it. She waves him off. That's different. Societal. Can we go back to the part where Shiggity Biggity Boo randomly walked into UA and stole their stuff without getting caught? I interject, a bit unsettled that I'm the one who has to bring us back to the core of the conversation. I'm supposed to be the one who derails things, not the other way around. Tamura huffs, crossing his arms, but can't stop the pleased smile from stretching his lips. Yeah, it was basically a tutorial level, it was so easy. I didn't even need Kurogiri to warp me out. I just left with the reporters when the police came. I'm starting to feel like heroes are a lot dumber than I grew up thinking. I mean, I know that they aren't nearly as heroic as they pretend to be because of All Might, which I don't really care about anymore since I kill them for fun / my technical job. But I figured that they would at least have decent security inside a hero school. The walls that Shiggy told us popped up don't count since they're meant to prevent people from getting inside instead of securing the inside. I shrug, deciding not to question it. It worked out, he didn't get caught. That's what matters. Oh, and the information he got of course. But since he's not holding anything, I can only assume that it was entirely digital, which I doubt since he's not good with computer stuff unless it's game related or that he's already passed it on to the people who should know. So what did you get other than a schedule? I ask as I lift myself onto a bar stool. What do you mean? He questions with a frown. I told you, I got a schedule so we can organize a raid to kill All Might. Which reminds me, I should get some thugs to deal with the ads. I sigh, giving him a pitying look. Shiggy. Did you only grab a school schedule? Hey? Yeah, that's what I said. I didn't run into any side quests. It did have a list of the people in the class attached though, so that's worth some bonus points. He looks at Himi with a confused look and she just shakes her head at him in disappointment. Or at least mock disappointment, since I'm pretty sure she would have lost track of the main quest and focused on the side quests. So, you have no information on the students' quirks, or if any of them could be an actual problem. Nothing to help with whatever plan you have to make sure they don't interfere in killing him. What are you talking about? They're just brats. He scowls at me, clearly irritated that I'm not more impressed with what he accomplished. The thing is though, he's not the most stealthy person, or much of a detail-oriented person. So it honestly couldn't have been that hard to do what he did. He even said it was easy. Still, I suppose he deserves a head pat for managing to do it all on his own. After pulling back my profusely bleeding wrist stump that Himi latches her mouth around, I explain what should be exceedingly obvious. So are we. I gesture to myself and Himi, who's grabbed her own stool so she's not half-crouched like some sort of beast as she slurps my blood. Some of it does drip down her chin since she can't swallow fast enough, but thankfully for Momogiri she has a bucket to catch it before it falls to the floor. And you aren't all that much older than us either. That's different. Shigaraki looks away and crosses his arms, knowing that I made a point but unwilling to admit it. I can admit that it's a little different, since we're both crazy. But it's not different enough to invalidate the benefit of more information. I mean, quirk analysis is literally my specialty. It's what I did for 11 years. Rolling my eyes, I let it go. What's done is done. No point letting what could have been sour our relationship. Dumb sentimentality like that got beaten out of me a long time ago. So, when's the attack? And is All for One going to be the one to face All Might? Because let's be honest, none of us are strong enough to one-shot him. Though I might come close if I maximize the shock value of me being alive and making it like an overly dramatic I missed you moment. But the very thought of saying that to the man makes me sick to the point where I'd probably throw up halfway through. There's also the possibility that they'll think I'm just a villain with a transformation quirk who made themselves look like me while subconsciously dismissing the idea that I'm really me and attack immediately. But that would require them to be thinking that the secret of All Might being Toshinori got out, which is unlikely since only us and Stain knows and Stain hasn't spread it around because he doesn't believe it. But then again All Might isn't all smart so he'd probably think the secret did get out. Or, like me, the thought might never enter his mind so he'd automatically assume that I'm me. We also can't discount. My muttering is interrupted by a chunk of metal breaking my nose, Himi stowing away her pan while I feel it. Yab. I'm gonna need to die to get that fixed. But I already needed to do that for my hand so it's not a big deal. The blood loss will probably kill me in a few minutes anyways so that's covered already. Finally. Shiggy mutters now that I'm quiet. The attack is tomorrow, which is why we need to hurry with gathering mobs. Doesn't matter if they can't win against the brats as long as they can hold them off while we take care of All Might. Apparently him and 2 other teachers are going to be taking one of the hero classes to a place called the USJ. Universal Studios Japan. I yell, jumping to my feet and getting angry grumbling from Himi for taking away her chew toy and blood dispenser. We get to go to Universal Studios Japan? This is so exciting. I've never been. When Toshinori was supposed to take me he ditched me at a restaurant we ate at before we even got halfway there. My eyes widen. Ooh. I heard that they decided to add an All Might themed ride a couple years ago to compete with Hero World's popularity. Can we end the day with blowing it up or finding something phallic shaped to shove in the mouth of anything that has his face? The 2 of them just stare at me in silence for a few seconds while my stump bleeds onto the floor. Eventually Himi reaches over and rubs my head and Shiggy speaks. The fuck is with your backstory? Anytime we think we've heard everything, you pull something like this out of your ass. I shrug, idly wondering where Momogiri is. He'd be absolutely pissed to see how much blood is leaking onto the floor. That's for me to know and therapists to be traumatized about. He rolls his eyes while Himi goes back to her. Lunch? Early dinner? We kind of lost track of time dealing with that errand I put down back during UA's entrance exam. Ignoring. He gestures vaguely at me, his hand going up and down before seeming to give up. It's not Universal Studios Japan. But after we kill All Might we're definitely going. It's something called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. As for the one who'll actually be killing him. He smirks, and I can see the smug pride in his eyes as he gestures to the door behind the bar. We have a hidden boss. The door opens, and a large bird man walks out, followed by Kurogiri as Shigaraki continues to explain. Nomo has been genetically engineered to be stronger than All Might in his prime. And since Sensei said he's weakening, it shouldn't have any trouble taking care of him. I patiently stare at him, waiting for him to continue. A few moments later Kurogiri speaks. Ensure that your mess is cleaned up, Mitosegi. I unabashedly throw Shigi at the sacrificial altar. He's the one who decayed my hand, so it's his mess. The dusted remains of it are even mixed in, so he's the one who has to clean it up. As he sputters in indignation, I sigh. Really? You're seriously relying on this thing? I flick a knife at Nomu, watching as it buries itself into its chest with no trouble and no reaction, to kill All Might. He scowls at me. It has shock absorption, high-speed regeneration, and, like I already said, is stronger than All Might in his prime. Of course it can kill him. I roll my eyes. Yeah, but you're forgetting just how stupid he is. I can guarantee he's going to pull some BS out of nowhere and get stronger. Something like, I must simply become stronger than I was. Plus Ultra. Then beat it into oblivion. That sounds like a stupid glitch. There's no way something like that hasn't been patched out already. He crosses his arms, causing me to scoff. No duh, it's stupid. But it's not a glitch, it's a function. See, if a person were to use all their strength, then there'd be a fairly good chance that they'd damage it. So the brain helps the subconscious limit what the mind believes is available. And since people also consciously hold back, due to any number of reasons, the amount of strength exerted is again reduced. Following so far? Getting nods from the 3 Lovi members while the Nomu doesn't react, I continue. Generally, humans really only use 60% of their strength, if they even bother to exert themselves as hard as they can. But the reality is that people don't want to exert themselves that much, even heroes. I wave my hand dismissively. Oh, sure. They can have any number of reasons, but the result is the same. Most people end up using somewhere around 30% of their strength, so it's not impossible for All Might to pull some more strength out of those cowlicks of his. In strength, I'd say he definitely has a chance of beating your Nomu. I lean forward with my elbow on my knee, my hand hanging limp as my eyes gleam. That's why we have to target his mind. Not his body. Not to mention that it would be so much more satisfying. At some point during my explanation Shigaraki started scratching his neck, so I already know that he's not likely to go with my plan. But he's not the one I need to convince. A burst of static comes from the TV, a prelude to AFO's voice. Kurogiri, hand him the class roster. He does so, and I take the moment to skim it as AFO continues. I do enjoy the thought of All Might suffering. But this is Tomura's plan. Then again, I am the one providing the Nomu. So should it fail, the responsibility would lay with me. You're never wrong, sensei. Shigaraki says with all the fervor of a mildly indoctrinated cultist. Much better than when he was acting like a fully indoctrinated cultist. Oh, but I am, Tomura. If I was never wrong, my body wouldn't be in the condition that it is. Nor would I have grown to my level of power, for the mistakes I have made have led me to opportunities to gain strength. Which is why I am proposing a little contest. I can hear the amusement clearly in his voice, but my focus is entirely on 2 names on the roster slowly being crumpled as my hand clenches. Fight Nomu. If you win, your plan shall be acted upon. Lose, and Tomura's will be acted upon. Simple, yes. But seeing as you have based your own proposal on the possibility of Nomu being defeated by All Might, I see it as only fair. I look up from the paper, crumbling it into a ball as I pull my arm away from Himi, who at some point filled her bucket and wrapped my stump. Tossing it over my shoulder and draw another knife, taking a stance against the Nomu with my eyes filled with determination. Perfectly fair, all for one. Just don't get mad when I break Tomura's birthday present. Tomura's eye twitches and he growls out a single word as Kurogiri shouts out in distress of the mess. Kill. It's over in an instant, and I'm sitting across from receptionist not entirely sure what happened. I guess I can only hope that my instincts knew what they were doing, because it moved too fast for me to think of anything. I sigh, giving receptionist an apologetic smile. Sorry, but your coworkers might be getting a bit rushed tomorrow. Chapter 53, Crashing the USJ. Third POV. Shigaraki stares at the assembled low-level thugs in irritation as he scratches his neck. I was hoping that there would be at least one mid-level mob mixed in with the rest of the ads. Ah, don't be like that, the green-clad individual next to him says as they throw an arm over their shoulder. It's not like we thought we'd be getting anyone good anyways. Just think of them as meeting your expectations. He scowls at the rabbit-themed villain, which only deepens when he hears the NPCs muttering about how impressed they are that the villain sensation Midosegi is participating in the attack on All Might, and how it makes them actually think they can pull it off. Making an idle swipe at him, Midosegi hops back with a laugh and a spin, throwing their arm around a hunched boy in tattered clothing and a mask that matches Midosagi's. His black jacket's large amount of holes reveals glimpses of the scars littering his body. What about you? What do you think our chances are for pulling this off successfully? The teen flinches, shying away at the contact but seemingly too scared to try and move away from them. I think why Yuri underestimating heroes TT too much. Midosegi frowns behind his mask and smacks the back of their head. Yet, well, you glorify them. Hopefully this will finally break that little irritant. He chuckles. Especially since we have that. With a grand gesture towards the shadowed recess of the warehouse, a hulking muscled beast with the head of a bird emerges. The assembled thugs gawk at it, especially at the parts where the skin has torn from the strain of containing its immense physique, revealing the raw muscles underneath. Shigaraki smirks at getting such a reaction from them, smug in the knowledge that he's the one leading this attack. Though his hand twitches knowing the changes he had to implement. This is Nomu. Shigaraki addresses the assembled. They are the one who will be fighting All Might. The rest of you just need to take care of the students and the other two heroes who will be with him. And why should we be left out of the fun? One of the thugs shouts, those surrounding him pulling away and leaving a large minotaur-like man in his own space. Shigaraki raises an eyebrow, though the hand on his face mostly hides the fact, and scoffs. Do you really think that a low-level NPC like you is strong enough to fight the boss of the game? The man growls, a puff of air coming out of his oversized nostrils. If you really have someone who can beat him, then there's no way I'm sitting out of that fight. A glory seeker. Midosegi muses. Shigaraki comes to the same conclusion, his raspy chuckle muffled through his hand mask. Tell you what, if you're able to take one attack head-on, you can act like a mid-boss and join Nomu. If not, he leaves the consequences unsaid, letting their minds conjure their own punishments. The Minotaur gives a cocky smirk. Fine by me. He sets himself, crossing his arms across his chest while he waits for him to make a move. Shrugging, Shigaraki stretches his hand out, a dark misty portal opening in front of it. An identical portal opens in front of the Minotaur, and Shigaraki's curved fingers exit, lying gently against the man's neck. He laughs, feeling how weak his grip is. That's it. I'm starting to diag. His arrogant words are interrupted as soon as Shigaraki's thumb lands on the other side of his Adam's apple. He tries to look down, but the sudden burst of overwhelming pain freezes him in place. Without even being able to scream, the assembled villains watch in horror as his skin starts to crack and flake off, vanishing into the air as Shigaraki's quirk spreads. It takes his head first, slow enough that the pain in his eyes screams at them, but fast enough that there's no blood, or perhaps that too is disintegrated, dripping from the expanding emptiness where there used to be a mouth. Then a nose. Then his eyes. Before they know it, his entire head becomes nothing but dust. And then it starts expanding downwards, much quicker. As if it knows that there's no one left to experience the pain it wishes to inflict. And not even a minute later, the Minotaur man is gone, even the dust he was reduced to gone without a trace. There's silence in the warehouse, interrupted only by a few of the thugs throwing up from the site, including the boy next to Mitosagi. Scowling, he pushes him away. Seriously? You should be used to this by now. Man up. He doesn't answer, just continuing to empty the contents of his stomach while Mitosagi and Shigaraki stare. After a few seconds with his expression not expanding beyond the hand, Shigaraki turns away and addresses the thugs. So, anyone else think they have what it takes to face off against the boss? Rapidly shaking heads are his reply, and he snaps his fingers, someone who could be in high school stepping out from behind him. 1. Make sure you follow your script. It's different from the others, so don't mess it up. He bows, making a sweeping gesture with his top hat and cane. Of course, Shigaraki. I don't plan to disappoint. Shigaraki grunts. See that you don't. Kurogiri warps into place between the small group of elites and the assorted thugs, opening a large portal and gesturing towards it. The time has come. Enter, and let your names go down in history as those who helped to bring down the symbol of peace. A few hesitate, but they are soon swept up in the crowd of more willing villains as they pass through the portal, dragging those who are having second thoughts with them. The Nomo walks behind them, an extra deterrent in case any decide to take their chances and run. Once they're all through, Shigaraki turns towards Mitosagi and the boy. You better be right about this plan of yours. It's fucking creepy to see. Mitosagi chuckles, grabbing the boy by the arm and dragging him along as they make their own way towards the portal. Ah, don't worry Shigi. Even if Toshinori doesn't care, his image is at least going to take some damage. He grins, an insane glint shining from his eyes. It just means that we'll be chipping away his foundation instead of directly knocking him from his pedestal. He shoves the boy through, watching him stumble before taking his own step. And the HPSC can simply put anyone else on that pedestal if they need to. But remove the pedestal, and they won't have anywhere to put the replacement. Izumi. Cool. You guys even have fake villains. My shoulders relax at Kirishima's words. Of course they're fake. How could real villains get past UA's security? Though I have to say, they really played it up with those flickering lights. The small sense of relief I have is quickly shattered by Aizawa-sensei's words. Get back. Those are real villains. We watch as the villains fill the square, easily dozens of them starting to spread out. Eventually a large bird-like villain appears, wearing only a pair of pants and with some kind of rod sticking out of its head. It looks like that's all that there is, which is more than intimidating enough. But then another person stumbles out of the portal, much smaller than the others. My eyes latch onto them, unable to look away. I don't know why, but I'm engulfed by the overwhelming sensation that I know them. A feeling that repeats when someone wearing a green jacket with rabbit ears trailing from the hood steps out behind them. Before I can try to identify why, I'm distracted by an excited shout nearby, which draws my attention away. I knew this would happen within a week. The guest hero accompanying us for the rescue training, Mirko, sends Aizawa-sensei a smug grin before swinging her left arm into the crook of the elbow for her right and flipping him off. Suck it, eraser. He sighs, pulling his goggles down to hide his eyes. This isn't the time for that. Just focus on protecting the students. His scarf comes loose as he bends his legs, only to stop and stare as Mirko shoots past him in a massive leap that will land her in the center of the crowd where she'll be surrounded. I'm sure that it's not just me that's shocked by the action, and Aizawa-sensei's groan of annoyance as she shouts back reinforces that notion. Fighting is my specialty. I stick with my thing and you stick with yours. She lands, and without even resetting her stance she launches forward with a spin, barreling into a dozen villains that are blown away. It looks like the villains at the back are talking about something, those two familiar ones having been joined by a man covered in hands and a misty bartender type. Judging by the wild arm flailing, the hand villain is angry about something. Come on. She can handle them while we get you all to safety. Aizawa-sensei and 13 drive us back to the doors, but I trail at the back, unable to get those two out of my mind. It's a distraction that stops me from getting trapped like the others. A large pink thing engulfs the frontmost students, their shouts of surprise quickly swallowed by the mass. Before any of us can try and free them, it gets launched upwards, and is revealed to be a giant bubble. Inside I see Sato and Kota on their knees, banging their hands against their prison. My. How insulting that you would think we would leave the only exit unattended. That would be positively rude, don't you think? The figure in front of looks utterly ridiculous, and that's saying something given some of the hero costumes in our class. It looks like a white onesie littered with large pink dots, matched with a top hat with the same color scheme. His shoes at least are brown and only have pink highlights. His face is covered by an upper mask that's solid pink, and he's wearing an obviously fake handlebar mustache. He plants the cane he's carrying in front of him, hands overlapping the golden topper. I am one. And I will not be allowing the many of you to escape. Especially as it appears that All Might is absent. He meets the glare of Aizawa-sensei, who has his quirk activated but hasn't made a move otherwise. Now, why would that be, I wonder? He swings his staff upwards to tap his chin with the bottom. Perhaps. He smirks, swinging his cane between Aizawa-sensei and 13. He has not had enough time to appear. My eyes widen. Does he know about Dad's time limit? We may not be on the best terms, though it's better than before, but the fact that villains know about his limit is all kinds of bad. Our teacher doesn't answer, instead asking who they are. Who are you, and why are you looking for All Might? Usually villains like you want the opposite. They chuckle. Well, let's just. He doesn't complete his sentence as Aizawa-sensei charges forward with his scarf leading the way while his hair floats behind him. But the villain doesn't panic, calmly raising their staff and pressing a button. From the bottom of the staff extends a bubble, and now that I'm paying attention it looks like bubble gum. It grows to the size of a bowling ball before they release the button, shooting it forward and forcing our teacher to roll under it to avoid being hit. A good choice considering it continues on until it hits one of the columns supporting the USJ sign at the top of the stairs, causing it to crumble around that spot and bring the rest of the structure down. Kurogiri, now! They shout, and the mist person that was back at the square appears above us, his mist extending downwards and engulfing us. His ominous words are the last thing I hear before I'm suddenly somewhere else. We all have our roles, but the act cannot begin until everyone takes their places. Chapter 54, Places Everyone. Aizawa. There's a sensation of falling, and then I'm in the center of the USJ surrounded by what villains are still standing after Mirko's rampage. Luckily they seem just as surprised by my sudden appearance as I am. Unlike me, they seem to lack any actual combat experience. Exhibited by how I'm the first one to recover and launch myself at them, keeping my quirk going to make sure there aren't any surprises. But the only surprise is how easy they are to take down. Not that I mind, but if they're all on this level, then my students won't be in too much danger as long as they don't panic. If they run into anyone as competent as the one guarding the exit though. I twist my upper body to dodge a clumsy knife swing, bringing my arm up to disarm them, grab it, and drive it back into their shoulder. At least, that's what should have happened. Instead, they trip. It's so unexpected that I can't help but blink down at the curled form holding their hands against their nose. Unfortunately, due to that, I can't see their face, and their black jacket is loose enough that I can't tell much about their body. Still, regardless of what's going on, I can't let such an opportunity pass by. But before I can kick them in the head to knock them out, I have to duck under a flying knife. I follow the direction it came from and my eyes sharpen. Midosegi. They wave at me, amusement dancing in their eyes. Hello, Eraserhead. Sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't really let you take them out that easily. They need to show that they're worth the effort. He shakes his head in mock sadness. Though I have to say, he's not making a very good showing. We might have to apply him in other ways. A sense of danger flares against my instincts, so I roll to my right, looking over and seeing the person who'd previously been on the floor with their knife buried in the ground where I was standing. They stand, taking a firm stance as they face me and my eyes narrow. Was it an act to let my guard down? Oh, so close. Mitoseki snaps his fingers and the person flinches. You got this. Show everyone that the League of Villains made the right choice to take you in, little rabbit. Seeming to take reassurance in their encouragement, they shift their hold on the knife before they charge at me. This time I use my scarf to wrap their arm, twisting it to bring them to the ground. I go to one knee as I bring down my elbow, intent on taking them out of the fight. But they surprise me once again. They twist their body, a deep crack coming from their arm as they snap it in order to twist themselves around me, their movements speaking of deep-rooted experience. With them at my back, they bring their knife to my throat and I freeze as my mind tries to figure out how deep a cut they would make if I were to escape their hold. Because I can escape it. The only question is whether or not they'd cut deep enough to damage my vocal cords or sever an artery. But my plans come to a screeching halt as they whisper softly into my ear. They came to kill All Might. That bird guy, Nomu, is a corpse they stuffed multiple quirks into to get the job done. My hand is going to twitch, and when it does you need to throw me at Mitoseki. The rod in Nomu's head is the weakness. Take it out, and it'll die again. His voice is filled with pain, his broken arm clearly not easily brushed off as he made it seem. But the message is clear, even if the reason isn't. Before I can question him, Mitasagi's voice calls out to him. Come on little rabbit, you know better than to hesitate. Finish him. True to his words, as soon as Mitoseki speaks his arm twitches and the knife is out of position just enough for me to act without fear of injury. I sweep under his arm, wrapping my scarf around him and doing as he asked, flicking him in Mitasagi's direction. They let out a yelp of alarm before he impacts, and they both go down in a heap. If what he said is true, then I have to act fast. I charge towards the man covered in hands and the bird monster, Nomu, the kid called it. The thugs they came with are all on the ground, Mirko's in a worse state than the ones I took care of. That observation leads me to question what happened to the rabbit hero, and I can only conclude that she got teleported just like everyone else. The question is, where did they all go? Mirko. What the fuck is this? I scowl at the person sitting across from me, a long and lit candle sitting on the center of the table between us. They shrug as they open a menu. It's Quirk Lamel, the most prestigious restaurant in Japan. But why? I have absolutely no idea how I ended up here. One minute I'm blowing through villains, enjoying my own personal all-you-can-fight buffet, and the next I'm standing in a restaurant next to this kid. She read a note that was on the table then told me to sit down and order something. Which doesn't explain anything. She shrugs. My friend said he didn't want me to have to deal with two-bit thugs, so he arranged for me to have a nice meal instead. I don't know how you ended up here though. Groaning, I reach over and snatch up the note, ignoring the frosty glare Endeavor's daughter sends me. Reading it, I can feel my eye twitch. Hello, Candy Cane Princess. Sorry, but it's still too soon for us to meet again. I have managed to get some connections though, and I heard that the League of Villains would attack UA. So I pulled some strings to have their portal user send you somewhere you always said you wanted to try. Now, I know that you would have been fine, but you shouldn't have to waste your time on dealing with two-bit thugs. Plus, I do worry. So instead, sit back and enjoy a candle-lit meal. A Bush. P.S. Don't worry about the price, the people I work with will cover everything. P.P.S. Don't listen to what anyone at the USJ says, I'm 100% okay. I scowl even as my eyes narrow, though I can't help but chuckle at the signature. The hell kind of name is A Bush? She snatches the note back with a frown before returning to the menu. His hair is essentially a bush. I saw him sitting in front of a bush once, and since he had his head down it looked like he didn't have one. I panicked, and when he raised his head I nearly passed out from shock. So he started joking about how his real family were probably plants. I snort, sniffing cautiously at the water on the table and taking a sip when I don't smell anything odd. Funny. Though I'd like to know how they're connected to the villains who attacked. She shrugs. I wouldn't know. I haven't talked to them since their death. I do a spit take, the water putting out the candle and splashing on the girl's face. She grimaces and wipes herself off with a napkin while I gape at her. Are you delusional or something? Clearly there's something wrong with her. If they died, they can't have set this up. So is she crazy or is it something else? I'm not, she says after her face is clean. He left a suicide note, and there was a lot of blood in the area, but his body was never found. And he's the only one who's ever called me Candy Cane Princess. So his death was a fake. I blink at her blankly for a moment before a thought strikes me. Did he fake his death to become a villain? Doubtful. He's too nice for that. Even if he did become a villain, he'd still find a way to help people. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd tried warning someone of the attack before it happened, but wasn't believed. My mind flashes back to my encounter with that weird brat, and how his girlfriend told me of the attack. Could it be? The entire reason I was at the USJ is because I'd told Nizu about what the girl had said, and that it would be the first trip the hero class would go on. If All Might had been there like he was supposed to, I have no doubt that we would have already mopped the floor with those villains. Instead, I'm sitting across from one of the students in an incredibly nice restaurant. I shrug, filing away the information to tell Nizu later and just enjoy the experience. Especially if someone else is footing the bill. I burn a lot of energy, so my food costs tend to be my largest expense. But if it's a villain gang footing the bill, I can let loose and eat my fill. And it's not like I'd be able to get back in time to help anyways. Plus I can question this girl more about her friend. Let's see what she says to this. As the waiter approaches, I ask the question. And if they actually did join the villains? Maybe they're at the school, attacking your classmates now? What would you do? She looks at me with a tilt of her head, and I don't know what it is, but something in her eyes unnerves me. Like I said, I doubt he would do that. But, in the unlikely chance he did, why would it be a problem? No matter what happens, we're going to be together. And isn't that the only thing that's important? Bikugu. I scowl as I beat down some damn villain with my gauntlets, rain cascading down around me. The fucking mist bastard sent me to the goddamned storm zone. And the rain is fucking freezing. I can't produce any sweat when it's so damned cold. Shitty Bird and Rockface got sent here too, but they're too weak to keep up with me even with my disadvantage, so I ditched them. Rockface can't even do any shit since there aren't any animals around. Meanwhile, even when I can't use my quirk, I'm still the best. Then couldn't Deku become a hero? Fuck you. I mentally flip off the thought as I charge another villain, smirking as they flinch and take a step back. Being a hero means always winning, and making the villains too scared to put a toe out of line. This is a good first step, but I'm gonna need a bigger audience so everyone knows that I'm the one sitting at the top, and not to fuck with me. Which means, after slamming the last villain's head into the ground, cracking the concrete, I look in the direction where I know the leaders of this crappy group are. A savage grin stretches across my face as I flex my hands, getting ready for what I'm going to do to them. They're going to learn just how far above them I really am. Izumi. Oh shit, oh shit. I thought I was going to die. I take deep breaths as I slowly lower myself onto the wall surrounding the ruin zone. I don't know why, but I'm the only one who was teleported to the roof of the building on the inside, and I'm not too proud to admit that I panicked. Anyone who can say they're calm suddenly being up so high with no warning is lying. Thankfully I could use my quirk to let myself drift down. Stopping myself from falling as fast as I'm supposed to is much easier than trying to lift myself. It takes much less focus. But even still, I nearly lost concentration a few times and suddenly dropped several feet at a time. If my self-loathing had chosen to speak up, I might not have made it to safety. It's just further proof to myself that I'm not actually suicidal. As I look towards the fountain in the center of the USJ though, I know I don't have time to rest. Aizawa-sensei is fighting the big bird monster, Mirko nowhere in sight. Swallowing to settle my nerves, I take a wobbly step forward and let myself drop, carefully slowing myself to make the distance manageable. Once I'm on the ground, I sneak forward until I have a clear line of sight. I wait for the moment to make my move. Dad showed me that someone strong enough can break through my telekinesis and barely notice it, and that bird definitely looks strong enough. So I only have one shot to help before they're ready for me. Not to mention that the hand villain hasn't even made a move yet, content to watch the fight play out. But before I can even help, something hits my back and I'm pushed out of the brush I'm hiding in. I turn it into a roll, turning to look at who got behind me. It's the villain in green, putting his foot back down after booting me from my hiding place. Now that I'm closer to them, the sense of familiarity is even stronger. Well, well, well. Look who we have here. Izumi Yagi, daughter of Toshinori Yagi. Also known as the symbol of peace, all might. My eyes widen at the familiar voice's words and they chuckle. Ah, why so surprised? Don't you know? They reach up and drop their hood, revealing a messy head of green hair, mirrored by my own before it cascades down my back. I feel the blood drain from my face, and my body freezes. No. No, it's not him. He's dead. He can't be here. He can't be attacking us. He can't be a villain. Slowly, as if savoring the terror on my face, they reach up and lower their mask. The mess inside my mind freezes as Izuku's freckled face smiles at me, his eyes sparkling with glee. There are no secrets from family, sister. Chapter 55, Sibling Reunion. Ah, what's wrong, Izumi? Didn't expect to see me again. The person wearing my brother's face chuckles, smiling that same smile he always had. But, it's wrong. Everything about them is wrong. I can't say I blame you. After all, what was it you and Bakugo told me? He taps his chin with a knife as they think, and my eyes widen before hardening. Their eyes light up and they spin the knife between their fingers. Oh, that's right. They snarl at me as the knife points in my direction, and as they continue to talk I feel my rage grow. The two of you told me to take a swan dive off the roof and hope for a quirk in my next life. Funny how things turned out, isn't it? I slowly climb to my feet, my hair hanging in front of my face, as they laugh. The same laugh I remember from when we were little. When things were good between us. But it's not his. He's never laughed like that. Never mocked someone like that. And whoever this is, they fucked up the one thing he's basically incapable of stopping. Who the fuck are you, and why the hell are you wearing my brother's face? Hey! They blink at me before pouting. Ah, come on Izumi. Do you really not recognize me? Did you really hate me so much that you completely erased my face from your memo ga? I cut them off with a clenched hand, my quirk grabbing their throat as I stare at them between the gaps in my hair with fury blazing in my eyes. I already know you aren't Izuku. He's never called Bakugo by anything other than Kakan. I won't repeat myself again. So you better answer me this time. Who? They? Fuck. Are. You. They try to say something, and seeing Izuku's face twisted in pain, pain that I'm causing, once again, breaks me from my rage and I let go of my hold. They rub their throat while glaring at me and click their tongue. Tisk. I see that you're the same old bully as always. Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Just because you are incapable of change doesn't mean I am. I flinch at his accusation but steel my nerves. It's not him. He's not the real Izuku. But he might know what happened to his body. I'm not playing whatever sick game it is you have going on here. And you still haven't told me why you look like Izuku. They scowl. I already told you that I am Izuku Yagi. How else would I know what you and Bakugo said to me after you threw me out the window? If you were really him, you'd know that it was Bakugo who told him that. I cut things off with him right after. He went too far. I shoot back, venting the words that I've always wanted to say. Even if this is a fake. I never wanted to hurt him. It's why I always made sure to slip medicine into his backpack. Why I bound his injuries when he was too weak to do it himself. On our birthdays, I always put a slice of cake outside his door alongside a present. I didn't want to hurt him. I just didn't want him to lose his life trying to fight a villain. I'm crying now, tears flowing in a stream down my cheeks. I've been living with the guilt of what I did to him every day since he died. The regret is overwhelming. There's not a moment that passes that I don't want to strangle the absolute dumbass I was when I decided to follow Bakugo's lead back when we were kids. I should have fucking stopped him. Not helped him. I take a step forward, and they take a step back. I don't want forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I want things to have been different. I want to have chosen to support him instead of tearing him down. I want him to be alive. I want him to be happy. I want him back. I fall to my knees as I sob into my hands. Izuku. I'm so sorry. I should have been there for you. I should have. You should have been a sister. His cold voice washes over me and I look up. He's standing above me. Glaring down at me. The knife is raised. I can't see anything else. Nothing else matters. You should have been a sister. But you can't change the past. Only accept it when the consequences of your actions come back to you. He hesitates for a moment before slightly shaking his head. Goodbye, Izumi. The knife falls as if in slow motion. I can stop it. It would be so easy. Just a quick flash of my quirk and he wouldn't even be able to move. I already know that I'm not suicidal. If I was, I would have let myself drop. But this? It's not suicide. It's my brother punishing me for what I did to him. This is what I needed. I hear Aizawa-sensei shouting, but it's a distant thing. Unimportant. I close my eyes as a sense of relief fills me. I feel lighter. Like the guilt is gone now. And the voice? It's quiet now. And I'll never have to hear it again. But the release I'm expecting doesn't come. Instead, an odd buzzing makes its way to my ear just before I hear a heavy thud. My eyes shoot open, taking in the scene before me. The person who looks like my brother is on the ground, shaking. Their knife lies next to them, discarded. And standing above them is a person wearing a tattered black jacket, their hood pulled down. I stare at them blankly as they remove their mask with the hand not holding a taser. I look back down at the convulsing fake. I look back up. I blink. They chuckle and scratch their cheek with one finger. Hat. Yet. A lot of stuff has happened. But I'll explain later. For now, it looks like Eraserhead needs help. Izuku says as he turns to the fight between Aizawa-sensei and the bird. Mechanically, I follow his gaze and see the bird holding my teacher against the ground, one arm clenched in its fist. Izuku starts moving immediately, not waiting a moment for me as he rushes to help. Come on Izumi. If you really want to be a hero, you need to help those in need. I see him with a determined look on his face, one that I've never seen on anyone else. Something that no one else would be able to copy. His look of wanting to help, even if he knows he won't be able to change anything. The look of somebody who embodies everything the word hero stands for. He's my brother. And he's alive. And he's rushing against something that just took out a pro hero. I scramble to my feet in desperation as I launch myself after him, surprised at how far ahead he already is. He's gotten faster. But that just means he's going to be in danger sooner. I can't lose him. Not again. Not when I just found him. But I can't stop him. Not this time. I finally have a chance. I can be his sister. I can support him. And that's what I do. As he gets close to the bird, I focus my quirk on its joints to restrict its movement, watching as it tilts its head at the green energy that's appeared across its body. It's enough of a distraction for him to get close, enough to stop it from hurting him. He reaches out a hand towards its head. I feel my hold starting to crack. I watch as his fingers close around a metal rod sticking out of its exposed brain. He pulls. The rod comes out with a sickening squelch, the beast letting out a mournful howl that echoes across the building, causing all of us in the plaza to cover our ears, before it collapses backwards and falls silent. I stare in shock, unable to believe that he managed to take out such a monster on his own. With only his first move. I was wrong. I was horribly wrong. He can be a hero. He can be the best hero. He will be a hero. Cheater. Stupid NPC glitch. You're a part of our party. Where do you get off helping the other side in our raid? The hand villain throws a fit, gesturing wildly in his rage. But Izuku ignores them, crouching down to check on my teacher. I approach while keeping one eye on the few villains getting back to their feet. Once I'm standing by my brother's side, I raise my hand and clench my hand into a fist, mimicking a small explosion with my quirk. I make it clear to them that if they bother him, they'll have to deal with me. His silence seems to upset the villain, who starts ranting at him while the mist villain from earlier appears next to him. But I'm distracted from the two by loud noises coming from outside the plaza. A quick glance shows me that Bakugo is charging towards us from the storm zone, his face twisted in rage, making me scoff. He's late. All that's left are the injured and the leaders. But my eyes widen as I see him not going for the two villains still standing, but for Izuku. I shout, pulling him towards me, avoiding the explosion Bakugo tries to hit him with. I put him behind me, ignoring the way he twitches as I glare at Bakugo. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He growls as he scowls at me, miniature explosions popping in his hands. I'm fucking up the villains. The hell do you think you're doing protecting one? My hands twitch, holding back the urge to throw him far, far away. I know that he'd be able to get back all too soon. Did you go blind? Can't you see it's Izuku? In what world is he a villain? The one where he showed up with a group of fucking villains. That quirkless Deku is dead. Whoever that is, it's not Deku. I clench my fist, ignoring my own doubt. If he's been alive all this time, why didn't he tell anyone? Or at least Shoko. He is. And he isn't with the villains. He just saved Aizawa. Why would he do that if he's on their side? He glances next to him at our teacher, who's struggling to his feet. He gives Izuku a wary look, but not an aggressive one. There's more going on than any of us realize. But we can deal with figuring out the truth. He turns to the two villains who haven't moved, after we deal with them. Bakugo has a dissatisfied look on his face but begrudgingly turns to the actual threats. I breathe a sigh of relief, glancing back at Izuku, who's blinking in confusion. I give him a shaky smile. We'll figure things out. It's good to see you again. Yet. He takes a stance, raising a blade between him and the villains. Seems like a lot has happened. While we've been talking, the hand villain has been scratching at his neck. We took you in. We gave you training. We made you strong. And you take the first opportunity you can to betray us. They growl. It's a good thing I listened when Midosegi said not to trust you. Kurogiri. Nomu. Nomu. Kill him. I'm confused for a moment, wondering who Nomu and Kurogiri are. But the mist villain makes a motion and I suddenly feel a burst of air. I turn, and what I see will haunt me for the rest of my life. Chapter 56, Break. Izuku coughs, and I watch as blood bursts from his lips. But that's not where my eyes are focused. Nor is it the confused expression on his face. Instead, it's the bird villain. More specifically, the part of the bird villain Izuku is looking at. Their hand. Which is stuck through Izuku's chest. I'm not sure what happens, but when I blink I'm somehow next to him, the bird somewhere else. I'm supporting him with one arm so he's not lying flat on the ground, my other hand hovering over the wound as I use my quirk to stop anything from falling out of him. His insides are supposed to be inside, not outside. I can hear people. But I also can't. They're just there. It's distracting. I feel something twitch. At least that's what it feels like. And now it's quiet. They aren't gone. And they're probably still making noise. But they aren't a part of what's happening anymore. It's just me. And Izuku. He coughs again, this time covering his mouth. That's just like him. Worrying about other people before himself. He reaches up, his fingers brushing against my cheek. Hey. I didn't realize they were wet. That's weird. I wonder where the water came from. He lets his hand drop as he looks at me. He smiles. I'm sorry, Izumi. I failed. I shake my head. No. You didn't, Izuku. You did good. You saved Izuwa-sensei. Did you know he's the pro-hero Eraserhead? I chuckle, but it's distant, like it's coming from someone else. You saved someone. You saved a pro-hero. You know what that means. I smile at him. It means that you're a hero too. You did it. He looks at me with wide eyes. I cough. I'm a hero? Really? I nod. That's right, Izuku. You proved us all wrong. You're a hero. He coughs again, his breath coming in ragged. I can feel some kind of pressure, like something is hitting my mind. But that's not important. Izuku proved it. He proved that someone quirkless can be a hero. That means he can be happy. He smiles at me. Liar. I freeze, unable to move. You and Kaken always said I would die to the first villain I'd fight. You were right. Tears fall from the corner of his right eye, the other one losing its shine. I shake my head. No, I was wrong, Izuku. You're a hero. You saved Eraserhead. The Eraserhead. And Recovery Girl works at UA too. She'll fix you up like new. I bet you'll even be a part of 1A. You'll be getting taught by Eraserhead himself. Doesn't that sound nice? I'll introduce you to everyone. There are some people with really interesting quirks that you'd love to analyze. It'll be great. I think I've started rambling, but that's okay. Rambling is okay. Izuku does it all the time, and I'll never tell him to stop again. He can ramble as much as he wants about anything, it doesn't even have to be about quirks. But he doesn't look happy. He's still crying. I'm sorry, Izumi. I can't be a hero. You were right. Quirkless, can't be heroes, he gasps out and clutches my arm with a fresh round of strength, and I feel my heart soar. He's going to be okay. Don't gasp, trust Wheeze in KO. He stops talking. But that's fine. He needs to save his energy. He'll be okay. We just need to wait for Recovery Girl. She managed to fix up Dad, so she can fix up Izuku too. The only difference between their injuries is that Dad's was around the stomach, and Izuku's was in the chest. He'll be fine. We'll all be heroes together. The girls will absolutely love him. He's always had that kind of nerdy charm that girls find attractive. I wouldn't be surprised if he ended up having half the girls fall for him by the time summer break rolls around. Of course he'd be absolutely oblivious to it. I don't think he ever noticed that Todoroki has a crush on him either. So it would be pretty fun to watch as they all try to flirt with him only for him to take it as them just being friendly. Oh, oh. And he'd definitely be able to improve everyone's quirks. Kaminari wouldn't short out like he did during the battle exercise. Yurika wouldn't vomit from quirk exhaustion. He'd teach Yaeorozu how to use her quirk more effectively. He might even be able to help Hagakure become visible. He's just that smart. And one day he'd forgive me. He'd look me in the eye and say that, while he doesn't forgive my actions, he can forgive me. We'd hug. And then we'd live the rest of our lives as pro-heroes with our own agency. We'd bring a new era of peace to Japan, one where anyone could be a hero. Quirk or no quirk. All we have to do is. Suddenly the pressure on my mind intensifies and I wince as the barrier surrounding us shatters, a dozen different noises clamoring for attention all at once. Dad showed up at some point, and he's fighting the bird villain. The hand villain is cackling while a misty portal hovers next to him. The mist villain themselves are standing a bit behind him. I don't see that bubble villain with the weird outfit, or the fake Izuku. Oh, Eraserhead is next to me. I should introduce him to Izuku. He always said that he's one of his favorite heroes. But he's tired right now, so maybe it should wait until later? Yeah, sound is being weird anyways. Even though everything was loud a second ago, now it's just a low buzzing. Eraserhead's mouth is moving but no words are coming out. It's enough to make me laugh. But if I do laugh, it might wake up Izuku. He deserves his rest. He worked hard, he deserves. My thoughts get cut off and I feel a stinging pain on my cheek. I'm also looking away from Eraserhead. Slowly, I bring a hand up to feel it as I turn back to Eraserhead. Hey, I wonder dazedly. He slapped me. His words aren't silent anymore, though the buzzing is still there when he puts his good hand on my shoulders and stares into my eyes. He's gone. But we need to get you to safety while All Might deals with the Nomu. I stare at him, oddly focused on a spot just under his eye that's leaking blood. Maybe he'll get a cool scar out of it. At the very least it seems more noteworthy than the blood that isn't moving on his head. His words finally register though, and I shake my head. No. No, I can't leave Izuku. He's sleeping. If I move, I might wake him up. His eyes are sad, I wonder why? I blink in surprise when he pulls me in for a hug, his arm wrapped around me. Hey! His shirt is getting wet. Something is dripping from my face and onto his chest, but what could it be? He's dead, kid. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Suddenly I'm hit full force by the reality of what's happening. What happened? I jerk back, out of Eraserhead's arms and look down at Izuku. His eyes are empty, staring up at me without the spark of life in them. There are blood stains all over his face, though some parts are dripping more than others from where his tears fell. I look further down. There's a gaping hole in the middle of his chest from where? My head snaps around so fast I think I feel something give. But who cares about that? In my sight is the bird villain. The one Eraserhead called Nomu. The one who's fighting my dad on even footing. The one who killed Izuku. There's a break. I scream. Aizawa. I feel for the kid, I know how hard it is to lose someone you care about without being able to do anything to stop it. And despite her past, she did care for her brother. If only. But there's no if only, is there? Even if we had known that the kid had been kidnapped by this league of villains, there's nothing we could have done to save him. Hell, we hadn't even heard rumors of the group before the attack. I guess that's what all of Nizu's cryptic remarks about Mitosagi and the kid meant. I just hold her for a minute, ignoring the shockwaves from All Might's fight with that creature. I know it's strong, but stronger than All Might in his prime? If it was, then there's no way I'd have gotten off with such light injuries. Sure, there might be some permanent damage to my right eye if the blurriness is anything to go by, but other than the break in my arm my bones are still mostly intact. And I know that I wouldn't have gotten off so easily if All Might had done the same back in his prime. But apparently it's still strong enough to match him as he is, which is more than I can handle. The most I can do at the moment is try and get his kid somewhere safe so she can grieve in peace. But I'm surprised when she pulls away, her head snapping as she looks in the direction of the fight. I almost say something, but my words get stuck in my throat at the look in her eyes. They're enraged. Hurt. Animalistic. Primal. Murderous. She holds out her blood-stained hands in the direction of the fight and screams. It's a wordless scream, one filled with all the pain and anger she's currently feeling from having her brother die in her arms. And from that scream, comes power. Her quirk erupts from her arms, far thicker and more solid than I've ever seen before. They morph into extensions of her arms, to the size where they can easily fit All Might in the palms of her hands. Or the Nomu. They shoot forward, still connected to her so that it looks like she's stretching her arms instead of launching them. They move faster than I can see, getting to the fight in an instant. They wrap around the Nomu, clutching it between both hands like a caught bird. Which it is, really. All Might pauses to stare at it for a moment in surprise, something I'm doing too, before turning around and looking at us. His eyes naturally fall to Izumi and he starts to smile before seeing her face wreathed in an expression demanding vengeance. And then his eyes fall to the only place they could really go after seeing his daughter. They fall to the body of his neglected son. His eyes widen, mouth dropping open, and I wonder for the briefest moment what he's thinking, but a disturbing crunching noise distracts me. I almost wish it hadn't. The hands have turned into a solid sphere surrounding the Nomu, and no matter how hard it pounds its fists against it, it can't break free. But that's not the disturbing part. The disturbing part is how the sphere is shrinking, forcing the Nomu into a smaller and smaller space. And it's not stopping. It's not a slow process, barely lasting a handful of seconds. But it's enough for the monster to scream. A scream that's drowned out by Izumi's own as she clenches her hands, blood leaking from her nose and eyes. The sphere compresses until it's the size of a marble. With the Nomu still inside. After a second of floating in the air it drops to the floor with a little ding, belying the visceral horror contained within. Izumi sways for a moment, her scream dying out as her pain is expended. She sways uncertainly for a moment as her arms drop. Her face goes slack and she topples over in a faint, unconscious before her head even hits the ground next to her brother's. Looking at just their faces, side by side, it's hard to tell which of the two is the one actually dead. What? They? Fuck. I'm not sure who the words come out of, maybe they even come from me. But it doesn't really matter because I'm absolutely certain that both heroes and villains are of the same mind as they tremble at the show of overwhelming power. The hand villain, Shigaraki, if I recall correctly, turns and bolts through the portal, shouting over his shoulder as he does. Don't forget to grab the psycho. The mist man nods, though his own eyes are still wide as he points his hand in my direction. My own widen as I whirl back to face Izumi, and underneath her a portal starts to expand. I quickly grab her, leaping away and trying to get back to the entrance in the hopes that out of sight out of mind will apply to the villains. And it seems to work since they don't open another portal to try and snatch her. Instead, when I look back, I see the mist villain vanishing through one of his own portals, leaving just me, All Might, and the unconscious. My mind stutters as I look back to where I was, and my heart drops at a familiar feeling. A familiar sight. One that drove me to push everyone away when it happened, Mike barely being able to pull me out of my self-destructive depression with the help of Nemuri and Fukukato. The body of Izumi's brother is gone. Chapter 57, NAC. Hey all. Just wanted to let you know that chapters might be a bit inconsistent. Trying to get my CDL, and that takes a couple months. On the bright side, if I miss a week, I'll instead post a chapter for something I put together to serve as a short overview of FICS rattling around in my head. I'll put the first one up either tomorrow or next week. Benefit, it's only 10 chapters. Chapter 58, USJ, Izoku. I sigh, making a declaration to myself that none of my future plans will put me in a position where I can't act as I want. At least I don't have to put too much effort into making myself throw up when Shiggy dusts the overconfident opportunist. The thought that I'm implying All Might is competent is enough to make bile rise at the right time to make the thugs think I'm not used to death. Which is such a ridiculous thought that Himi disguised as me in my villain outfit has to push me to stop my laughter from coming out. Well, the push itself doesn't, but I slip in the vomit and crash to the floor. I frown as I glare at her, and I just know by the look in her eyes that she's sticking her tongue out at me. I'll get you back for this. I mentally yell, while simultaneously taking a large amount of amusement from how obviously unsettled Shigaraki is about the situation. It's a very good thing that he has one of his dismembered hands covering his face, or else everyone would see how his mouth is hanging open. He shakes it off soon enough though, and he makes sure one remembers that it's his job to guard the entrance to the USJ. It would be disastrous if all of the heroes who work at UA managed to interfere. We don't have enough players for that, as Shiggy would say. Especially with what I did to the Nomu. But really, why the heck is the brain exposed if it's a literal insta-kill? Sure, there's something to be said for hiding in plain sight if it's so obviously unguarded, then it can't possibly be a weak point, but come on. That only works if it doesn't get hit. As it is, we needed the doctor to bring it back to life, but it's not the exact same anymore. Not only is it weaker than it was before, but it also can't move on its own. All for One has to use a quirk to essentially pilot it remotely. It should still be able to match All Might, but it definitely won't be able to beat him. Which is why we'll be relying on my plan for this, as per our little wager. We aren't going to be trying to kill him here, though we won't say no if the opportunity presents itself. Instead, we're going to be targeting his weak point. One that I knew about even when I glorified them, as Himi said. He's physically strong while in his muscle form, sure. But there's two things that transfer across his shifts. His mind, and his spirit. I'm hoping that seeing his dead son having become a villain will hurt, though I doubt it. He didn't care when I was alive to him, so why would he care now that I'm dead to him? But on the off chance that it ends up being a "I'll stop you to pay for my mistakes" thing, or a "I will save you from the path you tread" thing, we have a backup. A reveal that the first plan was a trick, and they'd kidnapped his son to try and turn him to villainy, only for his heroic spirit to thwart their every attempt. Only for him to die in front of him, after saying how happy he is to see his father again. All Might can push past the mistakes he's made or push them aside, as he'd done to me, but can he take the mental load of failing to save the person who needs him, of them dying right in front of him? All for One says that he doesn't think it will have as much impact as I think, since All Might ran away when he killed his mentor, and reveals things like I'm planning are all about the timing. Though the way he spoke about it was odd, calling All Might successor instead of student. When I asked about the strange phrasing, he looked like he was going to tell me something, but ultimately just said the way he talks comes with old age. I'm shaken from my thoughts by Himi grabbing my arm, both of us chuckling as she drags me to Kurogiri's mist at Shigaraki's complaint at our roles. Ah, don't worry Shiggy. Even if Toshinori doesn't care, his image is at least going to take some damage. I nod my head in satisfaction at her dedication to maintaining her act, even when we're seemingly alone. It probably helps that I've given her a bunch of stuff to say for certain situations. As I'm engulfed in the darkness of the warp quirk, I can't help but wonder just how much Toshinori will react as opposed to All Might. Or maybe his will is weak enough that the surprise will cause him to revert to his skinny form. But even if he doesn't care at all and follows Inko's example, it doesn't matter. I can always target Izumi instead. Where the hell is All Might? I frown behind my mask as I look up at the crowd of students standing behind three heroes. But one of them has been replaced, All Might nowhere to be seen. But the person standing in for him is much more problematic for us. And why is your booty call here? She's not a booty call, I whisper back, thankful that the thugs are loud enough to cover our whispered conversation. The three of us just had a fun time together that one time. She did leave us a message that she's down for more though, Himi interjects, and I blink at her in surprise. She scratches her cheek awkwardly. Did I forget to mention that? I swung by the warehouse to grab the pillows, and she left a note saying that, along with her phone number. Hey! I was not expecting that. I wonder if she'll still feel the same way after today. Or if the HPSC will try to encourage or cajole her to take advantage of our tenuous connection to try taking us down. Putting that aside, it is weird that she's here and All Might isn't. Did someone warn them? I stare at Himi with a raised eyebrow, silent as I watch her squirm. Well, I might have told her that we'd be attacking UA at some point. She rapidly waves her hands in front of us in defense. But I didn't tell her when. And it was before Shiggy broke in. So it's not my fault. We keep staring at her for another moment before I slowly shake my head, Shigaraki speaking in my stead. You didn't think they'd find it suspicious that they get a warning of an attack, followed by a break-in? Even if I used the press as a diversion, Nizu is called Rat Satan for a reason. Oh dear, he's scratching his neck again. And since we're out in public and he's trying to be intimidating, Momogiri can't stop him and give him his medicinal ointment. Which means that he'll just get more agitated about how agitated his skin is. A self-perpetuating cycle that really doesn't matter right now because while Mirko is strong, she's basically slaughtering all of our cannon fodder. Which doesn't help Shigaraki's mood if how deep his nails are digging is any indication. Kurogiri, he growls, portals. Now. With only the bobbing of his mist as acknowledgement, he starts to portal away, Himi's surprising words trailing after him. Send her with Shoko. I raise an eyebrow as I give her an inquisitive look, getting a look of wide-eyed innocence in return. What? I think they'll get along. They have a lot in common. I roll my eyes, settling myself back for the show as Eraserhead is dropped in the crowd of confused villains to replace Mirko. As I watch, I can't help but compare what I'm seeing with the notes I wrote down from what little video I was able to find of him fighting. Underground heroes tend to be the type who avoid the spotlight, but he's taken it to the extreme and actively gets rid of anything that manages to get out. But there's always something. It's a shame there's only so much gratuitous violence and incompetent fighting I can watch before I feel the need to get involved. So, Plan B is a bust. Can we switch to Plan Fu? Not waiting for them to confirm, I draw my knife and charge at Eraserhead just as he knocks out the last of the thugs. I raise my knife to stab him, see him raise his hands to counter. And I trip. I feel the cartilage in my nose break as I land flat on my face, and I curl up and hold it since that's what normal people would do. But what did I trip on? I use the opportunity Himi provides by attacking Eraserhead to take a peek down, only to see my shoelaces tied together. Himi. You are so getting put in the stockade tonight. I can't believe that she sabotaged my shoes while we were waiting. I mean, if I thought I could get away with it I would have pranked her too, but still. Luckily it fits with my reluctant assistant trick, and I take the perfect opportunity to ham it up by trying to sneak attack him while Himi's speaking. But a hero like him doesn't last as long as he does by being oblivious to his surroundings. He dodges, rolling to the side while Himi shouts encouragement at me. I charge again, but he manages to wrap my arm in his scarf and force me to the ground. I break that arm in an effort to take him by surprise, and it works. I manage to get behind him, putting my knife against his throat. But as easy as it would be to slit his throat right now, it would mean throwing away any semblance of me being forced to be here. Which I'll need for when Kurogiri warps Izumi here. So instead, I give him a hint. They came to kill All Might. That bird guy, Nomu, is a corpse they stuffed multiple quirks into to get the job done. My hand is going to twitch, and when it does you need to throw me at Mitosegi. The rod in Nomu's head is the weakness. Take it out, and it'll die again. Of course, while all of that is true, the rod protruding from Nomu's brain is only technically a weakness. I did shove it there to cover up the hole from my knife. An attracker will let all for one know to make them stop moving if the rod is removed. At least until Shiggy sends him a counter signal. So it is a weak point in that targeting it will cause Nomu to stop until then, at least. So when Himi calls out to me, I twitch my hand so he's free to move, an opportunity that he seizes with skill. Before I'm entirely sure what happens, I'm lying on top of Himi, our faces only inches apart. I smirk, knowing that she's doing the same under her own mask. Our words overlap, intermingling despite being the same. Is that a knife, or are you just happy to see me? I really, really love this girl.